Today we are going to see. What if Bella chose Damon and became a villain? Part 2. So let's get started. Alina's Pav. I love her skirt, Bonnie told me. I don't get it. Why is Damon so interested in her? Caroline said as she stared at Damon and Bella sitting down at the table where Stefan was sitting at. They get along well. What's the big deal? I answered. Caroline was irritated by the presence of Bella. I couldn't help but feel overprotective of her. I don't care who she hangs out with, the girl is hot, Tyler said as he chugged down a beer. I think she looks great too, I said. Agreeing with Tyler. After a while of standing there and chatting with my friends, I looked over to the table and saw Damon and Stefan bickering about something. I was bored standing there with Tyler, Bonnie and Caroline, so I decided to go over and sit with them for a while. As I walked over and sat down, Stefan and Damon argued. What are you playing at, Damon? Stefan snapped. Please tell me you're not so hung up on bunny blood that you can't even smell it, Damon told Stefan while opening his eyes. He was clearly upset about something. Smell what? Stefan asked him. Really, Stefan? Really? Concentrate, Damon told him. I noticed how Stefan frowned, and how his forehead wrinkled while he tried to concentrate. I didn't dare come in between them and whatever was going on. Damon evidently wanted Stefan to realize something. Then Stefan's face changed. He was surprised at first and then his face changed again into something I could only describe as concern. He turned to Damon quickly. Do you recognize it? He asked him in a whisper. No, I don't, but it's definitely one of them, Damon said quietly. One of who? I asked as I sat down. Damon grabbed a napkin and took a pen out of his pocket. Cold one. That was what he wrote down. I looked up at Stefan. Where's Bella? I asked. She went to the bathroom, Stefan answered. How long has she been in there? Damon asked and looked behind him towards where the restrooms were. A while, Stefan answered, preoccupied. They were trying to listen for something out of the ordinary. I knew this face by now. Then both their heads shot right up. Before I knew it, Damon had jumped out of his seat and Stefan was halfway to the kitchen. I stood up quickly wondering what was going on and followed them to wherever they were going. They were quick and I couldn't catch up with them. I was making my way through the kitchen when I heard a scream. My heart started pounding. It was Bella. She was hurt. I ran to the back door of the kitchen, the one that led to the alley. I saw Stefan leaning down on Bella. She was on the ground. There was blood everywhere. Oh my God, I was perplexed by this whole situation. I leaned over her next to Stefan, who was applying pressure on the wound she had on her leg. Put pressure on her arm, he instructed me. I did as he told me. Where's Damon? I asked him. He's tracking, he mumbled quickly. She's unconscious, Stefan. Is she going to be all right? I asked. Tears started to fall from my eyes. I don't know, Stefan said. I couldn't track her. She's fast and very sneaky, Damon said as he appeared into the alley. We need to get her out of here. She's really banged up, Stefan said quickly. We came on the bike. Where's your car? Damon asked. I'll bring it over, Stefan said and stood up. Damon took over where Stefan used to be. Keep applying pressure, he instructed me. My hands were covered in blood. Bella, can you hear me? Bella, I said. She's unconscious, Elena, Damon said. Tires screeched on the pavement. Stefan had brought the car over. Damon quickly picked her up and took her into the backseat of the car. I jumped in the back with him and continued to apply pressure on her leg. Damon had Bella's head on his lap, and he was the one applying pressure to her arm now. We have to get her to the hospital, I said. Bella looked completely drained of blood. She had lost a lot of it. No hospitals, Damon muttered quickly. Next thing I saw was Damon biting his wrist and putting it up against Bella's lips. Come on, drink up. Isabella, drink up, he said. Bella wasn't drinking. I looked at Stefan through the rearview mirror. He was still in control. Now is not the time to be stubborn and stupid. Come on, drink, Isabella. There we go, good girl. Good girl, Damon whispered against her head. She looked so fragile. He ran his other hand through her messed up hair and started whispering things in her ear that I could not hear. This was a first. I had never seen him like this. He was very worried about her. He kept feeding her his blood. She had lost most of hers and was very broken. How bad is it? I asked. Her bones are broken, most of the ones in her legs, and her arms. More than likely her ribs are broken too. Her face is swollen, so she must have hit her there too. She has lost a lot of blood, Stefan answered while he sped through town into the boarding house. I lifted my hand a little from her open wound in her arm and noticed it wasn't bleeding as much anymore, and that the wound was healing. It's working, I said and looked up at Damon. How long is it going to take? Her flesh wounds will heal in the next hour or so, but her broken bones will take a little more time to mend, Damon saw it while still holding his wrist against her mouth. The more blood she gets, the faster she'll heal. We arrived at their house and Damon carried her upstairs to his room. He put her down on his bed. He sat behind her, grabbed a pillow and put it underneath her head. I sat down next to her. I'll take over, she's drank enough from you, you're looking pale, Stefan said as he started to walk over to him. No, the healing will not go as well with your Bambi blood. Grab me a bag from downstairs, I'll be fine, Damon said with his wrist against her lips. Stefan nodded and disappeared. We need to get her into clean clothes. She's covered in blood, I said. I really like that skirt, Damon said seriously. This is not a time for jokes, I told him. I'm not joking, I really did, he said shrew. Ji-jing and laid his chin on top of Bella's head while he kept on giving her his blood. Do you have an old shirt and sweatpants we can put Bella on? I asked him as I took off her booties, those beautiful ruined booties. Are you kidding me? Sweatpants? Do I look like I wear sweatpants? He asked sarcastically. I rolled my eyes. Grab whatever you want from the closet, he told me. I stood up and walked to Damon's closet. I grabbed a gray t-shirt and showed it to him before taking it to the bed. He rolled his eyes and nodded. I walked to the bed and left the t-shirt on the bed while I unzipped Bella's skirt and gently pulled it down. Look away, I told him. Trust me, I've seen it all before, he mumbled. Look away, I said again. He sighed and covered his eyes with his other hand. No peeking, I told him as I gently finished pulling the skirt down. I covered her legs with a blanket. Stefan appeared by the door, blood bag in hand. He threw it over to Damon and he caught it, ripped it open and started drinking from it. Steph, give me a hand please, I said as I turned around to look at him. He walked forward and while Damon took his wrist away from Bella's lips, Stefan helped me take her white blood-stained tank top off and slip Damon's gray t-shirt on. She looked so fragile, her body was limp. As much blood as she had drank from Damon, her face still looked deadly pale. You have to make it, Bella, you have to. No one can understand me as much as you. What are we telling Charlie? I asked. Give me her phone, Damon said, with the straw still in his mouth. I looked around and discovered that we had not grabbed Bella's purse when we had left the grill. Damon searched for his cell in his pocket and dialed a number. Hey, yes I know, Bella's hurt. We left her bag at the grill, think you can bring it over? Cover for our sudden departure, he hung up. Who did you call? I asked. Anna, Damon said as he scooted over to Bella, lifting her head gently and putting his wrist to her lips once more. I sat on the bed next to Bella and held her hand in mine. For a minute I wondered what she would think when she woke up about consuming blood. I knew how blood affected her. Would she throw up? If she threw up, would she throw up only blood? What about the large amount of blood in her system? Would she become a vampire too? How long would it take for the blood to clear out of her? Normally a small amount would take a day, but what about this large quantity of it? How long will it take for your blood to be out of her system? I asked Damon quietly. For the time being, let's concentrate on getting it into her system, he answered absent-mindedly. He was concentrating on something else. His eyes were closed, his jaw clenched. I turned to Stefan for answers. A week, maybe 2, we can't be too sure. He answered, concern written all over his face. He came over and rubbed my back. I was really stressed out. You should change too, he whispered in my ear, why don't you go take a shower? Damon and I have it covered here. I looked down at my brand new dress. It was covered in Bella's blood as well. I nodded and stood up. I went downstairs to Stefan's room and jumped into the shower. As I stood under the shower head and let the hot water fall on me, I let my mind wander to all the questions that I had not allowed myself to think while Bella was laying unconscious in that alley. Was it Victoria, that revenge-crazed vampire that Bella had told me about? Should I suggest to Stefan to call Bella's friends from back home to come and help? What about Charlie? I knew that this kind of vampire didn't need to be invited into a house, they could come and go as they pleased. This scared me. Bella wouldn't be safe anywhere until Victoria had been taken care of. From the little I had heard and I had been told about the cold ones, they were a little more difficult to kill. Alaric's tricks wouldn't work here. Would Stefan and Damon be able to do it on their own? I sat on the cold shower floor and rested my head against the glass door. This had been a hell of a birthday. I stayed in the shower for a while and once I decided it was enough, and that I was calm, I got the towel and dried myself off. As I came into Stefan's room I noticed that it was raining pretty hard outside. A bad storm was coming. I heard thunder in the distance and walked towards the window. Yes, this was going to be a bad storm. I could barely make out the forms of the trees outside. This was very convenient. We wouldn't be able to go out with this rain. I slipped into a pair of clothes I had left here a while ago and went back upstairs to Damon's room. Anna and Jeremy were already here. Jeremy and I had been fighting this past week. He had discovered what I asked Damon to do after Vicky tried to kill him. He was pretty upset with me, but after Uncle John, who turned out to be my biological father, showed up, things had began to get a little better. I entered the room and he lounged for me, hugging me tightly. "Are you all right?" he asked worriedly, looking into my eyes. "Yes, Jer, I'm fine." He turned to where Bella was laying. Damon had stopped giving her blood and was now standing next to his minibar pouring himself a drink. He was looking slightly pale. "She looks really banged up," Jeremy said. I took a look at her, where her open wounds used to be. Now there were swollen purple and green bruises. "She's better than when we found her," I told him. "This is revenge," Anna said quietly. She was sitting in a chair at Bella's bedside next to Stefan. Both Damon and Stefan nodded. "Revenge?" Jeremy asked. "Bella's ex killed the redhead's mate," Damon answered as he took a sip from his glass. "Why would her ex kill her mate?" Jeremy asked. "He came after Bella," Stefan answered. "A mate for a mate?" Jeremy asked. They all nodded. "I don't get it, why come after her if they left? She clearly doesn't mean much to them if they left her alone, and unprotected. How could it be revenge if he doesn't even care?" I asked. "He didn't leave because he didn't love her, Elena," Stefan said quietly and looked at me with loving eyes. Realization hit me. I had a flashback to a few months ago, when Stefan had broken things up with me because he was putting me in danger. Because I didn't belong in his world. Because since I knew his secret, danger would always follow me. Edward had left Bella because he loved her. But how could he leave her? I understand dumping her for those reasons, but leaving her alone, unprotected from the mess he had left behind from the moment he and his family had decided to kill James. I did not understand that. I was mad. I was full of ire that I didn't completely understand. Stefan never left me. He stayed and protected me. He risked his life so that I was okay. Edward left. He was a complete jerk and coward. Loud thunder distracted my thoughts. This is going to be a very bad storm. We're not going to be able to get out of here till it dies down, Jeremy said as he looked out the window. That's the idea, Damon said quietly. What did that mean? Weather. For real, you control weather? Anna asked him. Damon smirked and shrugged. He was resting his chin against Bella's head, his wrist still on her mouth. Phone, he said as he extended his hand to Stefan. Stefan handed him the phone and he dialed a number. Hello Chief, this is Damon. Yes, it's a pretty nasty one. I just wanted to let you know that the girls are here at my house, and since this storm looks really bad I think it would be best they stay here until the storm passes. I understand, but do you really think they should be driving in this rain? Exactly. We have plenty of rooms here, there's no problem. Okay, goodbye then. He hung up and threw the phone to Stefan. Charlie, problem solved. Now, call Jenna and tell her the exact same thing. I looked over to Jeremy, he nodded and dialed Jenna's number. Bella's POV. Blackness. Blackness surrounded me. Blackness and pain. Me whole body was in pain. There was blood, this I knew for sure. The smell of it invaded my head. There was no mistake in this, Victoria had completed her purpose, she had tortured and killed me. She had had her revenge. She had avenged her mate. She had finally escaped the wolves and caught up with me. I was alone in this. No one would find me. No one cared. Charlie would care. Charlie and I had been fighting. I never got the chance to tell him how sorry I was for the way I had acted, for how hypocritical I had been. Renee and Jake, they would care too. Only the three of them. No one else would care. No one had interfered in this, no one stopped it from happening. They had known about this, I'm sure. Alice would have seen this, I'm positive of it. They didn't care, they let it happen. Would someone find me? Surely when they took the trash out from Elena's party someone would find me. Elena. I had ruined her party. I had ruined her birthday. Her birthday was now also the day of my death and I knew she would always remember it this way. I'm sorry Elena, I really am. What is that? I couldn't exactly make it out. It was some sort of humming noise, deep in the background. A part of me felt like it was speaking to me, but I didn't know what it was saying. I felt like I was underwater and everything sounded so distant. Bella, someone was calling my name. Bella, can you hear me? Yes, I can. Hello. I tried to speak but apparently no one could hear me. I felt pressure on different parts of my body. It hurt. Like hell. Please stop. Please make it stop. I had a weird taste in my mouth, coppery, and rusty. I didn't want it. Take it away. Drink up. No, I don't want to. Now is not the time to be stubborn and stupid. Come on, drink Isabella. Isabella, there was only one person who refused to call me Bella. If I knew anything by now, it was that I should trust this voice. Every part of me told me to do so. Okay, I'll drink. Good girl, good girl. It was still coppery and rusty, but it was also oddly sweet, deliciously sweet. I let the taste invade me, and swallowed willingly. For a moment I thought I had had enough, and stopped. Keep on drinking, sweetheart, don't fight it. Trust your instincts. Keep on going. Give yourself the chance. Think about Charlie, and Renee, and the stinky mutt. Fight for Elena, who needs a friend that gets her more than ever. Think about that stupid, lurking, overprotective, stubborn, persistent, and obnoxious brat of a crow, that you call your pet, that keeps coming to your window. He's lonely, you know. That's why he keeps coming to you. He's like you. I'm taking you paragliding, remember? I already booked the lesson. Now fight Isabella, if not for us, then for yourself. You owe me an outfit. Which you've completely ruined by the way, and you promised you'd pay it back. Quote, ass. And so, I drank. I drank and drank. I didn't want to stop. Every once of me told me to keep on doing so. And because of it I did. I was completely immersed in the sweet taste of whatever it was that I was drinking. I barely made out any noise that was around me. I could tell that there were other people with me. All I heard was a murmur of different noises. Occasionally I would feel something cold brush up against my face or someone caressing my hair. Whenever I stopped drinking, because I felt full, a voice would tell me to keep on going and not to stop. I obediently did as the voice told me. Then, after a while I let my mind calm down. It was dark. I wasn't scared. I was not terrified. I just was. It didn't hurt. I wasn't in pain. It was all black and I was all alone. There was no one there. No one was chasing me. No one was torturing me. I was by myself. I was at peace. It was just me and the voice that murmured words of encouragement. It was just the two of us, and I felt safe. I opened my eyes and immediately closed them again. The light had blinded me. My head was pounding. I shut my eyes tightly and took my head with both hands. I curled up in a fetal position, and I felt my feet touch something cold beside me. I slowly opened my eyes. It took them a while to get accustomed to the light that was coming into the room. Where was I? I didn't recognize the blurry space that appeared in front of me. I rubbed my eyes expecting them to clear up while I did so. They didn't. Everything was too bright. I felt my heart beating rapidly. Gradually the blurry shapes began to clear up. I was in a room that I had never been in before. It was very classic. All the furniture was made of a dark kind of wood, very elegant and sober. The ceiling was a bit inclined, so I took it that I was in some sort of attic. I let my eyes gaze down to the floor. I was surprised with what I found there. There were empty blood bags laying around. I quickly turned my head and found Damon asleep next to me. He was facing me. In one hand he had a glass of what I could clearly make out as blood. His other arm was extended under his head. His wrist was covered in dried blood. How did I get here? What was I doing in Damon's room? I looked over at him confused. He looked pale, sullenly pale. His lips were a bit chapped and he had dark bruises under his eyes. He looked dead. Dead. Why did that word keep repeating itself in my head over and over again? Images started flashing in my head. I was in a bathroom and Victoria was standing behind me. I was on the floor of a dark alley. Victoria taking me by the throat. Victoria stepping on my leg. Blood. Victoria hitting me. Me falling to the ground. Darkness. Voices. Sweet-tasting coppery and rusty drops of some drink. The voice that told me to keep going. I looked around and then down to my body. I was wearing a gray t-shirt. Tee that had a few stains around the collar. My legs had dried blood on them. I licked my lips and found that taste of rust and copper and that indescribable sweet something. I had been hurt last night. I turned to Damon, who looked deadly pale, and if he wasn't already dead I would have worried. I took a look at his wrist and then with my right hand I cleaned my mouth. Damon had given me his blood. He was the one that had saved me. How badly had I been hurt? I remember Elena telling me that vampire blood had a healing effect on humans. By the look of the amount of empty blood bags on the floor, The paleness of Damon's skin, I could tell that I had been badly hurt. Victoria had found me, and she had tortured me. The thought of her made me shiver. My heart, that for some strange reason was already beating rapidly, started beating at an unprecedented fast speed. I couldn't breathe and my head started pounding again, it was spinning. I shut my eyes tightly and took my head with both hands. Bella, it's okay, it's okay. I had woken him up. He had his hands on my shoulders. He was ice cold. I had never felt him so chilly before. I started crying. I was scared, terrified. Shush, it's okay, you're okay, he said, trying to calm me down. I fought for air that wasn't coming into my lungs. My heart did not stop racing. I was incredibly frightened at the thought of Victoria being here. I felt as he sat in the bed and took me into his arms. He sat me in his legs and hugged me tightly as he rocked me back and forth. You're okay, I'm here. You're okay, Bella, he whispered repeatedly, over and over in my ear while he ran a hand through my hair. I held on tightly to his shirt while I cried. He let me cry. Once I had no more tears in me, and all I was doing was sob while I tried to gasp for air. He took my face with his hand and lifted it up. He ran his fingers over the trails of salty water that my tears had left and cleaned them up. You're safe, he whispered. We got you, he reassured me. I nodded, and as I opened my mouth a gasp escaped me. Thank you, I said quietly. He nodded. You do owe me a dress, I couldn't just let you die, he said with a small grin. Jerk, I said as a chuckle came out while I gave him a punch. Ouch, he said as he rubbed his chest with his free hand. That didn't hurt, I said as I rolled my eyes. Actually, it did. You're a little stronger than usual, he said seriously. What? I looked at him concerned. Did I die? Am I like you now? I asked him. He laughed and shook his head. I punched him again. Don't scare me like that. Ouch, he said as he rubbed his chest. Why am I stronger now? Because you have a lot of vampire blood in your system. So if I die, I'd become like you? I asked. He nodded. That's not going to happen. So you don't have to worry. You look awful, I told him as I studied his face. Yeah, that's your fault. No, you said to keep going, I told him. He looked surprised. You heard that? He asked. I nodded. Thanks for not giving up on me, I said quietly. He shrugged like he didn't care. I knew he did. It was then that I noticed that I was still sitting on his lap. I felt my cheeks get hot and quickly climbed off him. I also noticed I was only wearing a shirt and my panties. Relax, nothing I haven't seen before, he said as he handed me a blanket that was laying around. I took it and covered my legs. Is it normal that my heart is beating so fast? I asked him. Well, Isabella, normally, when humans get embarrassed, like with other emotions, blood pumps a little faster. I threw a pillow at him. He caught it and laughed. I took my face with my hands. Yes, it's normal. It's the blood. You had a lot of it. He wasn't joking now. I drank blood. I was wondering how I did that without throwing up. Yep, our blood is tasty, he said and turned around towards the door. Bella. Elena ran to the bed and hugged me tightly. I was so worried about you last night. I'm okay. Everything is still a little fuzzy, but I'm okay, I told her. Glad to see you up, Stefan said. He was leaning on the doorway. Are you hungry? Elena asked. Up until now, I had not noticed that my stomach was growling. Starving, I answered. We'll get you something, she said as she stood up and went downstairs with Stefan. What did you tell Charlie? I asked Damon, who had walked to his minibar and poured himself a drink, and was now preparing some sort of blood cocktail. There was a storm last night. It wasn't safe to drive. You stayed here, he said as he shook the glass and then took a sip. Should I call Jake? I asked him. You want to call the mutt? He asked in disbelief. Well, maybe they can help, I told him. No, we'll deal with this. Pups can be very unreliable, and their tempers always get in the way. Quote, are you sure? I asked him. Isabella, I've dealt with stronger forces than a heartbroken vampire in my 500 years. If it gets a little too out of hand, I'll call in some help, he winked. By help, do you mean the Volturi? I asked. He shook his head. Not exactly. Then who? I asked. Let's not worry about that now. What about my house, and Charlie? What about Charlie? What if she gets to him? I was worried. Victoria could come and go as she pleased. She didn't need an invitation. We'll keep an eye out during nights, days won't be a problem. It won't be sunny forever. I told him. It will be until we get the bitch. He took the last sip out of his glass. You can't control that, I told him. Actually, I can, he pointed out the window. You're doing that? I asked confused. Did you think that storm last night was conveniently natural? He asked as he made his way over to the bed again. You weren't kidding when you said that you guys had more abilities. I don't like to brag. Right. After Elena and Stefan brought breakfast into Damon's room and I ate, we talked for a while about the preventative measures we would take for the time being. I was surprised when Anna and Jeremy walked in. They had been here last night, and they knew what was going on. We agreed that Stefan would keep an eye out at school, Anna would pay close attention to anything that was going on in town. She was apparently good with tracking. Damon would take the night shift and during the day he'd keep an eye on Charlie without it being too suspicious. I took a quick shower and Elena lent me some clothes she had here. Elena spent the night here 2 or 3 times a week and her aunt didn't have any trouble with it. What I was more surprised of was that she and Stefan had that kind of intimate relationship. Edward wouldn't even allow a passionate kiss. I was liking this kind of vampire more and more. When Damon and Stefan drove me home I invited Stefan in. They both took a quick look and sniff around the house. Victoria had not been here. They said there was no trace of her scent around. Charlie had left a note saying he had been called into work. And that he would be home later. Damon, Elena and Stefan stayed with me until Charlie came home. Before leaving Damon told me he'd be close by and that I didn't have to worry. Stefan would be across the street too. This reassured me and gave me a little peace of mind. I made Charlie dinner and when it was ready I served it. I decided to talk with him. After last night, the last tea. Thing I wanted was to leave things with Charlie the way they had been for the past week. Dad, I said as he took a bite out of his lasagna. He looked up at me surprised. I'm sorry for the way I've been acting. I overreacted the other day. Quote, he put his fork down. No Bells, I crossed the line. No you didn't. You were worried, and you wanted to know something that might calm you down a bit and you asked me a very valid question. I got upset, and I shouldn't have. I know how bad it hurts bringing them up kid, that was the last thing I wanted to do, but I really needed to know, he said frowning. They never hurt me Dad. What about Phoenix Bells? Crap, no lies. That was me being clumsy Dad. If anything, they helped me. Are you sure Bells? That scar, in your arm, it looks funny. It looks like a moon. I said as I touched it. I was thinking something else, he said as he studied it. I looked up at him and nodded. I guess it does, I said looking straight into his eyes. His eyebrows were together now, he swallowed. Bells, how much are you aware of the Quileute legends? I am very much aware of them Dad. He stared at me. I wanted him to know that I knew. That I knew why he was acting so weird. That I understood. You know them? Yes, Jake told them to me. He nodded. Billy told them to me too. Good. No more questions then. No more questions, he said as he took another bite from the lasagna. This was our silent agreement. We wouldn't talk about the subject again. I was sure of it. After dinner, I went upstairs and changed into my PJs. I sat on the window seat and stared at the tree. He was there. I remembered something about last night. I remembered Damon's voice telling me to fight. He talked about the crow. He had described him exactly how I had countless times. Before, he had acted like he didn't believe I had a pet crow. He had practically told me I was crazy. How did he know then? He's lonely you know. That's why he keeps coming to you. He's like you. When he said that, a part of me thought that I had heard it before. Then, Alina's words came to me. I know he can be a pain in the ass, and I know that normally that's how he behaves. But with you, just as he sometimes does with me, he can be very honest and sincere. His intentions normally aren't clear, and they're mostly selfish, but I don't see that with you. I get it that he's like that with me. And that he loves to get under Stefan's skin, like that time he took me to Georgia. But with you he has no one to get pissed off and play with. I like that. He's lonely. Damon and the crow had a lot in common. How did he know to use those words to describe him? Words I had used from the minute I had met my crow. So you're looking out for me too? Mr. Crow nodded. I stared at him. I had never noticed his eyes were blue. Could it be? If I had learned anything in the past few weeks it was that everything about vampire myths turned out to be more or less true. Now, what were the basics? Sunlight, blood, bats. Bats. Dracula turned into a bat. This was a crow. A black crow with blue eyes. A stupid, lurking, overprotective, stubborn, persistent, and obnoxious brat of a crow. He somehow managed to smirk and be sarcastic. He understood everything I told him. He was always around. My crow was snooty. He was picky, he never ate what I gave him. My crow was an ass. Holly. Fucking. Shit. I leaned over and Mr. Crow jumped closer to me. I stared at him, and he stared at me. Damon Salvatore, you are the biggest, most pretentious ass I have ever met, I told him. He cocked his head to the side surprised, and then, just as he always does, smirked. He jumped and flew into my room. Damon Salvatore, you are the biggest, most pretentious ass I have ever met, I told him. He cocked his head to the side surprised. And then, just as he always does, smirked. He jumped and flew into my room. I turned around, my arms crossed over my chest. He was laying down on my bed, arms behind his head, one leg over the other. Casually, he smirked. What gave me away? He asked smiling. I opened my mouth to say something but what came out was completely different to what I intended to say. I found myself being very irritated at the moment. You came through the window, I spat. You're mad about that? He asked surprised. We had an agreement, I was furious. Really? I think the normal question to ask considering the situation would be, it was you this whole time. Why were you spying on me? Or you could start fighting about your personal space, the invasion of privacy. Oh, the list could go on and on and on and on, he said nonchalantly, imitating my voice when he said the questions. You came through the window, I spat again. I flew through the open window, he corrected. You promised. He rolled his eyes. Do you prefer that I knock on your front door and wake Charlie? He asked. I was quiet. I thought so. Now, we'll have to reconsider our little agreement, seeing how the circumstances have changed and all. He said calmly. He had a point. Okay then, I take it you agree by that long silence. How about instead of knocking on your door I tap on your window, he proposed. I don't want you coming through my bedroom window. I will not have that, I told him. Okay, your bathroom window then, he said while rolling his eyes. What? No, I said. Now, don't get upset Bella. You'll wake up Charlie, he said as he took one hand from under his head and pointed at me. I hated that he was so calm about this. Why are you so calm about this? I asked. Should I be upset? He shrugged. Well, it's you're such an ass. I said as picked up a pillow from the floor and threw it at him. He didn't catch it. He let it hit his face. I think we've made it clear that I am an ass. And that I work very hard on it. Are you happy now? I've let you hit me, he smiled. Ah, Damon, I said as I stomped a foot. Good. Now, what gave me away? He asked again. What gave you away? Your smugness, that's what, I answered coldly. My irritation was starting to go away. Damn it, he said as he rolled his eyes. He was playing. It was as if he wanted me to know that he was the crow. Why were you spying on me? I finally asked. Well, you see, a very odd girl moved into town. One that I couldn't compel. She caught my attention, I wanted to know why I couldn't compel her. Then, I found out she wasn't drinking vervain, and then I saw the scar. With all the crazy shit we've been dealing with here, one can't be too careful darling, he said as he looked at me straight in the eyes. So you were spying on me to see what it was that I was hiding, I told him. Yes, and, what did you find out? I asked him. He was quiet for a while, studying me. You were hiding deception and a broken heart. He said quietly, never taking his eyes away from me. So are you, I said, my eyes never leaving his. He rolled his eyes and patted the space on the bed next to him. I walked over and climbed over to where he had signaled. I sat up facing him. You wanted me to think I was going crazy, believing I had a pet crow, I told him. Yeah, well, you called me your pet, he said, emphasizing on the last word. Well, technically you were, I answered. I am no one's pet Isabella, he said seriously, and right then, I knew exactly why he had gotten so mad about that the day we walked through the woods. That was just the way Catherine had treated him. That's what Laurent had called me the day he had found me in the meadow. I remember how I felt when he called me that. I was mad, and sad for being so stupid. I looked down and nodded. I get it, I'm sorry I called you that, I said looking down at the comforter and playing with a loose string. Rule number 1. Don't be sorry for anything, he said as he took his index finger and lifted my head up. What rules are we talking about? I asked him. The rules we're setting up for this new life of yours. You want change, but you need a little guidance. And I'm really good at that, he said smugly. So you're my role model now? I asked hiding a chuckle. Yes, well take what you like. Before we set these rules, I want to say something. He sat up straight and looked at me, giving me his full attention. Okay, spit it out, he told me. I'm sorry for dragging you guys into this mess. I know this isn't your problem and that you've had to deal with a lot of things lately. The last thing I want to become is a burden. You're not a burden. If anything, this is fun. We've had more excitement in the past PLE of months than in over 2 centuries. If it makes you feel any better, I enjoy getting into trouble all the time. It keeps things stimulating, which is hard to do considering we have eternity. I just wish there was something I could do. I don't want to be a victim anymore, I told him. He frowned and looked up. Well, there's little you can do, since she is a cold hard bitch and a stake won't work. There has to be something. I told him. Vervain, he answered. But, if she bites me, doesn't it beat the point? I'd start the transformation process, I answered. Not to consume, but to protect yourself from her. Like, to throw in her face? I asked. Exactly, he answered calmly. I remembered that when James was coming after me, I used pepper spray to get him away from me. The effect wasn't long, but I had hurt him for a second. Well, maybe I had just really pissed him off. Charlie gave me some new pepper spray the other day. Is it laced with vervain? I asked, remembering that Charlie had given me a new can not long ago. Damon closed his eyes and scoffed. Smart man, I have to give it to the guy. So it is? I asked. Show it to me, he said. I crawled to the other side of the bed and reached for my backpack that was laying on the floor. I rummaged through it and found the brand new pepper spray. I looked back and threw the can to Damon. He grabbed it and gave it a quick whiff. He coughed and taking it away from his nose nodded. Definitely vervain, he said as he handed it to me. I took a look at it. This thing was never leaving my side. It would be practically glued to my hand now. I cannot imagine what Charlie and Alaric could come up with if they teamed up, he murmured as he laid down on the bed again. Alaric? I asked confused. He's quite the weaponal. Just when it comes to fighting against vampires, he answered. Alaric, the English teacher? Really? I asked, a little surprised by Damon's words. He nodded. Who would have known? I said. Yeah, I know, Damon said with disbelief while looking up. I chuckled. He smiled at me and then looked away towards the window. You should try and get some sleep, Bella, he said as he sat up on the border of the bed. I nodded. I was tired. He stood up and walked to the window. So, we have a new arrangement, right? He tapped on the window. I guess so, I said, shrugging. There was no other way in. I'll be right outside, don't worry, he said, and in an unsuspecting motion flew out to the tree. He changed in such a fast way I couldn't even see him turn. I hadn't even blinked. Damon and Stefan were so much cooler than any the Cullens. I walked over to the window and closed it. Mr. Cr. Damon was sitting outside on the branch. He winked at me and I gave him a small smile. I drew the curtains down and went to bed. The thought of having Damon outside calmed me down. As I laid there in bed waiting for sleep to come, I couldn't help but think about the countless times I had poured my heart out to that stupid crow. Now that I knew who Mr. Crow, my crow truly was, I couldn't deny I felt embarrassed. How many times had Damon laughed with the things I had told him? I felt stupid. I get why he did it, I do. But I can't shake away the fact that he knew more about me than I wanted him to. Then again, he had never said anything. He had never mentioned any of it. That surprised me. Damon being Damon, old have said something at some point to ridicule me, or so I thought. He had proved me wrong. I couldn't find a position that made me feel comfortable and I constantly tossed and turned around the bed. I started thinking about Charlie and the danger that having Victoria here implied for him. The mere thought of it gave me chills and made my heart pound out of my chest. I was scared to death, not of me getting hurt, but of Charlie being hurt to get to me. I wondered what Victoria had planned. What would be her next move? What about Renee? Was she safe in Jacksonville? They had used her once before to get my attention and fall for their lies. The thought of my parents being harmed because of me made my heart tighten and my stomach hurt. It took me a while to realize I was crying, and I only noticed it because Mr. Cr. Damon started tapping insistently on the window. I wiped the tears away and quickly walked over to the window. I pulled the curtains up and opened it. He flew inside and I had turned around, he was already in his normal figure. His eyebrows were close together in concentration. He was staring at me intently. I was still gasping from the crying, and my shoulders were shaking uncontrollably. His jaw was clenched tightly. I stood there in front of him feeling silly and stupid and weak. I lowered my head and stared at the floor. Out of nowhere I felt him embrace me firmly. I froze. I held my breath. I wasn't expecting this. This was odd. He then closed his arms around me a little tighter, and it was after that I let the air I was holding in my lungs out and I allowed a ripping sob out of my chest. He didn't say anything, he just held me, and occasionally ran a hand through my hair. Once my breathing had returned to normal, and there were no gasps escaping me, he slowly let me go. I'm going to be right outside, okay? I'm not going anywhere. He gave me a small smile and just like that, disappeared. I turned around and there he was, comfortably on the branch. On the nest he had made. A chuckle came out my mouth. I could not picture Damon picking up sticks and making a nest. He squinted his eyes wondering what I was chuckling about. I just shook my head and climbed back into bed. I covered myself with the blanket and closed my eyes. I must have laid there like that for a while, but sleep wasn't coming to me. I turned to the side and tried to hug my pillow. Sometimes pretending to have someone next to me helped sleep come to me. It didn't work. I turned over again, reaccommodated my pillow and covered my head with the blanket. I started taking deep breaths trying to keep my mind blank. It didn't work. I started counting sheep. I was almost down to 356. It didn't work. It's the blood, I heard Damon say. My eyes fluttered open. He had scared me. I threw the covers off my head and sat up. The blood? I asked. He was leaning on the wall across the room. He nodded. It pumps faster and stronger through your system. That's why you can't sleep. So I won't be able to sleep for 2 weeks. I asked. That thought made me uncomfortable. You'll be able to sleep, it'll just take a while to come, he explained. I'm worried, I confessed as I let out a sigh. He frowned and walked towards the bed. Scoot over, he told me as he stood next to my bed. I eyed him up and down, and I decided to give him the benefit of the doubt and that he wasn't going to try anything funny, so I did as he told me. I rolled over to the left side of my bed. He sat down and as he was putting his feet up in the mattress I stopped him, no shoes. He looked at me and sighed. He then took his shoes off and lay down next to me. You need to get new pillows, he said as he tried to accommodate the one that was there. It is new, I bought it with Elena when we went shopping for the stuff for my room. Then you need to get better ones, he said as he finally stopped fussing and laid his head on top of it. I like my pillows, I told him. He let out a long breath. Yeah, I'm going to have to teach you a thing or two when it comes to shopping. Quality before economy. I shook my head. It was as if he was the male version of Alice, but cooler and not as pushy. Why are you laughing? He asked. You remind me of someone, I said quietly. Who? And please don't say Edgar. It's Edward, and no, not him. Then who on earth has the grace of being similar to me? He asked, putting a hand on his chest and smiling. You are so obnoxious, I told him as I gave him a nudge with my elbow. He chuckled. You remind me of Alice. The pygmy? He asked, offense written all over his face. I nodded. He scoffed. Please, don't be absurd. She looks like she's quite irritating. And what? You aren't? No, I'm divine, darling, he said as he wiggled his eyebrows. I laughed. Reed, you've obviously never met you, I said as I glanced over to him. I then added, no, seriously, you remind me of her with the whole shopping thing. Except that you actually let me pick what I wanted. Alice just made me wear the stuff she wanted me to wear. That's just mean, he said as he took a round candle I had on my nightstand and started playing with it. What's mean? I asked, confused, not knowing to what he was referring. That you didn't get to pick, he said as he threw the candle in the air and then caught it. I know, I said, agreeing with him. You need to start making the calls in your life. Just do what you want. Don't let anyone make decisions for you, he said, concentrated on his little game of catch. Are you seriously taking me paragliding? I asked him. He nodded. Tomorrow, 2 o'clock. I don't think that's a good idea, I said, a little nervous. You want to fly out of a freaking plane, this is a trial. Baby steps. I wanted to feel the adrenaline. True, but I couldn't stop thinking about how risky it was. What if the parachute thing failed, and I fell, and died? I couldn't die now, I would become a vampire. I didn't want to become a vampire. Not anymore. What if I fall, and die? I asked. Then you turn, he said, shrugging. I don't want to turn, I said quietly as I looked over at him. Relax. Nothing is going to happen. Do you like flying? I asked him. Yes. Can you turn into something else? Other than a crow? He asked. Yes. Transforming into an animal isn't easy. It takes a lot of power to do so. Years and years of practice. Very few vampires can do it. Not to mention manage to change into two. So you can't. I didn't say that, he looked at me out of the corner of his eye. Then you can, he smirked, clearly proud of his accomplishment. He said as he put the candle back on the nightstand. So, what other animal can you transform into? I asked with curiosity. Wouldn't you like to know? He said, raising an eyebrow. Actually, I would. I don't want to go talking with another animal only to find out it's you in disguise again. Is that something you do often? Speak with animals? He asked, joking, but his face was serious. Let's not go there, I said, rolling my eyes and pointing a finger at him. Oh, the things I could say, Damon said, looking at the ceiling. I opened my eyes widely at him. Don't you dare, I spat. Why wouldn't I? I can get away with anything, I'm annoyingly handsome, you said so yourself, he said as he batted his eyelashes at me. Damon, I said, completely embarrassed as I hit him in the arm, and then hid my face with the covers. He laughed. He found this amusing. I felt humiliated. Relax, I won't bring it up again. You promise? I asked, still under the covers. Pinky promise, I said as I took my hand out of the covers and waited for him to close the deal. I waited, but he didn't grab it. I then shook my hand to grab his attention. And he did. I took the covers off. Never again, Damon Salvatore. Whatever I said to you while you were on crow form will stay a secret. You're under pinky promise, swear. You break this promise and I'll have the right to punish you with some sort of penance. Deal. Yeah. I glared at him. He shrugged. Did you really make that nest? I asked him. He was looking at my sheets and studying them, and when I asked him that, his head shot up. Oh my God, you did, I said in between laughs. What? No, I didn't, he said, a little irritated by my comment. I couldn't stop laughing. Shish, Bella, quiet, he said as he put a hand over my mouth. I couldn't help giggling. The image of him picking up twigs and making a nest made me break out laughing. Shush, he whispered and put his index finger to his mouth. That's when I realized Charlie must have woken up, and I laid there still with Damon on top of me with his hand over my mouth, containing my laugh. I stared up at him. He was so serious. I couldn't take my eyes away from his. God, they were so blue. I hated that he was so handsome. It made it so much more difficult for me to stay mad at him for the lies he told. Damn those blue eyes. We laid there for a while, waiting for Charlie to go back into his room. I came to the realization that Charlie had never left his room, and that here was Damon laying on top of me, on my bed. He smirked. He knew what I was thinking. I pushed him off of me. Ass, I said as I rolled to the other side of the bed, keeping a distance between us. He quickly regained his composure, hands behind his head, legs crossed, leaning on the bed's headboard. I didn't make the nest, he said quietly. Right, I said. I stole it. I opened my mouth widely, as if I were offended by his words. There was no one using it, relax. You checked? I asked. Yes, he told me. You sure? I asked him again. Go to sleep, Isabella, he said coldly. I'm not sleepy. Oh, you will be, trust me, he said as he turned his head and looked over at me. I sighed and closed my eyes. Good night, Damon, I told him as I turned to my right side and curled, facing him, but keeping a distance. Good night, Isabella. I laid there, feeling calmer than before. Having Damon by my side made me feel a little bit more at ease. It was quiet and all I heard was my breathing, air leaving my lungs and then coming back in. It must have been about an hour after I closed my eyes, and sleep still wasn't coming to me. I grew a little restless, and turned over. My breath hitched and I grew more and more impatient. I heard Damon sigh, and felt him move closer to me. I had my back to him, so I couldn't see what it was that he was doing, or trying to do. And then I felt him. He was right behind me. My back was resting on his chest and I couldn't move. This was weird. No one had ever been so close to me like this before, apart from Edward. I didn't know what to do. I could feel his breath on my neck. It gave me goosebumps. Crap, my heart rate sped. I felt as he brushed his hand on my arm gently, and I opened my eyes. Turn around, he said gently. I obeyed. I was now facing him. He held his head with his left arm, and was looking calmly at me. Give me your hand, he said as he extended his right one for me to grab. I gave him my hand and I felt that he was warm again, not chilly like this morning. He took my hand in his and started tracing firm yet gentle lines with his thumb on my palm. He looked at me straight into my eyes and then placed my hand on his chest. My heart started racing. Close your eyes. I raised an eyebrow. What are you? Close your eyes, he said again. I gave him a what are you playing at look, and he rolled his eyes at me and shook his head. Do you want to sleep? he asked. I nodded. Then do as I say and close your eyes. I closed them. Good. Now, take a deep breath, hold it in, and then let it go. I did as he told me. Again, he instructed. I took another breath and slowly let it out, and I repeated it again and again. Now concentrate, and listen. I opened one eye and looked up at him. Concentrate, he repeated, scolding me. I closed it and tried to concentrate. I could hear myself breathing. I heard as air came into my lungs and then how it slowly slipped out. It was soothing. I heard how the breeze shook the leaves of the tree outside. I could hear my heart beating and slowly return to its normal beating pattern. I noticed that the air around me was suddenly growing warmer, and it wrapped around me, embracing me. I was so involved and concentrated with everything around me that I barely noticed the slow and weak thump underneath my hand. I gasped and then opened my eyes slowly to meet his. I was in awe. Was that his heart? He looked at me with a look I had never seen him give before. I didn't know how to name it, or how to place it. This was a new one. This was the look of vulnerability, openness, exposure, helplessness. This was Damon showing me that I could trust him. The only thing that I could think of, to embrace his sudden act of sincerity and genuine confidence, was to put my head to his chest and listen to his calm and low heartbeat. I closed my eyes, and quickly drifted to sleep. I woke up the next morning with bright sunlight coming through my bedroom window and hitting my face. I found myself hugging a pillow tightly. I rubbed my eyes and looked around. There was no one here. Damon had left. The window was open, light breeze coming in. He wouldn't leave me alone, he promised. Stefan or Anna would be nearby. I walked towards the window and glanced over to Alina's house. Jeremy and Anna were sitting on the porch. They waved at me. A rush of calmness ran through me. I went into the bathroom and got a quick shower. I had a bunch stuff to do around the house before Damon came and picked me up this afternoon to go on that suicidal paragliding lesson. I was a little jumpy. I couldn't help but feel nervous at the thought of being so high up in the sky. I wondered what Edward would say to me if he knew I was doing this. He'd probably freak out. I remembered how a few months ago all I craved was doing something risky so that the hallucinations would come to me. Now, I couldn't care less. I wasn't doing this to see him again. That was the last thing on my mind. I was doing this for me. For the sense of freedom those few minutes or seconds would give me. Jake had taken me cliff diving, well, after I had gone a little crazy and done it by myself, almost dying in the attempt. I had made him promise he'd take me next time, or that I would do it again by myself. He had kept his word, and those quick seconds as I fell down the cliff into the water had been the most liberating experience I had ever had. The thrill of riding a bike could never compare to that of free falling, but it was up there on the list as well. I finished getting dressed and opened the door of my room. I heard Charlie's voice. He was speaking with someone, and I could hear him pacing around the living room. The TV was on, he was watching a game. Who was there with him? I made my way quietly down the stairs, and when I reached the last one I took a glimpse into the living room. Charlie stuck his head out. "Morning, Bells," he said happily, beer in hand. I eyed him up and down. "Morning, Dad. It's a little too early to drink, don't you think?" "Not when a game is on," I heard a voice say. It was Damon. He was sitting casually on the couch. "Good morning, Bella," he said to me and then smiling asked, "Sleep well?" "Arrogant ass." I shrugged. "I've slept better." He squinted his eyes a little and then smirked. "There are pancakes in the microwave, and fresh orange juice in the fridge," Charlie said as he pointed to the kitchen. I nodded and walked over to the kitchen to heat them up. I opened the microwave and took the plate out. There were 5 pancakes. My stomach was growling, so I decided I would eat them all. I put the plate back in and dialed a minute on the microwave's panel. As they heated up, I walked over to the fridge and poured myself a glass of juice. I closed the door and jumped, dropping a little juice on the floor. "Boo," Damon said as he leaned on the counter next to the fridge. "You scared me," I told him. He smiled. "Are you eating all those pancakes?" he asked. "I'm starving." I heard him mutter something but couldn't quite make it out. "I'm sorry. Are you hungry? Do you want one?" I asked him confused. "That's not exactly what I'm craving right now," he said under his breath. "Oh," was all that came out of my mouth. He was looking straight at me. He was hungry, and it was my fault. He was weak because of my little incident. He was weak because he was stuck babysitting me from Victoria. And he hadn't fed. "You should go home, and take care of that," I suggested. "Later," he said shrugging. "Aren't we going somewhere later?" I asked. "Yes, on the way I'll grab a bag," he said carelessly. Please don't drink it in front of me, I'm queasy from the thought of jumping from a mountain, I don't need to factor blood into that equation, I said making a face. He chuckled. Isabella Swan, the girl who's scared of blood and runs with vampires. Don't you find that a little too odd? I rolled my eyes. Yes, I do. Believe me, I do, I answered. He chuckled again. Your pancakes are ready, he said just before the microwave stopped. Thank you, I said as I passed next to him to grab the plate. I took it out and sat on the table. I poured syrup on the pancakes and took a bite. Charlie's waiting for you, you know, I pointed out. It was uncomfortable watching him watch me eat. Charlie is too consumed with the game, he won't even notice I'm gone. What am I telling him about where we are going this afternoon? I asked him after swallowing a bite. You have an assignment and Stefan is helping you catch up on the classes you missed this past week. I already told him, he said as he pulled a chair and sat on it backwards. Do I have an assignment? I asked. How am I supposed to know? He answered. I have to call Elena, I probably have tons of homework. I said as I took a sip from my cup. Damon left to finish watching the game with Charlie, I ate in silence. It was almost 10, I'd have to start cooking lunch soon. I finished my breakfast, and put the dirty dishes on the dishwasher. I then went upstairs, grabbed the dirty laundry of the week from my room, and Charlie's and threw it all into the washer. I was thinking of what to make for lunch and wondered if Damon was staying. I decided to ask, you never knew with him, so unpredictable. I walked to the living room, where Charlie was engrossed in the game, and Damon was pretending. Are you staying for lunch? I asked. Both of their heads turned around. Of course he is, Charlie answered. I glanced at Damon, who looked a little pissed. He didn't want to stay for lunch. He wasn't hungry for this food. Apparently Damon got angry when he was hungry. This is something I guess all vampires have in common. Edward got very moody and snappy, the thing is that with him I always knew because of his eyes. Edward's eyes always gave away when it was that he was hungry. They turned black. I wonder if Damon's eyes turn differently when he's hungry. I backed into the kitchen aga. In thinking of the hell I was making for lunch. Something easy, something that wouldn't take me forever to make. Whatever it was, I was sure Damon was going to have something to say about it. I might as well make some lasagna. And so I got into an apron and started looking for the ingredients. I started the sauce and the meat, and then the pasta. After everything was done, I quickly put it together and stuck the mold into the oven. I went upstairs to clean up and change my clothes. After we had lunch, Damon and I were leaving to that freaking paragliding lesson that had my nerves on edge. I read something casual and comfortable would do the trick for this occasion. I should probably throw in an extra shirt into my purse, knowing me I'd probably fall flat on my chest and ruin whatever it was that I was wearing. When I was done packing the essential first aid kit needed for this risky adventure I was about to embark, I went downstairs to check on the lasagna that was in the oven. It was ready. I carefully put the oven mitts on and took it out. I set the table and called Charlie and Damon. Lunch is served, I said as they walked in. Charlie gave me a smile as he sat down. Damon was serious. I know this isn't the recipe you're probably used to, but it's what I know how to do, I said, shrugging as I looked at Damon. I'm sure it's good, he said politely. I sat down and we ate in silence. Once we were finished, Charlie cleared the table and insisted he'd take care of the dishes. He told me to get going, and not to make Stefan wait. We said goodbye to Charlie and walked out of the house. Out of the corner of my eye I saw Damon give a small nod to Anna, who was still sitting outside with Jeremy, lounging on the couch that they had on the porch. Are you sure it's okay to leave Charlie alone? I asked him. Yes, he's not going to be alone, we've got it covered, he said as he stood there opening the door for me. Are you sure? I asked again. God, yes Isabella, now get in the car. He said, opening his eyes widely at me. He was really irritable right now. He was probably starving. I decided to take a good look into those blue eyes of his, and see if there was something different about them. There was. Hidden in the clear blue, were fine and miniature strands of red. I had never noticed them before, I guess this meant he was hungry. I quickly got in the car, not NTING to provoke him anymore with my concerned questions about Charlie's well-being. He closed the door loudly and quickly made his way to the other side. Before I knew it, he was in the car and we were driving to the boarding house. He was driving really fast, and it scared me, but I knew better and decided that his super vampire instincts wouldn't get us into a car accident. He was really anxious to get home. We got to house and he rapidly got out of the car. He made his way up the front steps and left me in the car. I didn't know whether to stay in or go inside following him. I decided it was best for me to stay in the car and wait patiently for him. After a minute I saw as he walked out of the house, blood bag in hand. I felt my stomach turn. I turned my head and looked outside the window, evading to look at that bag. He got in and started the car. I could smell it. Rusty copper. I breathed in and out, rolling the window down, trying to gather myself together as the wind hit my face. I heard him slurping. I turned around and saw that he had attached a straw to the blood bag. I looked at him in awe. It was as if he was a kid happily drinking a juice from his little juice box. He was already done, and all set to drink the next one. As disgusted as I was by the smell of the blood, I had to confess I was also intrigued to watch him feed. Edward would have never allowed me to watch him do so. He got very upset when I had asked him if I could watch him do it sometime. He said they lost control. Damon seemed to be very much in control. Satisfaction written all over his face. How come you don't? I started to ask him about that whole giving into their senses thing, but I couldn't quite form the question. Go primal? He asked with the straw in his mouth, eyes on the road. Yes, exactly, I answered. I'm not exactly hunting for prey, he explained. So what you're saying is that you'd go primal if it were an actual human you were feeding on? I asked a little confused. Not exactly, I mean. I can feed on a human and not go crazy. It depends on the state I'm in. If I'm calm it's okay, if I'm angry I go primal, he said as he looked over to me, sticking the straw into the next blood bag effortlessly. Then it all comes to emotions, I concluded. Something like that, he said as he took a sip. I stared at him as he drank, completely mesmerized by the way he took the blood in so easily. He looked at me out of the corner of his eye. What, want some? He said as he showed me the blood bag and pushed it forward to me. Oh my god, no he didn't. Gag reflex. I turned my head to the right and stuck it out the window. Take it away, I said holding my breath. He chuckled. He was clearly in a better mood already. Get back in here, I'm almost done. To think, you practically drained me the other day, he said, amusement in his voice. I know, I said as I rolled my eyes. He let out a small smile. Is it far from here? I asked. It's an hour and a half away, he answered. Great, an hour and a half of Damon and his unpredictable mood swings. He turned his head to me grinning mischievously, and I noticed the red streaks in his eyes were gone. Maybe this hour and a half wasn't going to be so bad after all. I stared out the window as Damon drove. His mood had changed tremendously as soon as he had chugged down those 2 bags of blood. He was humming a song I did not recognize as he stared absently to the road ahead. We were quiet, yet the silence wasn't uncomfortable. My mind quickly drifted to the night before. I had not given much thought to what had happened last night. It seemed a bit odd, yes, considering a few days ago Damon used to give me the cold shoulder and snap at me with his rude and obnoxious comments. Now it felt somewhat different. He seemed to be coming out of that thick mask he put on so well, and had started showing little parts of that human Damon that I knew were still in there. I think it all had to do with me knowing their history, his history. I understood where he was coming from, what he was feeling. Well, to some sort of extent, since I had not been in a twisted love triangle as the one he was once in with Catherine and Stefan. And now with Stefan and Elena. Poor guy, always the third wheel, always the odd man out. He had saved my life. If he needed company to get his mind off his brother and Elena, I had no trouble being there for him. He needed a distraction, and so did I. The last thing I wanted was to think of Victoria every single second. He had told me that I needed to take control of my life, and he was right. It was something that I had been thinking about lately, something that I desperately wanted to do. Now, hearing it out loud from someone else's mouth made it so much clear to me, this was something I really needed to do. I was thankful for everything Damon was doing for me. I was thankful for him saving my life the other night. I was thankful for his blatant honesty. I was thankful for his carelessness for rules. I was thankful for the way he showed that deep inside he cared, even if it came out in all the wrong ways. Even though I hated the thought of it, I was thankful, and forever in his debt. For the blood he had given me to drink to save my life. His blood ran through my system now. We did not know how long it would linger there. The amount of blood I had drank was not normal. It had been a lot. It would probably take a while, longer than I wanted to, for it to be out. The thought alone scared me. The implications it had were too much. If someone had asked me a year ago if I wanted to turn into a vampire, my answer would have been yes. In a heartbeat. No doubt about it. I wouldn't have questioned it. My mind was set. But now I wasn't so sure. Eternity scared me. Before, it seemed like something that was worth it. Considering I thought that I would be forever with the love of my life made eternity feel like a pretty decent price to pay. Spending eternity alone, that was a completely different thing. Damon had been alone for half a millennia. 500 years. No wonder the guy was such an ass most of the time. I don't want forever if I have no one to spend it with. It doesn't even have to be romantic someone. I just want a family, friends, a support system. Damon, I said, and he turned his head over to me, giving me his full attention. He raised his eyebrows, as if he were saying continue. Can I ask you something? He shrugged. If something happened to me, while your blood was still in my system, and I died, he said, cutting in. Yes, if I died, and turned, he said, cutting in again. Yes, and turned, would you take me under your wing? I asked him, concern in my voice. He eyed me up and down and then stared again at the road ahead. There he went again, snapping that mask back on, pretending not to care. I waited for him to answer, but he was quiet. What was running through his head? What could he be thinking? I waited, never taking my eyes off of him. I saw as he looked at me from the corner of his eyes. He sighed and then finally spoke. If it came to that, I could teach you the basics, after that you're on your own. I know it's confusing at first. I would have liked to have someone there for me when I turned. But I run alone, he said, turning to me. I'll grow on you, Elle said with confidence, as I stared out the window. If it did come to that, I needed him, or Stefan, to teach me how to control myself. I would need a new family. There was no way I would stay alone, and there was no way in Elle I was going to run and look for the Cullens. Stefan and Damon were brothers, yet they didn't get along. I knew Stefan cared for his brother, and that Damon would go to unforeseen measures to make sure his little brother was all right. They were family. They would always have each other's back. They just needed something, or someone to bring them together. I knew Damon didn't want to be alone anymore. That was why he was still here. That was why he had left the Volturi. He didn't have to say it. I knew it. Even though he had power while he was there with them, and even though he was one of Arrow's favorites, he was very much alone. He said he was bored, and that probably was true, but I believe the main reason for his departure from Italy was that he missed his brother. Damon enjoyed my company. If he didn't, he wouldn't take the job of booking a paragliding lesson for me. I would grow on him. From the rearview mirror I saw how he smirked and then rolled his eyes. I could tell I already was. Why are you so worried about becoming a vampire? He asked, eyes still on the road. I don't want to spend eternity alone, I answered honestly. You wouldn't be alone, trust me. What is that supposed to mean? I asked. He shrugged. It's not that bad. You do what you want. You're free. You don't depend on anyone. After a while you learn that the only person you can trust in this world is yourself. That's not true. You have Stefan, I answered him. Stefan would rather be alone with Elena, he told me. Maybe now, but you're brothers, you'll always need each other, I told him. He turned to me and gave me a reed look. I always wanted to be part of a big family, I said under my breath. This was the first time I had actually said this out loud. I guess that when the Cullens were around, I always thought I was part of something, part of their family, and what hurt me the most was to realize that I wasn't. Big families are overrated, he said as he patted my lap. I shoved his hand away from my leg. He chuckled. You are so uptight, he said as he shook his head. You just can't leave a girl alone, can you? It's not my fault the ladies love me, he said, smiling. Can I ask you a question? Bella, if you have a question just ask it, stop asking me for permission to speak. That's rule number 2. Speak your mind, you don't need anyone's permission. If you want to know something, just go out there and find out. Okay, I answered, suddenly feeling scolded. So, what is it you want to know this time? He asked. Have you ever gone paragliding before? No. What? I said, surprised by his answer. Do I look like I need a paraglide to fly? Have you seen me fly away from your window with a paraglide attached to my back? No. I've jumped out of a plane, yes, but paragliding? No, I've never done that before. I got worried. So, are you going with an instructor? I asked. He scoffed. No, I'm going with an instructor, I stated as I crossed my arms across my chest. No, you're not. You're flying solo. Are you kidding me? I've never done that before. I'm going with the instructor. Period. End of discussion. He chuckled. Isabella, to paraglide, you must go alone. They teach you the basics. You're not flying off a cliff, maybe a small hill, but not a mountain. Besides, I'll be there, if anything happens, if the wind shifts you to the other side of the landing point. If the paraglide snaps, if you break earlier, if anything happens, I'll be there, he said, turning his head to me, looking at me, directly into my eyes. You promise? I asked. He rolled his eyes and nodded. With this last gesture I took his word and sunk in my seat. Only 45 minutes to go. By the time we got there, it was a little after 2. The butterflies in my stomach were driving me crazy. I was excited, yes, but also petrified. I had never been this scared before, not scared as in terrified, scared as in anxious. Not even when Jake took me cliff diving had I felt like this. This was me, up in the air with a parachute, paraglide, alone. We got out of the car and headed out to the lodge where the instructor was. Damon introduced himself. The instructor, named Peter, showed us the basics. Once we had been taught what to do and what not to do, we headed out to try out our first flight. Damon went first, of course. He gracefully took off and a little while later was down the hill, landing on the spot Peter had told us. Now it was my turn. I couldn't help but feel nervous. I followed the instructions and quickly took off the small hill. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Holy Mother of Jesus. No freaking way. Blood was pumping fast in my system. I was up there, up here, in the sky, by myself. I could hear my heart pounding loudly in my ears. I could feel the adrenaline running through me like never before. Everything seemed so tiny from up here. I felt free, like nothing could touch me. I spotted Damon down there, waiting for me. His arms were crossed against his chest. Looking up, I don't know if it was the distance, or the adrenaline that I was feeling, but I could swear he was smiling. I looked to the distance, to the lovely countryside ahead of me, and there, when I least expected it, I saw it. The glimmering, shimmering sparkle. No, I didn't want this. I wasn't doing this to see him, I was doing this for me, for myself, for no one else. It had been months since my last hallucination. After coming back from Forks, and having poured my heart out at their house, I had been determined not to look for them again. I was letting go. Why was he appearing to me now? I looked down and spotted Damon again. His face changed when he saw the paranoid expression I had. I felt the wind shift rapidly, and the paraglide shook a little. I wasn't guiding it. I closed my eyes and then when I opened them again, I was a few feet away from the ground, slowly landing on the ground. As my feet touched the grass I stumbled and fell down. I couldn't feel my legs. They were like jello. I felt as 2 firm hands took me by the waist and sat me down. You're okay, relax Klutzy, Damon said to me as he took the harness off. I was trembling. The last thing I needed right now was to see Edward again, in hallucination form or otherwise. How did I land? I didn't, I started to say. I was very confused. He raised an eyebrow. The wind, that was you? I asked him, taking the dirt off of my jeans. He answered as he held a hand out, for me to hold as I tried to stand up. Show off, controlling the wind. Well, that talent is pretty handy then, I said as finished dusting the sand off my jeans. You should take care of that, Damon said as he turned around, looking towards the hills in the distance. Take care if what? I asked. I didn't know what it was that he was talking about. He shifted the position his body was in and faced me, grabbing my hand. You need to take care of this, he said, showing me my palm. I had scratched it and hadn't even felt it. There was a little amount of blood seeping out. Oh, good thing I brought my first aid kit then, I said as I inspected the small bruise. Let's get you cleaned up, he said as he put an arm around my shoulder and guided me back to the direction of the lodge. I decided to let him leave his arm around my shoulders and not say anything about it. While we were walking back I noticed he took out his phone and quickly texted someone. I decided not to ask him about that. I was not getting worried about that text. What got you so freaked out up there? He asked. The height, I lied. He said casually, not believing a word I said. I wasn't going to tell him about my little hallucinations. We walked the rest of the way quietly and when we got to the low DGE the instructor took care of my bruised hand. In the meantime, I spotted Damon outside on the phone. This was starting to get suspicious. What was he up to? Whatever it was I wasn't going to let my curiosity take over the short thrill I had just experienced. Cliff diving had been nothing compared to this experience. Blood was still pumping fast through my system, my heart beating erratically. The adrenaline of being up there on my own, looking down where everything looked so tiny did not compare to that of falling from a cliff. This one was much better. Peter finished taking care of my hand. And we left the paragliding academy around 5. So, Damon asked as we drove back to Mystic Falls. So what? I asked him, not sure of what he wanted to know. Did you like it? Yes. That was very thrilling. I had never felt so much adrenaline running through me ever, said with excitement. I turned to look at him. He grinned at me. I'm glad you enjoyed it then, he said calmly. Damon, yes Isabella, he said and looked at me. Thank you for everything, I said. He looked surprised. I guess he wasn't expecting gratitude. Maybe people never thanked him for anything, I suppose most people wouldn't know how to interpret his actions. I wanted him to know that I was thankful for everything he was doing for me, even if he didn't really know it. A part of me felt as if Damon needed to feel acknowledged. Everyone needs to feel that now and again. I smiled at him and he nodded, and then turned his head back to the road. Does it match the same feeling? I asked. Of what? Flying with wings instead of with a paraglide? Yes. Is it the same? It doesn't even compare, he answered calmly. I enjoy the speed now, I said as I stared out the window. Now, he asked confused. Yes, I hated it before. You all drive like maniacs, sparkly or not. He chuckled. He took you running, didn't he? I turned my head to him. Climbed a tree, jumped from tree to tree. He said. I rolled my eyes. You know, this Edward guy is too predictable, it's a tad annoying, he said and opened his eyes widely with the last few words. I sunk in my seat and rested my head on the window. Ignoring his words, he chuckled again, and pulled over on the side of the road. Why were we stopping here? In the middle of nowhere. I started to panic. Before I knew it, Damon had opened my door. Get out, he said as he held the door open. His sudden moves had startled me. What's going on? I asked nervously, is she here? Would you relax? You worry too much. Get out of the car, he commanded. Victoria wasn't around, he was too calm. I did as he told me and took my seatbelt off. I slowly got out of the car and stood in front of him. He leaned closer to me, putting his hands on my shoulders and then looked directly into my eyes. Isabella, life's best moments come to you when you least expect them to. How you embrace the unpredictable shows more character than in any other situation presented to you. When you think about it, the consequences of your actions really are just a game and your life is a chain reaction, taking you day by day. Record this thought into your mind, nothing, and when I say nothing, I mean it. Nothing is forever in this crazy world. He took his hands off my shoulders and put them in his pockets. And on that note, he started saying when his face changed expressions. He was smirking. Oh, what was he thinking? What was he up to? You enjoy speed now? He asked mischievously, shifting his head sideways. I guess, I answered shrugging. He took a hand out of his pocket and showed me the keys to his car. I stared at them for a few seconds, trying to figure out what the keys meant. He couldn't possibly be implying that I would drive his car. It couldn't be, could it? You want me to drive your car? He nodded. Take them before I change my mind, and you know I do that a lot. The car he had brought today wasn't his usual old classic Camaro. No, Damon was driving a newer car. A more ostentatious car. Today he was driving an Audi TT. I know this because on the road trip Charlie and I took before arriving in Mystic Falls, we ran into one and he didn't shut up about it for 5 hours. I never was one of those girls who was into cars. If you ask me about engines and tools I will come out blank. But I can appreciate a pretty car. Damon's car was pretty, I hated admitting it. But the car was more than pretty, it was very sexy. I looked at Damon in disbelief. He shook the keys in my face again. Without giving it another thought I took them and smiled widely at him. He closed his hands on the keys, grabbing mine in the process. One scratch and you're dead, Swan. I'll make you turn and make you pay, and I have eternity, and I'm bored, so revenge will be fun. He said seriously and menacingly as he released the keys and handed them to me. I gulped. He sure knew how to make a threat. He smiled. Now shall we get going? He asked as he sat on the passenger's seat. It took me a few seconds to recover from his small rant and get my feet moving. I walked to the driver's side of the car and opened the door. I climbed in the car and put the key in the ignition. I glanced over to him and he gave me a look of encouragement. I turned the key and hit the gas pedal. I started in a normal, beneath the allowed speed limit, and gradually increased it. I was concerned with a policeman stopping us and making us pull over. What would Charlie think? Are you kidding me? Damon asked sarcastically. What? I asked. Hit that gas pedal and drive, we've got a straight road ahead of us for the next 20 miles, now, are you going to stick to the rules, or are you going to start living and enjoy yourself? I had practically been dead inside for months now. It was time to wake up and start feeling alive again, and just like that, I hit the gas pedal. I was quickly taken back in the driver's seat by the speed, the scenery was rushing past me and a adrenaline had started pumping through my blood. The old truck never went this fast. I believe that not even in his youth, I had to admit it. No wonder Edward hated it, it was very slow. I am invisible, they cannot see me. I am invisible. I found myself repeating this phrase in my head over and over again. Every time I said it, the more I enjoyed pushing the pedal. Every time I said it, it was as if a weight was being lifted from my back and a funny feeling started forming in the pit of my stomach. Every time I said it, I convinced myself that no matter what happened now, or what I did, Alice would no longer see me. And coming to terms with this realization felt good. It felt more than good, it felt awesome. Oh my God, I said under my breath. Damon chuckled. Oh my God, I said again, hearing my heart pound loudly. You are feeling badass right now, aren't you? He asked me, squinting his eyes a bit. Is it lame if I say I am? I asked, feeling a little embarrassed. Yes, completely, he said in monotone. You know what, I don't care if it comes out lame, so yeah, I'm feeling badass, I laughed. You are loving this, Damon stated, throwing his head back. Weirdly, I am, I answered with a wide smile on my face. You should do this more often then, he said calmly. Why? I asked. You're smiling, he pointed out. I looked at my reflection in the mirror. I was grinning like an idiot. I had a weird sparkle in my eyes, a sparkle that I knew had died a long time ago. My heart was pounding loudly, and I felt it, I felt alive. I am, I said in awe, glancing over at him. The smile still plastered on my face. I was biting my lip. He rolled his eyes. Freak, he said to me with a serious face, and then looked back at me with a grin. I started laughing, and I couldn't stop. He moved closer to me and pushed a button on the dashboard. The car's top came down, and I could feel the wind rushing past me now. My hair was a mess, but I didn't care. I felt free. Oh, of nowhere I heard the sound of a siren. Shit, crap, I said as I turned to Damon. I was scared. We were in trouble. No, I was in trouble, I was the one driving this stupid lovely car. Pull over, he said calmly. We're in trouble, I said as I slowed down and did as he told me. Relax, I got it, he winked at me. Through the rearview mirror I saw the officer pull up behind us and get out of his car. I gripped the steering wheel tightly, and my feet were shaking uncontrollably. I had never been pulled over before. What would Charlie think if he heard I was? Good afternoon, miss, the officer said. Hello, I said quietly. Do you know how fast you were going back there? He asked. Pretty fast, I answered, shrugging, giving him an I'm so sorry look. Try really fast. I'm going to have to write you a ticket, he told me. I glanced over at Damon, opening my eyes to him. He said he would take care of it, and up until now he had been very quiet. Wait, by taking care of it, what exactly did he mean? Was he going to kill the guy? I don't think that's going to be necessary now, is it? Damon finally said, looking directly at the officer. His eyes were doing that weird pupil thing. The officer suddenly looked different, calm and his expression blank. He was compelling him. I was a little surprised by the way the compulsion worked. It was instant. It's not necessary, the officer said, repeating what Damon had said. Good, now go away. You didn't see a thing, Damon told him. The officer nodded and started walking away. Damon said, and the man stopped. Ped dead on his tracks and walked back to us. Aren't you going to apologize to my friend here? It's rude not to say goodbye to a lady. I'm sorry for any inconvenience, ma'am. Have a good day now, the officer said in a trance. I gave him a small nod and he walked away. That last part wasn't necessary, I said, turning to Damon. Ouch, no thank you, he said, putting his hand on his chest, as if he was hurt by my words. You gave me the keys to this car and made me push that pedal to the ground. If anything, it was the least you could do, I told him. I never made you do anything, it was all you, klutzy, he said, touching my nose with his index finger. Are you going to call me that now? I asked, annoyed. He shrugged. I looked at the road ahead and turned the engine back on. I carefully pulled the car out and started driving again. I glanced at Damon from the corner of my eye. Thank you, I said quietly. You are most welcome, he said smiling, and then added, now, hit that gas pedal again. We need to eat before getting you home. And I did as he said. Damon made me pull over at a restaurant that was a few minutes away from Mystic Falls. It was a small restaurant, very warm and homey. We walked in, and we were shown to a table in the back. The place was practically empty. There were only 2 couples having dinner, and us. He pulled my chair and I sat down. He might be the biggest ass there is. But there was no denying that Damon Salvatore was a gentleman. We were handed the menu, but Damon stopped the waitress and instead told her what we were having. He ordered for the both of us. I raised an eyebrow at him. He ignored this and proceeded to keep telling the waitress what we were having. The waitress gave him a coy smile and he gave one back to her. She walked away and I saw how Damon kept his eyes on the girl's ass. I rolled my eyes and shook my head. What? She was flirting with me, he said, defending himself. I didn't say anything, I said, raising my hands. You should go out more, have some fun. Date a guy or something, he said as he took the napkin from the table and opened it, placing it on his lap. I don't have to date a guy to have fun, I answered him. That's right, your last boyfriend was a bore, he said, inspecting the wine glass in front of him. He wasn't a bore, he was uptight, self-righteous, overbearing, overprotective, goody two-shoes, a saint. He was conservative, I answered quietly. Dull, he was dull, he said, putting the glass down and turned around looking for the waitress. He signaled that he wanted some wine. The girl brought the bottle and poured him a glass. She didn't even look at me. This scene was too familiar, but with a twist. He told her to leave the bottle and when she was gone he served me a glass too. Oh, I don't want to drink, I said as I shook my head and sat back on the chair. He pushed the glass towards me, and looking directly into my eyes, he raised an eyebrow and leaned his head down a bit. I sighed. It's not fair, you know, I told him, taking the glass and taking a little sip from it. Boo-hoo, I made you drink, he pouted. I'm not talking about the drink, I answered. Then what is not fair? He asked after taking a sip from his wine. You always bring him up and I never say anything about her or the both of them. As a matter of fact, I answered with a little irritation in my voice. He took a deep breath, and after staring at me intently for a few seconds finally spoke. You're right, I nodded. I decided this was the time to start asking the questions. I took this chance to ask them. So was she fun, or a conservative, just like Edward? I asked him. He chuckled and shook his head. No, the bitch was anything but conservative. I raised an eyebrow. Yes, she's a bitch, he told me. When Elena told me, I thought she was exaggerating. Considering her boyfriend was involved, I thought she was a little jealous. Elena doesn't know half of what Catherine is capable of. Catherine is a selfish slut who doesn't care about anyone but herself, he said, and drank the remainder of wine that was in his glass. He then poured himself another one. So, you don't love Catherine anymore? I asked him. All I feel for Catherine is hate, he answered coldly, and I could see it in his eyes. He was hurt. And Elena? Do you love Elena? He frowned, and his forehead wrinkled. Elena is with Stefan. She loves him. She chose him. I felt my heart shrink a little. Poor Damon. Did you ever tell her how you felt? I asked him quietly. I don't deserve her, Bella. I don't deserve her. Why should I put her through that uncomfortable situation? And that answer right there showed me that Damon Salvatore was capable of loving someone so much that he was willing to sacrifice his own happiness for them. He wasn't the monster he wanted everyone to think he was. Sure, people could say he was impulsive, but I think he was being misinterpreted. Damon wasn't impulsive, he was passionate. So, you'd risk your own feelings, for her happiness. That's very honorable, Damon. It's pathetic, he said as he let out a sigh. No, it isn't, I said as I extended my hand and put it over his. Okay, this was getting awkward. What was I doing putting my hand over Damon's? I glanced back up at his eyes and noticed he was probably thinking the same thing too, or maybe he was getting another idea into his head. An idea I didn't want him to start acting upon. I took my hand off and put it on my lap. Me on the other hand, I really am pathetic, I said with a small chuckle. God, I know, Damon said, opening his eyes widely. I kicked his leg under the table. He shot me a menacing look and then shook his head and scoffed. Seriously, you should go on a date or something. Experience different things, and get over Eddie, he said, taking another sip from his glass. Yeah, I don't think so, I said, shaking my head and looking down at my fingernails. You don't have an ounce of self-esteem. Open up those pretty big brown eyes of yours and take a look around the next time you enter a room. All eyes are on you, he told me, irritated. Yeah, all eyes are on me because I'm a klutz. They stare at me because I'm weird, I said, stuttering while playing with the napkin. Isabella Swan, yes, you are a klutz, and yes, you are weird, but they are not staring at you for those reasons. He looked at me and narrowed his eyes. I'm going to prove it to you. How? I asked. This was going to be interesting. You'll see, he said, smirking. I hate it when you smirk, I told him and crossed my arms on my chest. Why? He asked, the smirk even bigger now. Your smirks mean trouble, I said. You're too observant, I don't like it, he said seriously. We looked at each other, probably wondering what the other one was thinking. Our dinner came shortly after this, and we ate in silence. I had no idea what he had ordered, or what it contained, all I knew was that it was really good. I finished my glass of wine. And Damon poured me another one instantly, without asking. I didn't fight with him over it, I decided that fighting with Damon was like fighting against a wall. If I was stubborn, I had met my perfect contender. I wouldn't fight him, unless it was necessary. Halfway through dinner Damon got another text. I couldn't ignore it anymore. This was getting odd. He looked at his phone and read the text quickly and proceeded to put it in his pocket. What's going on? I asked him straightforwardly. Nothing you have to worry about right now, he said calmly, eyes still on his food. But I will have to worry about it later. I asked, confused. You don't have to worry about it right now, let's leave it at that, he said and took a bite from his fork. Whatever was going on was not going to affect me right now. Right, as if I wasn't going to worry from this moment till the one I actually found out what was going on. I had to start letting things like this go. I would drive myself crazy if every call Damon, or Stefan, or Elena got would send me to overdrive by thinking all the crazy things that could be happening. I just didn't know how to do that. We finished our meal and once Damon took care of the check, even though I told him I would pay for my own plate and he as usual refused, we walked towards the car. Keys, he said, extending his hand to me. You drank 2 bottles of wine. I told him. And you had 4 glasses, he said mockingly. Is that supposed to compare? I asked. He sighed, obviously irritated. My liver regenerates at a very fast pace, I'm not remotely drunk. When I'm drunk, you'll know it. Trust me, you don't want to see me drunk and pissed. That's not a good combination. You should ask Elena. Now the keys to my car please, he said, shaking his hand once more. He did heal quickly, it made sense. I looked for the keys in my bag and handed them to him. He took me home. Charlie's cruiser was parked outside, the lights to the house were on. And through the windows I could see him pace around the living room with a phone to his ear. We walked into the house. Charlie was agitated, I could tell by the tone of his voice. He noted that we had arrived and asked how my tutoring session with Stefan had gone. I lied and told him it went okay. He nodded absently, his mind clearly a million miles away. Something had happened, and I'd be damned if it didn't have something to do with the texts and phone calls Damon had received this afternoon. Damon, could I have a word with you for a minute? He asked, hands on his hips, wrinkled forehead and crooked mustache. Yes, Charlie was very worried. Yes, of course Chief, he said solemnly. They walked into the study and closed the door behind them. What was going on? I tried to listen into what they were saying. But the stupid walls to this old house were too thick and I couldn't hear a thing but muffled voices whispering. It was short, they didn't talk much and came out a minute later. I tried to look occupied, going through the mail that was on the coffee table nearby. Bells, I have to go out, but I don't want you to stay alone. Damon has agreed to stay and keep you company while I'm out. Charlie said as he took the keys to the cruiser out of his pockets. My heart started racing again. What's going on, Dad? I asked. He swallowed and answered, a girl is missing, we're going out to look for her. Who is it? I asked nervously. Caroline Forbes, he answered. I glanced at Damon, he was standing behind Charlie, he closed his eyes and with his hand he motioned me to relax. They were handling it. Okay, be careful, Dad. I always am, Bells, I always am, and with that he walked towards me and gave me an awkward kiss on my head, and left. Once Charlie was to the door I turned around and faced Damon. What the hell is going on? I demanded. Relax, we've taken care of it, everything is all right, he said calmly. What happened? Is she okay? Is she alive? I asked quickly. Yes, she's fine, maybe a little banged up, but she's fine. They'll find her quickly, she won't remember anything that happened. What exactly happened? I asked. Someone was playing with their food. He said, looking up at the ceiling. What? Was it her? Was it Victoria? Not exactly. Just spit it out. What happened? Anna was doing her part and looking around, and run int. Oh, someone sent and decided to follow it. Turns out there was a guy who was going to feed on Caroline but decided to have a little fun with her first, which is pretty normal by the way, we're predators, it's in our nature, anyway. Anna fought the guy, but he got away. And Caroline, is she okay? Yes. Okay, so this guy, was he like you? No, he answered. He's like them. My voice was shaking. Yes, she has allies. It appears to be that way. Yes, he answered honestly. Is Charlie safe looking around for Caroline? Yes, Stefan is around. Okay, I said as I nodded and sat down on the couch. Putting my head in my hands. He sat down next to me and as I took deep breaths to try to calm down he rubbed my back with his left hand. I suddenly was feeling exhausted and straightened up on the couch, turning my head towards Damon. Thank you, I told him. I didn't do anything, he answered confused. Thank you for being honest. That's a first for me, I told him. He nodded and put his arm around my back bringing me closer to him. Things were getting scary. Now it wasn't only Victoria. Who knows who else she had with her. I leaned my head on his shoulder and took deep breaths. That night, I fell asleep on the couch leaning on Damon's shoulder while we waited for Charlie to come home. I dozed off before he arrived, and woke up in the middle of the night on my bed, still airing with my dirty jeans and stained t-shirt. Confused, I sat up quickly, and let my eyes wander around the room searching for any sign of Damon. He wasn't in here. I got up and made my way towards the window, hoping he'd be sitting on his habitual branch in his crow form. He wasn't there. I turned to my room and looked for my bag and once I found it I searched for my pepper spray, or must I say, vervain spray. I opened the door to my room and quietly walked down the hall towards Charlie's room. I took a peek inside just to make sure he had gotten safely home. He was deep asleep and snoring loudly. I calmed down as soon as I saw him there resting. Great, now I wouldn't be able to sleep. I was a light sleeper these days. Once I woke it was very hard for me to go back and doze off. I walked to my room again and changed into my pajamas. I was still in the bathroom when I heard the tap on my window. I found myself smiling as I looked in the mirror. Relief ran through me. Damon was here. I was starting to panic when I woke up and didn't see you around, I whispered as I walked out of the bathroom and towards the window. I was surprised to find that it wasn't Damon on the tree branch, but Stefan. He gave me a little wave. Stefan, I said awkwardly. Hi, I wasn't expecting you, I said as I opened the window. Hi Bella, he gave a small smile. Damon's not going to be here tonight, I'm filling in. Is it all right if I come in? Oh yes, of course, how stupid of me. I'm sorry, I said as I took a few steps away from the window so that he could come inside. He graciously jumped from the branch and entered the room through the window, landing quietly on the floor. He turned around and leaning forward on the window frame waved outside. I glanced out and saw that Elena had her head sticking out her window. She waved to me and smiled, and I did the same. She blew Stefan a kiss and then closed her curtains. I'm sorry for keeping you away from her, I said as I looked down to my feet. Don't worry about it. Elena falls asleep quickly. She insisted I came over and check on you. She knew you'd be scared if you woke up and found yourself alone. I felt warmth run through me when he said that. Elena was worried about me, she cared. She probably didn't know it, but I was very grateful for having her by me at this time. She'd been through it as well. She had my back, they all did. So you were across the street then? I asked. He nodded. I brought you your homework, he said and took out a folded sheet of paper from his back pocket. You really didn't have to do that, Stefan. I needed to get your mind off of things, I get it. Did you have fun? He said cutting in. Yes, I did. It was really scary, but not bad scary, scary as in exciting, I tried to explain. He chuckled. You relaxed then? Yeah, kind of, I said smiling. You look different, calmer, considering everything that's going on, he pointed out. Well, there's really little that I can do, and I've decided that I'm done living in fear. If something is going to happen, it will happen and I won't be able to stop it. Life is just a chain reaction taking you day by day, right? He eyed me up and down. You've been spending too much time with my brother, but you're right, when things are going to happen, they happen, he said chuckling. I shrugged. This whole situation was a little awkward. Stefa, and being in my room was something I didn't quite expect to happen. At least not when Elena wasn't around. So, I said as I tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. Stefan raised his eyebrows and took his hands out of his pockets, nodding. This is weird, right? He said. I sighed. Yes, we've never talked much, have we? I guess not, he said and started looking around. He signaled to the chair that was near the desk. Do you mind if I sit? He asked. No, of course not. Go ahead. He walked to the chair and pulled it close to my bed. I sat on the mattress in front of him. So where's Damon? I asked, trying to make some conversation. Damon is out of town, he answered slowly. Oh, I said, and the minute I said it I instantly noticed the disappointment in my voice. Is he going to be away for long? I asked. I don't know, he shrugged. He's looking into some things, trying to get a better grasp of everything, what we're up against, and who we're up against. He's looking into Victoria, I said. He nodded. He knows people. Powerful people, Bella, and he doesn't like being in the dark. He's finding out whatever he can so that we can use it against her. The more we know the better. I nodded. It seemed logical. The first step in any battle was to know your enemy, right? So he's not going to be back anytime soon? I asked. I don't know, he said, shrugging. And here I thought I'd be able to drive his car again. I said, joking. What? He asked, surprise written all over his face. He let you drive his car? He asked, eyes wide open. I nodded. You're joking, right? I shook my head. He let you drive the Audi? He asked in disbelief. I nodded, a smile plastered on my face. The silver Audi TT? He asked again, making sure we were talking about the same car. Yep, that's the one, I answered. I don't believe it, he said under his breath. Believe it, I told him happily. He narrowed his eyes, and scoffed, leaning back on the chair. I never would have guessed it, Bella, you, driving a bike. Going paragliding, and driving a sports car. I shrugged. It's fun, it makes me feel free, like I'm in control of something for once. He looked down at his hands. Bella, I'm going to tell you something and I'm to be honest with you, okay? He said as he put his hands together, putting his elbows on his thighs and leaning forward. Okay, I answered quietly, wondering what he was going to say. I was not really used to all this honesty I was receiving. When we first met you a few weeks ago, you looked like a girl who had been through hell and back. You looked sad, and right now, you don't look that way anymore. Today, you have a shimmer in your eyes, shimmer I had never seen in there. I'm happy for you. I'm happy you're trying out things that make you feel good. But I can't help feeling worried at the same time. Here it comes, I said to myself. I know where this is going. You have to be careful. I know you're doing what you're doing under Damon's supervision, but I have to warn you. Damon can be reckless and stupid. He might be 5 centuries old, but he sometimes acts more like a 15-year-old boy than the old man he is. Before you go and follow whatever crazy plans he has, stop and think for a minute. I think you're more grounded than he is. Just be careful, okay? Damon was right. Stefan did have that Edward look about him. I could see it drawn out on his face. His eyebrows were together, and concern was in his voice. The difference was that he wasn't commanding me, ordering me not to be stupid, he was just giving me some advice, some caring, friendly advice. I gave him a small smile. Don't worry, Stefan, I know my limits. I know where to draw the line. Do you really? He asked. I sighed. I know my past actions don't say that, but right now I know where I stand. Trust me, I said, looking into his eyes. He nodded. Okay. I stared at my feet for a while and then looked back up at him. Are you worried my risky adventures are going to rub off on Elena? I asked. He frowned, and shook his head. I raised an eyebrow. He sighed. I won't deny that I go crazy every time she goes and does something unwise, putting herself in the middle of everything just to sacrifice herself instead of everyone she cares about. It drives me crazy, knowing she's putting herself in dangerous positions. But I do want her to have some fun. She's young, she needs it. So do you. He gave me a small smile and while touching his fingertips added, I remember the last time Elena laughed. It's been too long. She needs that, and I'm pretty sure you need that too. I have a feeling you'll find that missing joy together. So to answer your question, no, I'm not worried, I'm actually hoping some of that will rub off on her. I smiled at him. Elena gets me, I've never had that before. I said quietly. I'm quite sure the feeling is reciprocal, he said quietly. I pulled a strand of hair behind me ear and sighed. I didn't know how to ask the next question without sounding pathetic. It was something I really wanted to know, and I was sure Stefan would be honest with me about it. Can I ask you something? I raised my eyes, meeting his. He turned his head to the side and then back at me, nodding. I sighed and sat up straight, trying to collect my thoughts and put the words together. I don't want to pry, I need to ask this because I just need to understand something. I started saying, trying to work up the question. Stefan nodded, looking intently at me. Elena told me you broke up with her once, I said and took a small pause, looking at my hands while I played with a strand of loose string from my comforter. I could feel his eyes still on me. He was quiet, giving me time to find the right words. If you loved her, then why would you ever think about leaving her? I finally asked. He sighed, and then spoke. I was willing to leave her because I did love her. I loved her so much I wanted to protect her. But, wouldn't leaving her defeat that purpose? Wouldn't it be so much more dangerous for her to be alone? I was confused. He looked down to the floor and then back up to me. His eyes were soft, caring, endearing. You are very young, Bella. And there are things that you might not completely grasp yet. If you know anything by now, is that knowing about our world, about us, is more dangerous for you as a human than anything else. He said and looked down at my scar. He then continued, life for Elena would be less complicated if I wasn't in it. If I had been a little stronger in my resolution I wouldn't have come back. I felt a little twinge in the pit of my stomach, and I noticed my heart had started beating faster. My breathing had hitched and my brows were close together. I was mad. Isn't that taking the easy way out? Wouldn't that make you a coward, Stefan? Taking yourself out of the equation and running away from the person you love, instead of staying and facing the adversities you might encounter. Isn't that what love is about? And what about Elena? Didn't she have a say in it? Why would you assume she wasn't strong enough to deal with whatever was thrown your way? I was very mad for some reason. ND started saying everything that popped into my head. You were making decisions for her, for the both of you, and that's not fair. If you left, you know you would destroy her, right? You know she loves you above anything and anyone else, right? Right. Stefan gave me a sweet smile. I know, Bella, I know, he said quietly, and then added, and I'm here now, aren't I? That really isn't an excuse for your past behaviors, I snapped. He sighed and leaned his head to the right calmly. You're right. I was making decisions for her, and that wasn't fair. But I get it, I know why you are mad. I quickly looked towards my closed door. You don't know anything, Stefan, I murmured. Bella, you forget that I was once the human in a relationship with a vampire. I know what you're feeling, I know what you're thinking. Trust me, I've had 5 centuries to think, to form questions in my mind, to picture different scenarios, to come up with all the things I would have said. But it's no use. You only end up holding on to a memory of someone you think you used to know. Take my word on this, I know. He was right, I had forgotten about that. I had forgotten about Catherine. I guess you do, I said quietly. He shrugged and put his hand over mine. It gets better, he said and gave my hand a little squeeze. I let a long breath out and felt a few tears come to my eyes, but they didn't come out. I looked up to him and nodded. I know, I think it already is. He smiled. Just so you know, Stefan, if you ever think about leaving Elena again, I will find you and drive a stake through your heart myself, I said calmly. Deal. He extended his hand and I shook it. We let out a small chuckle. You should get some rest, he said, letting go of my hand. I sat up straight in my bed. I haven't really gotten a lot of sleep since the incident. It's the blood, he said. Yeah, Damon told me about that, I answered. It takes a while but it comes to you. It takes a really long time, I said, opening my eyes widely. He took a look around my room. Why don't we play a game then? He said, pointing to the board games that were at the bottom of my closet, next to my Forks boots. I eyed him and then the games. I don't like playing games with vampires, I told him. I won't cheat, I promise, he told me. It doesn't really matter now, does it? In the end you'll always have an upper hand. That's not true, he stated. Yes it is, I sat up straight and pointed to the games. Let's see, Uno, you'll always see my cards beforehand, I'll never get a chance to scream Uno before you. Scrabble, it's more than likely you know the entire dictionary and then some other thousands of words that don't even exist anymore. Cards, you are a fast thinker, you'll have the game figured out in no time. What else is under there? Rummy Q, you'll figure out a super complex move on the second or third turn and the game will be over before I know it. Monopoly bores the hell out me, and I always end up broke. Clue, you'll know who the killer is from the first move you make. Forget it, we're not playing games. He chuckled. You've been cheated on before, haven't you? A picture of a SM. Irking Victorious Emmett came to my mind. Oh yes, I answered. I won't even bring up sports then, he said playfully. Don't ever mention them. Sports are not my friends. Sports hate me. It's veridical. Every time I play or attend to something having to do with sports, something weird happens. He crossed his arms across his chest and sat back on the chair. Like finding out your new friends are vampires. Or making one go crazy deranged tracker on my ass, I said, pulling my sleeve up and showing him my scar. His eyes fell to my arm, and his expression softened a bit. Do you mind if I take a look at that, Bella? He asked quietly. I looked down at my scar. I had to confess I had mixed emotions about this scar. It made me mad, sad, proud, I felt stupid, I felt insignificant, I felt brave. And I felt a million emotions every time I looked at it. But as I looked at it in this precise moment, none of those feelings rose inside me. I had accepted it. This scar was a part of me, and it had made me who I am today. I extended my hand towards Stefan confidently. He moved his body forward and delicately grabbed my arm with one hand and observed it in silence. His fingers gently grazed over the half-moon shape. It's colder than my other skin, I mentioned in a whisper. His eyes left the scar and looked at me, nodding. It's harder too, I added. He nodded again. His eyebrows came close together. I could tell he was in deep thought. What? I asked, intrigued. He stared at the scar and after a few seconds he lifted his eyes and met mine. I just find this incredibly odd, he answered. What do you mean? I asked. Bella, this is quite impossible. After being bitten by a cold one, you are still alive. You had venom in your system, you should be one of them by now. Well, he got it out of my system, he sucked the venom out. I said quietly while shrugging my shoulders. That's just the thing, for them, it is almost impossible to stop. Bella, you were his singer. I just can't wrap my mind around that thought. He answered, his eyes running back to my scar. Around what thought? That I was his singer or that he actually managed to stop? Both. Then what you're saying is, he must have had the strongest will and self-restraint to fight his natural thirst and instinct, he answered, bewildered. You know what I don't get is why he did it then, why save me, if in the end he was just going to leave. I said as I digested the words Stefan was saying. His eyes went back to mine, and then they changed. They were soft again, like they wanted to tell me something, but they couldn't. What was he trying to say? Why didn't he just spit it out? Stefan, stop looking at me like that. Just say it, I told him, a little flustered. You'll understand, Bella. It will come to you at some point. It's just not for me to say, he answered sweetly. The truth was that I didn't understand. I was very confused, and honestly thinking about Edward and the reasons for why he did what he did and for why he had said the things he said, had me exhausted. I didn't want to think anymore. I yawned. You should really get some rest, Stefan said. I nodded and climbed inside the covers. I was ticked and I glanced over at Stefan, who was still sitting in the chair in front of my bed. Are you going to sit there all night? I asked awkwardly. He shrugged. Can I get you something? I asked. I'll be fine, try to sleep. He said quietly. Are you sure? This feels very weird. I brought a book, don't worry about me, he winked. Okay, I turned over, giving him my back. I closed my eyes and tried to sleep. But I found myself peeking over my shoulder every 5 minutes to make sure he was still there. To my relief, he was every time. This was not the same like when Damon was here. Where could he possibly be? Who was he talking to? As I tried to go to sleep, by doing the breathing exercises Damon had taught me the night before, Stefan's words came back to me. He must have had the strongest will and self-restraint to fight his natural instinct and thirst. I was willing to leave her because I did love her. I loved her so much I wanted to protect her. I remembered the way his eyes turned soft after I asked him about Edward leaving. It's just not for me to say. And then it hit me. I sat up on my bed and looked at Stefan, who had put down his book and was now staring at me. I shook my head. I was burning inside. I was angry. He cocked his head to the side and gave me a small smile. You understand, he said quietly. I shook my head in irritation. How could he do that? And all I could come up with to say was, don't you dare leave Elena, Stefan. Don't you dare. I won't, he said, and I could see honesty in his eyes. Good night, I said coldly and fell back on my bed again. That stupid, overprotective, son of a bitch, sparkling vampire. I could hear my heart pounding loudly in my ears. I didn't want to think anymore. I wanted to sleep, so I concentrated on the pounding. I woke up by the sound of my alarm. The sun had come out and I had no idea when I had fallen asleep. I took a look around my room and found that Stefan had left. The window was open, so I guessed he wasn't far. I got ready for school and went downstairs to have breakfast. I was sitting down, cereal box and milk in front of me, when the doorbell rang. I walked over to the door and glanced through the glass. It was Elena. I opened the door. "Hi," she said quietly. "Hey," I answered. "I brought some pizza," she said quickly. I looked at her confused. She gave me a small smile. I sighed. "Stefan told you about my revelation from last night," I said, deducing it from the guilt in her eyes. "I kind of already had figured it out. I just thought it would be better if you found out on your own." "You wouldn't believe it if one of us had told you," she explained. "This better be a good pizza," I said quietly. She was right, I wouldn't have believed her if she had told me. I let her inside and we both ate the pizza while Elena asked me about the paragliding lesson and I told her all the details about my little adventure from the day before. "Maybe next time, the four of us can go," she said happily. "You know, that would be great," I told her. She chuckled while she took another bite out of her slice of pizza. "I told Stefan I'd stake him if he ever left you again," I said quickly. Elena looked up quickly and stared at me in awe. She put a hand to her chest and then spoke. "Why thank you, Bella, I'm counting on it," she winked at me. "I'm just letting you know," I told her calmly while taking a sip of soda. "You know, I would say I'd do the same if I ever ran across Edward, but I know it's quite impossible for me to cause him any damage, since the guy is made from freaking stone. But rest assured I have two very old vampires and a witch on my side, who would be glad to help," she said quickly. I chuckled. "I'm counting on it," I said smiling. We finished our break. Aston walked over to Alina's house where Anna and Jeremy were waiting outside the car. "Hey guys," I said as we walked over. "Hey Bella," Jeremy said. Anna greeted me with a smile. We got into the car and drove to school. The day went pretty much in a haze. I can't remember half of the things I did. I do remember going up to Mr. Saltzman after class and asking him to hook me up. I know. Where the F did that come from? Isabella Swan, wanting weapons. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Saltzman asked as I approached him. "Damon said you could help me, so I'm here, asking for your help," I said confidently. I was not going to be a victim anymore. I was going to do everything I could to fight back. He eyed me up and down. "I know you know," I said in a whisper even though there were no other students in the room. He walked towards the window and nodded. "I'll see what I can do," he said turning to me. "I already have some pepper spray," I said using air quotes. "Please give me something that can actually cause some damage," I added. He raised an eyebrow. "I'm the chief's daughter," I said shrugging. "Okay." I started walking out the door and then remembered, "I'll probably warn you that I'm looking more into stuff with vervain rather than stakes. Stakes won't help me. They're no use to me." He looked confused. "I'm sure Elena and Stefan can fill you in as to why, since Damon is out of town," I said as I walked out his classroom. As I walked through the hallway I asked myself what the hell I had just done. Where was this spark of confidence coming from? I made my way through the halls of the school and wound up standing next to Elena's car. I was very confused. "Hey, what are you doing out here?" Elena asked. She was walking fast towards me. I think I just asked Mr. Saltzman for some weapons," I said in disbelief. Elena opened her eyes widely. "And, what did he say?" she asked. "Okay," I answered bewildered. "That's cool," she said, putting her hands in her jeans pockets. "I don't really want to go back into school," I confessed. Elena glanced back to the direction of the building. "You know what? Neither do I. Let's go," she said as she took the keys of the car out of her purse and unlocked the doors. She climbed in. She still had her door open when she said, "What are you still standing there for? Come on, hop in." I quickly reacted and went to the passenger's side and climbed into the car. "Have you ever skipped class before?" I asked her. Yes, a few times, but it's been a long time," she answered as she pulled out of the parking lot. She rambled through her purse with her right arm as she drove with her left. She finally found her phone and handed it to me. "Text Stefan, and tell him we're skipping class, and not to worry, and to please give us our space but not to stay far away." I did as she told me. "Where are we going?" I asked as I put the phone back in her purse. I don't know," she said, "but this is really exciting." We wound up at a mall just outside of town. We weren't shopping or anything, we were just sitting in the food court grabbing something to eat while we talked. We talked and talked for a very long time. I found myself laughing and enjoying this little moment in which I wasn't thinking about Edward, or Victoria, or anything supernatural. I was sitting here, enjoying some time with my friend. My friend who understood me. My friend who had gone through some of the same things I had been through. Once we had grown tired of the food court, we started walking around the mall, looking at displays and making awesome patience about the people that walked past us. I was having a lot of fun. We walked past a hair salon and Elena stopped dead in her steps. I turned to her. What? Are you okay? Is your aunt in there? I asked, suddenly getting nervous. No, Jenna's not here. It's just I've wanted to do something different with my hair for a while, she answered quietly. Oh you look pretty already, Elena, I said honestly. Elena was beautiful. I wish I could look different, she said as she looked at her reflection on the hair salon's window. I hate that I look like her, she added in a whisper. Oh, now I get it. Let's do it, let's go inside. I said. Elena pressed her lips and nodding walked into the hair salon determined to get a new look. She sat in the first available chair she found. The hair stylist stood next to her. Hello sweetheart, I'm Mandy, how can I help you today? She asked Elena. Elena nervously looked at me. We want a new look, she said quickly. Wait, I shot her a what are you doing look. She gave me a nervous smile. Yes, we want a new look, I said. Elena needed me. I was going to do this with her. I walked to the empty chair next to her and sat down. Janine, help me with this one will you? Mandy said pointing at me. Hi, I'm Janine, the other hair stylist said as she walked towards me. Bella, I told her. Now what do you have in mind? She asked as she turned the chair around and I was now facing the mirror. I looked at my reflection. What did I want? I want something different, but not too different, I told her. She said as she took a look at my hair. Well, you've got pretty natural highlights, maybe we can play with that. Give it a little more life, Janine told me. I took a strand of hair and noticed the little red highlights. Sure, that sound good. Maybe a few more layers. But not too many, I said nervously. Good, let's do that, Janine said. I glanced over at Elena, she was already giving the stylist all the details of how she wanted her hair to look. Elena must have given this a lot of thought. She knew exactly what she wanted. She didn't want to look like Catherine. I got that. That must be incredibly exhausting, being the spitting image of your boyfriend's ex. Let's not even start mentioning all the questions regarding Stefan's feelings for her and all the reasons behind that. I watched as strands of hair started falling to the floor. And then how Janine worked to get a new color on my hair. A few hours later our chairs were spinning around facing the mirror. I looked different. Elena looked different too. We hadn't done anything too bold. We had just changed our hair a little. Elena for one, had gotten bangs and layered that long hair of hers a bit. Her hair color was a little lighter as well. Me, my hair wasn't as dark anymore. And I could swear my eyes popped out more. I actually liked the way I looked for the first time in a very long time. Look at me now Alice, I muttered under my breath. Elena jumped out of her chair and hugged me. I was taken aback by this sudden action. I had never been much of a hugger. Thank you Bella, I wouldn't have done this alone, she said, her eyes filled with tears. I suddenly felt a little warm inside. I had somehow helped Elena for the first time since I had arrived to this freaky little town. I smiled at her. To tell you the truth I wouldn't have done this either, I confessed. Taking another look at us in the mirror. Come on, let's go home, Elena said happily. We thanked Mandy and Janine for their help and drove back to Elena's. Well, look at you, Jenna said as we walked into the house. You both look wonderful, she added. I think I blushed a little, but since my heart was now beating faster than ever because of Damon's blood, I couldn't be too sure. You'll need to give me the name of your stylist, she said as she ran a hand through Elena's hair, that, and the reason as to why you both decided to skip school and go get a makeover. Crap, quote, I have a completely reasonable explanation for this, Elena started to say. Jenna opened her eyes, like saying, do you now? Yes, I do and I'll get to it in a second, Elena said as she tried to come up with an explanation. I was feeling down, and I miss my mother and my friends from back home, and Elena just wanted to help me, I said quickly. Jenna's face changed and gave me a quick hug. Oh, I'm so sorry Bella. I know it's hard being new, she said as she patted my back. This was one weird hugging family. Just, call me next time so that I'm prepared and can cover for the two of you at school. I had to come up with the biggest lie all of a sudden, Jenna said as she let go of me. Now, let's get dinner ready don't we? She said as she pushed us to the kitchen. I left Elena's house around 11 and went home to find Charlie in the study surrounded by piles and piles of paperwork. Hey Dad, I said leaning on the study's door. Hey Bells, he didn't take his eyes away from the file he was reading. How was your day? I asked. He sighed and dropped the pen on the desk. He ran a hand through his hair and turned to me. Well, I can't say it was. He stopped talking. What? I asked. You look great Bells. I'm just wow, he was astonished. Thanks, I said looking at my feet. What were you saying? Oh well, I've been doing a little reading all day, and calling D.F.F. errant police departments in the nearby towns, and there seem to have been a lot of missing person cases lately, he said as he rubbed the back of his neck. I felt as my stomach clenched. Really? I asked nervously. Yes, there have been. Which is why I think you should be extra careful Bells. I'm already extra careful Dad, trust me, I said as I put a hand on his shoulder. He grabbed my hand and started rubbing it gently. I know you are, just, promise me you're not going to go looking for trouble Bells please. I promise, I said. You should get to bed, it's late and you have school in the morning, he told me. Good night Dad, I said and walked up to my room. I changed into my pajamas and heard the tap on my window. Excited I ran out of the bathroom. It was Stefan on the branch again. I gave him a weak smile and he returned it. A small part of me wished that it was Damon. I opened the window and let him in. Hi Stefan. Well, hello Bella, aren't you looking pretty tonight, he said smiling. I'm not the only one you know, I said as I walked to my bed. Yes, I noticed, thank you for that. I know Elena is grateful that you did this together, he said as he sat on the chair. And, did you like it? I asked curiously. She looks beautiful, he said lightly, he was being sincere. I'm glad then, I said as I climbed into bed and pulled the covers on top of me. I'm going to try to sleep okay, I told him. You go right ahead, he answered. Good night Steph, I said as I yawned and closed my eyes. He raised an eyebrow. Steph, I opened my eyes quickly. Is it bad? Do you hate it? I won't call you that if you don't like it. It's okay, I just didn't expect it. Are you sure? Because I can stop. I was a little embarrassed. No, it's okay. You're actually growing on me too, he said and winked. I smiled and pulled up my covers. Good night Steph. Good night Bells, he answered and turned off the lights. As I lay there, trying to listen to the sound of my heart, I wondered where Damon was again. When would he be back? I was really looking forward for his input on this new look of mine. I somehow trusted his sense of fashion. I hoped he approved. I drifted to sleep a few hours afterwards. Listening to my heart wasn't working as well as it had before. The next day came and went, and no Damon. It was Wednesday night and no Damon. Charlie was getting MPY about the way people were going missing, and I knew he had called Sam today. I said goodnight to Stefan around 9 on Thursday, and Damon hadn't been back. Going to sleep had proven to be a pretty difficult task lately. I had tried everything Damon had taught me but none of it seemed to work. I was uneasy. It was weird because from what Steph had told me, the blood should already be making its way out of my system. But I grew more and more restless as the days went by. As if I had been given more of it. I knew Stefan was tired, I could tell from the bruises that appeared under his eyes in the last 2 days. He needed to hunt, to really go hunting, but he was stuck on Bella Patrol. I woke up around midnight and sat up on my bed in a flash. I was having a very strange dream. At the moment I knew I was scared. But now I couldn't really remember what it was about. I looked around and Stefan wasn't in the chair. My heart started pounding. I slowly put my hand under my pillow and grabbed the vervain spray. I made my way out of bed quietly and started walking towards the door. I put my hand on the doorknob and then I heard it, the thump. I tightened my grip on the spray. Hello Isabella, a sultry voice said in a whisper. I turned around quickly and sprayed the shadow that was standing in front of me with the vervain. Which resulted in a very pissed vampire covering his eyes tight. While trying to contain his pain while he hissed blasphemous words in Italian. What the fuck Isabella? He susurrated. And then I realized who it was, and I quickly dropped the can of spray and turned on the lights to my room. There he was, a very angry Damon Salvatore, cursing at me, in Italian, and I was relieved. I had no idea what he was muttering under his breath. All I knew was that whatever it was I more than likely wouldn't want to know, that and that it sounded sexy as hell. Fuck, he hissed again. I kneeled down by his side, not sure of what I could do to make the pain of the vervain go away. Although he was covering his eyes with pain, and I felt embarrassed for doing what I did to the one person who has looked out for me more than I could ever bargain for. I also felt relieved that somehow this herb could harm such a strong creature. I suddenly didn't feel so weak. I slowly tried to put my hand on his shoulder, but he pushed it away. Why would you do this? He whispered, infuriated. I'm really sorry, Damon, how was I supposed to know it was you? He pounded his hand against the wooden floor, leaving a dent where his hand had touched. Come on, let's get some water to wash it off, I told him. He leaned on me and slowly stood up. He was still mumbling something I didn't understand. I turned the bathroom lights on and helped him get to the sink. He opened the faucet and started sprinkling water on his eyes. This is what I get for coming home early, fucking vervain in my eyes, he spat as he washed his face. I'm really sorry, I said quietly. Well, that's not much use to me now, is it? He said angrily. Let me see, I said as I took a few steps closer to him and tried to put my hands on his face, but he pushed them away quickly and turned his head to the side. It can't be that bad, let me see, I told him as I tried to grab his face again. He turned around. His eyes were closed, and there were veins sticking out around them. They reminded me of those scary exorcism movies. His jaw was clenched tightly. I took a step closer to him and grabbed his face with my left hand. With my right I slowly traced the veins that stuck out. I was a little afraid of hurting him. Do these hurt? I asked. No, they're always like that, he snapped. I know you're hurting but you don't have to be rude, I told him. He chuckled. Trust me, I'm not being rude. I rolled my eyes. I can hear those eyes rolling all the way to the back of your skull, don't think I don't know, he mumbled confidently. His eyes were still closed. Shut up, I told him as I inspected the veins, open up. He shook his head no. Come on, let me see, I said again holding the sides of his head firmly. He opened his eyes quickly. I jumped back. They were red, blood red, and pitch black. His beautiful blue eyes were not there. I had stolen the world the most beautiful pair of eyes God had ever created. Oh my God, Damon, I'm so sorry I did this to you, I really didn't mean to, I said quickly. Yes you did, he spat. I wasn't expecting you, you've been gone for days. I swear I'd never try to hurt you, I said. He turned around and leaned forward to the mirror, taking a closer look at his eyes. Bye bye baby blues, he whispered with a frown. Oh God, they were really gone. Guilt ran through me. They'll heal right, I asked nervously. He scoffed. They won't, I asked. Not in a very long time. Vervain is one nasty motherfucker. Can you see? I wondered. It's blurry, he answered irritated as he scratched his eyes. I crossed my arms on my chest. He rubbed his eyes. I think there were tears coming out of the corners of them. What about ice? I can bring you some ice, I suggested. I was trying to come up with things that could help him feel better. Ice would be good, he answered coldly. Come on, you should sit down or something, I said as I pushed him away from the mirror and into my room. I think I should lay down, he said. Yes, lay down, I'll bring the ice, I said as I helped him sit on my bed. I helped him get his legs up on the bed and then took his very muddy boots off. Where the hell had he been to? This past week had been pretty sunny around here, and by the look of the boots he'd been someplace where it was damp and rainy. I'll be right back, I said as I walked towards the door. His arm was on top of his eyes, covering them from the light that was coming out of the bathroom. Before leaving my room I turned the light off and made my way quietly downstairs. I opened the freezer, took some ice out and a clean cloth. I quickly went up the stairs again, jumping over the loud step that creaked. I didn't want Charlie to wake up, and then went into my room. I've got the ice, I said quietly as I walked quickly towards the other side of the bed and sat next to him. I took the cloth and wrapped it around a few ice cubes and gently placed it on top of his eyes. He hissed like a snake. Sorry, I whispered. He chuckled, and when he opened his mouth I saw 2 long teeth sticking out. Did this kind of vampire have fangs? I took in a breath a little quickly and gasped. He took the cloth away from his eye and peeked at me, raising an eyebrow. Nothing, I muttered. He smiled widely, bearing the fangs out. He knew he had surprised me and he liked it. I'd like some scotch, he said seriously out of nowhere. What? I asked confused. Get me some scotch, he ordered. Mr. Bipolar was back in town. I don't think we have any. Charlie is more a beer kind of guy, I answered, never recalling Charlie drinking scotch in the house. In the study, there's a closet, in the top cabinet you will find what I want, he told me carelessly. How do you know that? I asked him. I gave Charlie a bottle, that's where he put it. I eyed him up and down, not sure what to make of it, and then quickly went downstairs to the study. Just where Damon had told me, I found a bottle of scotch. I grabbed a glass from the kitchen and went upstairs to my room again. I handed the bottle and the empty glass to him. He put the glass on my nightstand, opened the bottle and drank directly from it. When he was done, he put the bottle on the nightstand as well and laid down again, closing his eyes. I stood there next to him. He suddenly opened his eyes again and gave me a menacing look, that I knew meant, "What are you waiting there for? Come put that cloth on my eyes." And so, I sat back on the other side of the bed and did what he was implying with the irritated death glare he was giving me. I laid there next to him with the cloth next to his eyes for about an hour. Then out of nowhere he sat up. "I'm bored, let's go." I took a look at him, his eyes were back to normal. "You're okay," I said, surprised. Quote, "Actually I think my eyes are permanently damaged, for some odd reason I see your hair is red, I think I've been exposed to too much vervain," he said, smirking. "You've been fine all along, haven't you?" I said as I squinted my eyes at him. He puckered his mouth to the left and then to the right and looked to the ceiling. "Ah, Damon, here I was, feeling guilty for ruining those blue eyes of yours." He snickered. I punched his arm. "Come on, get dressed," he said as he stood up and took a bag from underneath my bed and handed it to me. "What? It's past midnight, are you crazy? I'm not going out. Are you going to let that new look of yours go to waste?" "No, I don't think so. Get dressed," he said as he took a strand of my hair and tugged it down playfully. "I can't go. What about Charlie?" "Charlie will be fine. I have school tomorrow," I said, trying to come up with excuses. He sighed. "You'll be at school tomorrow before the bell rings for your first class. You promise? We won't be out too late?" He grinned. "I promise." I stepped out of bed and into the bathroom. I opened the bag and found a black tank top, a new pair of heels, and some skinny jeans. The tags had been cut off. He knew that if I knew they were too expensive I wasn't going to wear them. He was smart. I took a look at the clothes as I extended them in front of me. The bastard knew what I would wind up liking to wear. He knew all my sizes: tank top, jeans and shoes. I dressed quickly, washed my face, and put on some light makeup. I got out of the bathroom and he was sitting down on my bed, going through my history notebook, reading the notes I had taken during class. He looked up and smirked. "Look at you, Isabella Swan, don't you look tasty?" I glared at him. He raised his arms in defeat. Then he stood up and walked up to me. "You're missing a little jewelry," he said, and putting his hand inside his pocket, took out a long silver necklace with a small round pendant. It was beautifully simple, something I would definitely wear, but that I couldn't accept. I shook my head. "No," he snickered and then ordered, "Turn around." "No, so you accept clothes but not jewelry? You're one odd little woman," he said as he tilted his head to the side. "I took the clothes because I know you won't take no for an answer, but jewelry is just too much for me, I can't accept that. What if I told you, this little necklace is more than just a piece of jewelry? What if I told you it was a special piece of jewelry? So special that it could protect you," he said, leaning closer and closer to me. I was starting to lose my breath. My mind was getting foggy. Like your ring?" I asked. He bobbed his head from side to side and shrugged, "Something like that." "Okay," I said after a while. I turned around and lifted my hair. He put the necklace on and then turned me around again. "Are you ready?" he asked. I shrugged. I had no idea what I was getting ready for. He walked next to the window and extended a hand. "What? Are you crazy? I'm not climbing out of the window," I whispered. "Come on," he said, and in a quick swoosh he had picked me up, jumped to the branch outside, and then lightly landed on the front lawn. He put me down and started walking towards the sidewalk. I was still a little surprised by his sudden actions and ended up following after him in small quick steps in these godforsaken heels. We walked around the block, and hiding in an empty house's garage was his Ducati. I stopped dead on my steps, and a smile appeared magically on my face. He turned to look at me and smirked mischievously, handing me the helmet. I grabbed it and put it on without giving it much thought. "Throw in the Ducati and it'll shut you right up," he murmured as he put on his helmet. I raised my arms a little, ready for him to pick me up and place me on top of the bike. He located his hands on my hips and set me on top of the bike. He climbed on and I heard the engine roar to life as he turned it on. I held on tightly to his waist as he drove out of the empty garage. I didn't really care where we were going at this time of night anymore. I had missed the rush of adrenaline I felt when I was on this monster of a bike. And I was dying to find out where the hell he had been and what he had found out on his trip. He pulled out of the empty garage and rushed down the streets of Mystic Falls, W. It had a care in the world that everyone was probably sleeping. Isn't this calling a little attention on ourselves? I asked in a normal tone, knowing that he could hear me out over the loud sound of the bike's engine. He turned his head to the side, and shrugged. He didn't care. We reached the end of town and took an exit I had never taken before in the time I had been here. The lights on either side of the road began to appear further and further apart. It was eerily quiet and I tensed up, clutching tighter to his jacket. What if Victoria came out of nowhere? What if the person that attacked Caroline would attack us? Where were we going? Damon picked up on speed and drove this way for the next 20 minutes or so, until I started noticing that the light posts were starting to appear more frequently again. And so I realized we must be reaching some town soon. He suddenly made a right and took a road that led directly into this unknown town. At first a few truck stops appeared. Then there were diners. Then there were bars and nightclubs. When he pulled over and parked the bike in an alley next to a club, then I knew where he was taking me. He got off of the bike and after taking his helmet off extended his hand out to me. I took my helmet off and started shaking my head. No. No, Damon, no way, I said seriously. Yes way, he said as he took my helmet from my hands. No, I'm not going in there, I said stubbornly. We're already here, he said as he took me by my waist and placed me on the asphalt. I crossed my arms. They're not letting me in, I said, trying to come up with some sort of excuse. I think I was more scared of dancing than Victoria herself. Are you kidding me? He said as he took my hand and dragged me out of the alley. Damon, no, I said as I tried to fight his strength. He turned around quickly, a few inches away, and looked down on me. Now, when you walk in there, don't look at anyone directly into their eyes. Keep that pretty head of yours up, and be confident. I opened my mouth to say something, but before any words came out he cut me off. That new look of yours makes you look a little older. Is that a compliment? I asked, confused. He smirked and turned around again, walking towards the door of the nightclub, with my hand in his, dragging me along with him. I felt like a little girl who was being obliged to go to the doctor to get a shot. He slipped something into the tall big guy's jacket at the door of the club and the guy let us in without even asking for my ID. There were bright lights and loud music. I had never been to a nightclub before. But from the looks of it, this one was pretty decent, considering we were in some random small town in the middle of Virginia. We sat at the bar, and Damon ordered some drinks for the both of us. I eyed him and down. He rolled his eyes as he took a sip from the glass of scotch and looked around. I turned my head to the side, taking the club in. I could feel a couple of eyes on me, and it made me uncomfortable. I looked down to my hands and started playing with the hem of my shirt. Damon quickly grabbed my hands. Stop, he ordered. I looked up at him. Take me home, now. I told you I was going to prove it to you. You're the center of attention, and you haven't even fallen flat on your face or anything, he said as he looked directly into my eyes. I took a glimpse towards the guys that were sitting next to us. They were checking me out. This is uncomfortable, I whispered. He handed me my cocktail. Here, relax a bit. I took a sip from the red cocktail. I coughed. It tasted awful. He smirked. I took a deep breath and looked over at Damon. Where were you? He drank from his glass and put it down on the bar. He glanced at me while playing with the mixer. I was away, he answered coolly. I rolled my eyes. No shit, Sherlock. He raised an eyebrow. New look and new attitude. I opened my mouth to say something back at him, but ended up closing it again. Where did you go? I asked. I went to visit some acquaintances, he answered as he signaled the bartender for another glass. And, what did you find out? I was getting a little exasperated. He WNED and bobbed his head from side to side. The essentials. Is it useful information? Would I be back if it wasn't? He asked, irritated by my lack of trust in his findings. I sighed and nodded. Damon wasn't one to give up so easily on things, and if I had learned anything by now, it was that he always got his way. I took another sip from my cocktail and looked at the people dancing in front of us. I turned around to ask Damon something when I noticed he had a girl by his side, and he was whispering things in her ear while she giggled. Clearly she was drunk, or compelled. I rolled my eyes and turned around again. A guy walked up to me. Hey, he said smoothly. I sat up on the bar stool, and tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. Hi, I answered awkwardly and took a quick look over at Damon, who while caressing this clueless girl's hair winked at me. I couldn't help but feel irritated. The guy leaned on the bar while he eyed me up and down. I took another drink from the cocktail. This was very weird. I had never been in this position before. You look like you're running low on that cocktail, let me get you another one, he said as he signaled the bartender. That's really not necessary, I'm good, I told him. The guy wasn't really bad looking, but he wasn't hot either. He reminded me of Mike Newton. Let me get you another, he insisted. I actually never drink, so I'm okay, I answered nervously. And then I felt something kick my leg. I looked over at Damon, who was glaring at me while he had his hands all over that girl's back. I probably shouldn't have said that. Nice Swan, nice. Now you've let this loser know you're easy bait. Then that's a better reason to do it, let loose a little, the guy said as he ordered me a drink. I swallowed, and tried to make the cocktail in my hand last. So I've never seen you around here before, he told me. I played with the straw, I'm not from around here, I answered. Is this your first time in town? I nodded and gave him an odd smile. How long are you staying? He asked. Not long, I stated. That's a shame, he said as he licked his lips. Ew, so what's your name? He asked while he pulled over a stool and sat next to me, throwing his hand over the bar and behind my back. What? I asked pretending not to hear him clearly. What's your name? He said as he leaned closer to me. My heart started beating faster. I wanted this guy gone. I didn't want him close to me. Bella, I answered. Well, Bella, I'm Todd, he said extending his hand to shake. Hi, I said shaking it. I glanced at Damon, who was still saying things to that poor girl. Aren't you going to take a drink? He asked pointing at the cocktail he had bought me. I shook my head, I'm good. Come on, drink up, he said as he pushed the drink towards me. I pushed it away. He chuckled, and put his hand on my thigh. I pushed it away uncomfortably. Come on Bella, let's dance, he said and took my hands, guiding me to the dance floor. I tried to make him let go of me, but his grip was strong. I shot Damon a look, he stared at me as I was pushed onto the dance floor. This Todd guy started dancing around me, and all I could do was try to keep Damon in my range of sight. I tried to dance, tried being the operative word. But I was uncomfortable, I didn't know this guy, and I didn't want to dance with him. Especially when he kept coming closer and closer to me. I like my personal bubble. Don't go crossing any lines, stranger. Well, Todd wasn't one to keep his distance. Before I knew it, he was pulling me closer to him and started running his hand down my back. Stop, I told him seriously. Relax, have a little fun, he said as he pulled me closer. I said stop, I repeated as I tried to push him away. Come on, he said as he grinded his stuff on my leg. I mean it, stop now. Don't be a prune, honey, you know you like it. No, I don't. Let her go, I heard Damon's voice say behind me. Relief ran through me. Go find yourself another girl, dude. Todd said as he pushed Damon's shoulder. Damon looked at the spot where Todd had pushed him on his shoulder and then glanced calmly back at him. Dude. Seriously, dude. Oh, shit, this guy was in trouble. He took my hand and placed me behind him. Then he took Todd by his shirt and very calmly looked into his eyes. You will not treat girls this way, you hear me? When a lady says no, it means no. Now, you back away and never return to this place again. Is that clear, you pathetic piece of shit? Todd nodded absent-mindedly and Damon let him go. He then turned around and faced me. Are you okay? I nodded. You are completely oblivious when it comes to male-female interactions. You know that half of this mess you got in would have been avoided if you weren't so naive. I felt ridiculous, and stared down at my feet. He pulled my head up. Let's not have this happen again. I can't save you all the time. Come on, and just like that he guided me back to the bar. He ordered us some drinks and after taking his first sip looked up at me. Now, the first thing you have to have clear in that head of yours, is this. You call more attention to you than the attention you need or want. This is something that you should have learned by now. You're a magnet, Isabella. It doesn't help that you've gone and made yourself look more appetizing than what you already were. I looked down in embarrassment. Did this mean he liked my new look? Hey, he said as he raised my head again, no more of this looking down in embarrassment or insecurity. I won't have it. You're hot and you need to own that. Don't let it own you. I bit my lips, I knew my cheeks were getting red, my face felt warm. Okay, since that is out of the way, it all comes down to confidence and intimidation. I'm not sure I can be intimidating. I beg your pardon, what did you just say? He asked as he turned his head to the side, as if he wanted to catch my words better. I don't think I can be intimidating. I repeated. He rolled his eyes. Are you deaf? Have you not been listening to what I just told you? Confidence Isabella, and he opened his big blue eyes widely. I can be intimidating. I said. He shook his head no and pouted his lips. I am intimidating, I said as I wondered what it was he wanted to hear from me. He shrugged and bobbed his head from side to side while he chugged down his drink. I'm intimidating, I stated more confident this time. Better, but not convincing, he said as he put down the glass on the counter. I frowned. Okay, here's the thing, you want people to fear you. But you also want them to respect you. How do you do this? You have to be as mysterious as possible, impossible to read, difficult to figure out. I nodded. How do I do that? Believe it or not, you already have a point in that. You are intriguing, impossible to read, and mysterious until someone gets you talking. You're talking about my inability of being co-impelled and Edward not being capable of reading my mind. Correct. After that, it all comes down to your attitude. Okay, teach me, I said as I took a drink from the cocktail and sat up on my stool. Lesson 1. Eye contact. He said as he leaned forward, placing a hand on my stool for balance as he stared into my eyes. I was surprised, but didn't look away. I stared right back at him, not closing my eyes for a second. His eyes started changing expressions. They went from cocky, to soft, to menacing, to scary, to extremely seductive and sexy, to innocent, back to scary, to sly, and then back to sensual. My heart started beating faster. His eyes went down to my chest and smirked. Hey, eyes up here, I said coldly and raised his head so that he was looking at me again. Huh, bossy, I like that. I rolled my eyes. Okay, now, show me. Intimidate me with your death glare, Swan. I tried to make my face look blank, and then I raised my eyes to meet his. I kept them still, staring at him. He raised an eyebrow. I raised one too while cocking my head to the side. Don't let your breath hitch, keep calm, he said quietly as he put a hand on my chest. I glared at him. He smirked. That's more like it, he chuckled. You need to practice. The key is not letting your opponent think they've got you. They throw something at you, you throw it back, calmly, confidently. If you show fear, you lose. I nodded. I'm taking that shy and awkward girl and throwing her away, locking her on some room deep inside that head of yours, he told me. Why would you do that? I asked. Because the real Isabella Swan needs to come out, he said, taking another drink and signaling me to do the same. What makes you think she isn't already here? I asked him. He looked at me with disbelief. Oh, I know she is. I smiled and drank from my cocktail. Lesson 2. I asked. Lesson 2. Never say anything. Short, direct, snappy answers show you know what you're doing, they mean business. Don't smile, unless you're seducing, don't blink. Don't gulp, don't look down, don't break eye contact, and whatever you do, don't play with the hem of your shirt or skirt. I nodded. Never, ever, repeat yourself, they heard you the first time. The best answers to a question is another question. Silence is a much more mysterious, devastating threat than an act of violence. You use violence, I told him. I have a short temper. He answered quickly. I don't want to come out as an ass, I told him. Sometimes being an ass is necessary, no one respects a wimp. I took another drink. Lesson 3. Use what God graced you with. As a woman you have more power than you think, he said and winked at me. My stomach clenched. What was it with Damon tonight? Why were all these little gestures that he normally gave me affecting me so much today? Normally I would roll my eyes, seeing through his suave facade. But tonight they were having a different effect on me, and the worst part of it all was that I was enjoying this. Is this like the opposite of being a big guy with muscles? He looked up and nodded, something like that. Okay, so it's eye contact, never say anything, and using my womanly gifts. He nodded. You showed insecurity tonight, you never expose your weaknesses to your opponents, saying you don't drink, is like saying, hey, roofie me. That's why you kicked my leg, I answered feeling very stupid. You think, he answered. I let out a sigh. Enough lessons for tonight, let's have fun, he said, taking me by the hand and guiding me to the dance floor. I can't dance, I told H. I am once we were in the middle of all those people. He looked down at me and raised an eyebrow. I'll try to dance, I answered, knowing he was testing me from our previous lesson. He eyed me up and down. I'll dance, I stated. He smiled and said, didn't you ever lock yourself up in your room and pretend you were Britney Spears or something and dance around in your underwear like a normal teenager? I never danced in my underwear, I answered quickly. But you did dance around in your pajamas, he said, mischief in his face. I covered my face with my hands and started feeling the rhythms of the music. If I had danced around in my room, it had been a very long time ago, long ago when no vampires climbed into my room and invaded my privacy. I knew it, he said as he took my hand and twirled me around. I let out a laugh. We danced around and moved our bodies to the sound of the music without a care in the world. It was as if this past week hadn't happened at all, and he had never left. I was having more fun than in the last 5 days put together. I didn't even care that I had to go to school in the morning and that I would more than likely be exhausted from this little expedition to the small random town, whose name I didn't even know yet. Damon, where are we? I asked him while we walked through the crowd towards the bar to order new drinks. Ridgemont, he answered to my ear. I shrugged. I was still in the same place as before. I had no idea where Ridgemont was, but apparently that's where we were, so I took Damon's word for it. I don't know how many drinks we had ordered, but they were starting to take effect on me. I started feeling dizzy and I was laughing at every little thing Damon told me. We started making fun of people at the bar, making up stories about their lives. Damon had the most creative stories. I would always end up cracking up. I have to pee, I told him, worried. So, go. I looked towards the bathroom. I can't go alone, I said nervously. He sighed, noticing what was worrying me. He drank the last sip of alcohol that was left in his glass and stood from the bar, taking my hand and getting me to the bathroom. He went in first, and I followed behind him. He opened every stall while I stood close to the door. Coast is clear, you might want to go into this one, he said, leaving the door open. I smiled as I walked into the stall. Thanks, I said, and closed the door. I started unbuttoning my jeans. Are you still here? I asked quietly. Yep, still here. I can't go with you standing there, I heard as he opened the water faucet. No, you can still hear over the noise of the running water, I told him as I tried to hold it in. I'll be right outside then, scream if you need anything. Then the door closed, and I peed in peace. I quickly washed my hands and tried to retouch my makeup a bit, but I wasn't seeing straight, so I decided that it was a bad idea and I would end up looking like a clown. I walked out of the bathroom. And Damon was leaning on the wall in front of the bathroom's door. Done. No monsters. Just one. I winked at him and walked back to the bar. I sat on the stool and Damon came shortly afterwards. I want another one of these pink ones, please, I told the bartender. My S's were starting to slur. I'll have another scotch, please. Hey Damon, I had never been to a club before, thank you for bringing me, I thanked him. I know, he said while taking a sip from his drink. Isn't it boring to know everything? I don't know everything, but you do. You have like a photographic memory, don't you? Doesn't the space like run out or something? I mean, like, you've lived for so long, how many terabytes of memory do you have in there? Infinite, I guess. Hey Damon, I asked. Yes, Isabella, I'm glad you're back, I said as I took a sip from the straw. He stared at me. Why are you glad? Didn't you have fun with Stefan and Elena this week? Oh, yeah, loads of fun. Steph is quite the party animal. I kept on sipping. He chuckled. Do you like to party? Oh, I've discovered that I do. I never partied before. Never, ever, I shook my head from side to side. I think you've had enough to drink, he said, taking the cocktail away from me. Oh, but I like it, I said as I pushed it back towards myself. Come on, let's dance one last song. We have to leave, he said, taking my hand. But I don't want to leave. We'll come back, he said as we started dancing. You promise? I asked. Yes, I promise. Ooh, and we can bring Elena. Elena needs fun, she looks so sad sometimes. Yes, we'll bring Elena as well. Okay, we danced that last song and then Damon took care of the bill. We left the nightclub and headed back to the alley where Damon had left the Ducati parked. He handed me the helmet, and I tried to put it on, but getting it on was proving to be a very difficult task for my drunk little fingers. Here you go, Spazzy, Damon said as he finished the task I was clearly incapable to do. And then he placed me on top of the bike. He climbed on and we were back on the road in no time. On the way out, we stopped at a diner, where Damon insisted I had some coffee before heading home. In my drunken thoughts I put together that he was probably scared that I threw up over him on the way back to Mystic Falls. Amazingly, I was starving, so Damon ordered burgers for both of us. I took the onions out of mine, he took them from my plate and then put them in his burger. I looked up at him. He shrugged. My head started pounding. I held it with my hands on the table. Hangover kicking in? I think so, I grumbled. It took long enough, That blood made you a little more resistant to the drinks tonight, he whispered. Ow, I said, grabbing my head. Damon stood up and walked over to the counter. He then came back with an Advil and a glass of water. Take that, he ordered. I did as he said. Once we were back on the road, I noticed the sun was rising. Crap. Charlie was going to find out I wasn't home by the time he woke up. We drove into town and left the bike in the empty garage it was before. I clumsily and still a little drunkenly tried to run behind Damon. But the stupid heels were killing my feet, so I took them off and continued to run close behind him. When we reached the house, Damon signaled me to be quiet. Is he up? I whispered. He nodded and turned around, extending his arms. What are you doing? I asked quietly. We're going back the way we came out. Hop on, he said. I came closer to him and he picked me up quickly. In a swift movement, we were up the tree, and then in my room. Get into bed now, he ordered as he quickly transformed into the crow and sat on the tree branch. I hid the heels under my bed and jumped in, covering myself with the quilt. A few seconds later Charlie was knocking on my door. Bells, it's 6:45, you're running late, he said as he opened the door. Are you okay? He asked. I pretended to be waking up and nodded. Hurry up, Elena will leave in a few minutes, you'll have to go to school on your own. I nodded again, too scared to open my mouth and let Charlie make out the smell of alcohol reeking from within me. I'm heading out now, be safe, he said and then closed the door. I heard how he made his way downstairs, open the front door and get out of the house. Damon was sitting in my bed. Damon, you said we wouldn't be back late, I said as I went into the bathroom and washed my face quickly. I wasn't going to have time to shower. This was a first. This was disgusting. I said I'd bring you back early. You and your twisted words, I mumbled with the toothbrush in my mouth. Elena is leaving by the way, he said pointing to the window. I walked over to the window. And waved at her and signaled her to go ahead without me. I ran back into the bathroom and pulled my hair into a messy ponytail. I put on some perfume and cleaned my makeup. I put on the first pair of Converse I found on my closet and threw on my backpack. I can't believe I'm doing this, I can't believe I'm this girl, I said as I ran down the stairs. What girl? He asked, following carelessly behind me. This girl, the one who parties on a Thursday and arrives hungover to school the next day. Did you have fun? He asked. Yes, I answered. Then it doesn't matter, he said, opening the front door. I walked out of the house and was greeted by the blazing sunlight in my face. I covered my eyes, my head started to pound. Here, he said as he took a pair of Ray-Bans out of the pocket of his jacket and put them on me. He chuckled. What? I asked, a little irritated. Nothing, he answered coolly. Let's go then, he said as he walked toward the direction of the empty house. I have a car, Damon, I yelled at him. It would be extremely irresponsible of me to let you drive to school in the state you're in. Now come on, he said, taking my book bag and throwing it over his shoulder. I followed him in silence. We got on the bike and he drove me to school. When I got off the bike I noticed how everyone in the parking lot was quiet all of a sudden. I glanced back at Damon, who took my helmet off. Lessons 1, 2 and 3, he whispered in my ear. I looked up to him and gave him a small nod. Confidence and attitude, I said to myself. He smirked. I turned around and faced the crowd. I raised my head high and started walking. Tyler and Matt were staring at me with awe. Caroline was pissed, I think. Bonnie disapproved. Elena was surprised. Stefan was shaking his head. I shot him a glare. I recognize a hangover when I see one, Jeremy said as I walked past him on the door. Shut up, Gilbert, I said without even looking at him. He laughed. Nice sunglasses, he said as he walked next to me. Thank you. Need an Advil? He asked. Please. Then he laughed again. I nudged his ribs. He handed the pill to me and I swallowed it without even thinking. My head was going to explode. I went into Alaric's classroom and sat on my usual seat. I took the glasses off and opened the textbook. Alaric raised an eyebrow at me. I sunk in my seat. My cell phone started buzzing, and I took it out of my pocket. Party much? It was Elena. I glanced to her seat and shrugged. Make sure you take me next time. I nodded. The day went by slowly. It was pure torture sitting in each classroom. I had never felt more sick in my entire life. By the time the last bell finally rang, Elena offered to take me home. On the way there I told her about my night with Damon. She listened and get whenever I told her something funny. I got home, took my shoes off, threw my bag on the floor and collapsed on my bed. I drifted to sleep quickly. I was exhausted, By the time I opened my eyes again, I saw that the clock on my bedside table said 7:30. I turned around to my side. You seriously know how to pick them, don't you? A husky voice said. I quickly sat up on my bed and looked at the person who was talking to me. Bella Swan, you have the worst taste in friends. There, sitting on my desk, with no shirt on, was Jacob Black. I wasn't sure I was quite awake yet. For all I knew I was still drunk. The half-naked person sitting on top of my desk could not be Jake. I was sure that Jake was all the way across the country in La Push, probably sitting in his garage working on his rabbit. Jake couldn't be across my room sitting on top of my desk. He couldn't be, could he? I cannot believe you, Bella. Out of all the people to make friends with, you pick fucking vampires, again. Are you on a death wish or something? Do you want those bloodsuckers to drain you dry? To leave you dead like the stupid motherfucking Cullen leeches did before them? Yes, Jacob Black was definitely sitting across from me. Jake was in Mystic Falls. I sat up in my bed and stared at him blankly. Still trying to process his arrival. What the hell was he doing here? Seriously, Bella, you show up a few weeks ago at Harry's funeral, pretending not to know about these leeches, and then all I hear from Charlie when I call is that you're with Elena, and Stefan, and Damon, and I relax because I'm thinking you're not alone. You have company and you've made friends. But now I get here, and the second I set foot in this freaking vampire-infested town I get wind that your friends are actually vampires. Vampires, Bella? Seriously, have you learned nothing in this past year? I sat up from my bed and walked towards Jake. I stood in front of him carelessly, not even mad by his accusations and his invasion of my privacy. I was really serene. I looked at him. Jake, I don't know when you got here, or why you are here. All I know is that I've had a very long day. I'm tired, I'm hungover, I haven't showered. My head still feels like it's going to explode, and your incessant scolding rant isn't helping. I'm going to take a shower. Now please get out of my room, I said calmly as I looked into his warm eyes without blinking. He opened his mouth to say something, but before he could say anything I put my hand over it and signaled with my free hand to the door. Out, I told him once more. He tried to speak. I closed my eyes, turned my head away and shook my hand towards the door again. He got up obediently and walked out of the room, closing the door behind him. I locked it and ran a hand across my messy hair. I sighed and glanced at the window. A very cocky crow was sitting there. He winked at me and flew away. I went into the bathroom, letting the tub fill with warm water as I took my clothes off. I laid in the tub for a while, letting the warm water soothe me. All hell was going to break loose with Jake in town. A wolf, in a town that was crawling with vampires. What would Damon and Stefan say about Jake being here? Once I had explained everything to him, would he understand? Would he befriend the Salvatores? Would he let his hatred towards vampires come over him, or would he let it go? Oh my god, Jake meeting Damon would be such a bad idea. I took a deep breath and sunk in the tub. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. I loved being able to listen to my heartbeat. In the past few days with Damon gone, I had found myself doing this very thing over and over. Before Stefan arrived for Bella Patrol, I'd fill the tub and sink in. Everything would go quiet, and I'd listen to the sound of my heart. It soothed me. After a while I was a little calmer, and holding my breath was proving not be an easy task, so I got out of the tub and put some clean clothes on. I had felt like a disgusting drunk all day. I had never been out of my house without taking a shower. I could smell alcohol reeking out of me as I moved. After combing my hair and drying it out a bit, I noticed my stomach growling. I hadn't eaten anything since early this morning at the diner with Damon. I went downstairs and found Jake sitting at the bottom of the stairs, this time with a shirt on. I walked past him and went to the door. I'm starving, and there's no food in the fridge. You can come if you want to, I said as I opened the door. Bella, are you hungry? I asked, cutting him off. Right now I didn't want to have that conversation. He stared at me. You know me, I'm always hungry, he answered, shrugging. Good, now let's go, I said as I walked out of the house. I made my way to the sidewalk with Jake close behind me. Shouldn't we stay in? He asked. No, he was scared. It was already dark outside, and he probably didn't know what he was up against with this kind of vampire. Bella, let's order takeout, he suggested. No, where are we going? He asked. To the grill, I answered coldly. Is it far away? He asked. No, it's within walking distance. Is it safe? He asked. I don't know, you tell me. That's what you're here for, aren't you? I asked, wanting him to tell me once and for all the real reason for his sudden appearance in Mystic Falls. He was quiet and grabbing my hand twirled me around to face him. You know I would never let anything happen to you. I will always have your back, Bells. Good. Let's hurry up, I'm starving. My cell phone buzzed. I had received a text. I opened it, it read. Ah, you're walking the puppy, how cute. I ignored the text, full aware of who had sent it. I didn't need caller ID to figure that one out. We kept on walking. Who was that? Jake asked. My mother, I lied. He stopped in his steps and grabbed my arm, turning me to face him. Bella, cut the crap, we need to talk. Not out here, I said in a whisper. He looked around and nodded. We walked in silence the rest of the way. We stepped into the grill and I immediately made out Jeremy and Anna sitting in a booth in the corner of the room. Anna's FACE changed as soon as we set feet across the door. Jeremy looked at me confused, more than likely wondering who the big tanned guy the first was with was. I gave them a small smile as we made our way to a free table. We sat down as Jake inspected the space. Jesus Bella, he hissed in a whisper. Shut it Jake, don't start, I said as Matt approached our table. Hey Bella, he greeted me. Hi Matt, this is Jake, a friend from back home. I said as I pointed to Jake. Hey man, welcome to town. How long are you staying here? Matt asked. Yes, Jake, how long are you staying here? I asked wondering the answer to that question. As long as it takes, he said faking a smile. I rolled my eyes. Well, I hope you enjoy your stay here, Matt said politely. Oh I most certainly will, Jake answered confidently as he looked directly at me. I'm going to leave the menu so that you check it out and I'll be back in a minute okay? Sure, thanks man, Jake answered. Matt walked away and I leaned over the table. Please Jake, don't cause any trouble, I told him. I'm here to clean away your trouble Bells, he said confidently. No Jake, don't, you have no idea what you're getting yourself into, I told him as he glanced over the menu. And you do? He asked looking over the top of the menu. I've got friends who do, I answered. What, your vampire friends? He whispered. I rolled my eyes and then looked over at Anna, whose face had practically transformed into one of rage. They are not your friends Bella, he said, anger in his eyes. We are not talking about this here, I told him as I picked out what I was going to eat. He sighed in frustration and sank in his seat. I heard the door open, and by the look on Jake's face I had a pretty good idea of who had walked in. I turned around. Stefan, Elena and Damon were standing in the doorway. Elena greeted me with a smile, so did Stefan. Damon, being Damon, gave me a small nod. His face, expressionless. They walked past us and sat with Jeremy and Anna. That girl she isn't. No, she's not. Now drop it Jake, I mean it, I said, raising my hand, signaling Matt to come over. We ordered our food. I kept glancing over towards the booth in the corner of the room. They kept talking among themselves and looking at me. I had a feeling they weren't really talking trash, I knew they were just curious. How's Billy? I asked trying to make new conversation. He's fine, he answered with his mouth full. And the boys? They're good too. Not so happy about me being here, but they support my decision. Support is good, everyone needs support. Exactly. That's why I'm here. Quote, I raised my head from the plate. What do you mean by that? You can't be here by yourself Bella. It's not safe. I've come to take you home, he answered. I almost choked from surprise. What? I asked as I cleaned my mouth with the napkin, raising an eyebrow at him. I'm taking you home, I've spoken with Charlie, everything is set, you're staying with me, he explained. What? It's better if you have more people with you, that way the red. You spoke with Charlie about this? I said as I felt blood pumping quickly through me. Anger was starting to boil inside me. He called Sam a few days ago to ask him about something, and Sam offered for us to take care of you considering everything that's going on here, he explained. Well, he didn't say anything to me. And I don't want to go Jake, I said as I took the knife and started cutting with all my strength my steak, making the plate screech. You're coming with me Bella. No, I'm not. It's my life, I decide where I want to be. And guess what Jake? The last thing I want to do is go back to Forks. I'm staying here, I can't have you staying by yourself. I scoffed. I'm not alone Jake, I said putting a piece of meat in my mouth. What, you think those motherfuckers have your back? He said as he pointed back to where Elena and the others were. Yes, Jake, they do. You've known them for what 5 minutes? And you believe they actually give a damn about you? He said in disbelief. I know they do, I said as I tried to swallow. Rage was starting to form inside me. Bella you are so naive. I let out a loud sigh. You don't know shit, Jacob, I answered irritated. I don't know shit. I know that the minute things start getting uncomfortable for them, when people start asking questions, they will leave. And they will leave you behind. They don't care if you're okay, they won't care if you're alive. And you know it, and the last thing I want to do again is pick up the sorry pieces they leave behind once they're gone. Quote, I clenched my jaw together and shook my head. I was fighting back the tears that I knew were coming. This was a low blow, bringing them up like this. They are soulless abominations and they don't care, Bella. I dropped my fists loudly on the table. I glared at him and stood up, took him by his hands and dragged him to the back of the room where the bathrooms were. What are you doing? He asked as he noticed we were going into the girls' bathroom. There were 2 freshmen in there. Get out, I said menacingly to them. They quickly made their way out and left Jake and I alone. Bella, you see this, Jake? This is where Victoria found and cornered me a week ago, I said as I pointed to the spot where she had appeared. Surprise came across Jake's face instantly. And it went white in a split second. I pulled him out of the bathroom and into the kitchen, walking to the back door and heading out to the alley. This is where she brought me, and insisted I stay quiet. I pointed to the ground. Then I went over to the alley's wall and touched it with my left hand. This is where she pushed me, and hit my head. Then she threw me there, and kicked me until my ribs were broken. She stepped on my leg, and my arm, breaking them both, and then she hit my head on the asphalt so hard I blacked out. Bella, I'm pretty sure that if you kneel down and put your nose to the ground you could still smell the blood. Jake's eyes widened. Oh yes, Jake, there was blood. So much blood I almost died. But you know why I'm alive, Jake? I'm alive, because of those soulless motherfucking abominations of bloodsuckers, as you have insisted on calling them since you got here. I'm alive, because they came to my rescue, and took care of me in ways no one has ever taken care of me. Those monsters, as you call them, have had my back since the day that happened. They haven't taken their eyes off me. They've sacrificed everything they've got going here so that I stay safe. They've been my support in more ways than you can possibly imagine, and I've known them for what? 5 minutes. So yes, Jake, I do believe they actually give a damn about me. Where were you, Jake, when it happened? Weren't you supposed to have Victoria cornered? Things are fine, Bella. That's what you said the last time we talked. We have her under control, you said that too. But you didn't have her cornered. You had no clue what her plan was, did you? Excuse me if I'd rather stay here with people who actually know what they're doing. Now, if you're going to stay here, I expect some respect towards my friends. Because, unlike the Cullens, they've proven to me that they are not going to bail when things get rough. I expect you to stop speaking in a derogatory manner about them when you don't even know them. Quote, Bella, I had no idea, I didn't, he tried to say. I don't want to hear it. I'm staying, Jake, I'm not going back to Forks, I said, shaking my head. We stayed quiet for a while. He stood there looking around the alley. I think he was picturing everything that happened. I hoped my words were sinking in, and that he reconsidered his attitude towards the guys. I stared at my feet thinking that I never would have guessed that I would walk back into this alley willingly. My breath had returned to normal and my stomach surprisingly started growling again. Let's get back inside, I said as I walked to the door. Jake nodded and followed behind me. We sat back down in our table and started eating again in silence. Since my little explosive rant, Jacob hadn't said a word. He was quiet. I slowly raised my head from the table and glanced towards the booth. Stefan and Elena smiled at me warmly, Anna nodded in approval, and Damon raised his beer, saluting me, and then he winked. The little flame of anger that was still dancing around inside me ceased and it was replaced by a feeling of peace and support. I want to meet them, Jake said out of nowhere, breaking my little line of thought. I looked up. What? I want to meet them, your friends. I'd like to meet them. I quickly looked towards the booth, where Damon rolled his eyes and started shaking his hand to the neck. As if saying, kill that idea, don't. Stefan pushed Damon and shrugged, saying it was okay. Are you sure? I asked to confirm Jake's sudden request. He looked at his fingers intently for a while and then locked his eyes with mine. Yes. I want to meet them. I nodded and after swallowing the piece of meat that I was still chewing said, no name calling, Jake. No hot-headed comments. You will remain calm. Most importantly, you will listen to whatever they have to say. Is that clear? He nodded. Okay then, let's introduce you. We stood up and walked to the corner of the room. You clean up well, Jeremy said as we approached them. Jacob glanced at me and I opened my eyes widely at Jeremy, who was clearly making fun of my hangover. He chuckled and shook his head. You guys, I'd like for you to meet my very good friend, Jacob Black. Jacob, these are Jeremy, Anna, Elena, Stefan and Damon. They all nodded and gave him a small smile, except for Damon who remained serious, never blinking or taking his eyes off of Jake. I could tell Jacob was uncomfortable, that this, fraternizing with the enemy, went against every cell in his body. But even though his insides were turning, I could tell he was in control. Hello, he said soberly. I looked from Jake to the guys, and then back to Jake. This was a very awkward situation. Why don't we go somewhere else? I'm quite sure you might have questions, Stefan said quietly to Jake. I think that's a good idea, I said as I looked around. The place was practically full, we couldn't have a conversation here without the risk of being overheard. Sure, Jake answered. We paid for our food, and walked out to the parking lot. Elena, Stefan, Jeremy and Anna got into Elena's car. There's room for one more, Jeremy said before closing the door. Jacob glanced back at me. Get in the car, Fido, Damon said holding the door open for Jake. I rolled my eyes at him, this thing wasn't going to be easy. He quickly added, Isabella will come with me. Jake's jaw clasped and I put my hand quickly on his chest. Go with Elena, I'll ride with Damon, I told him. He glared at Damon, who was just standing there blithely opening the door. I'd rather go with you, Jake told me. Not a chance. Be a good boy and get in the car, Damon told him. Jake clenched his fists tightly. Jake, please, you promised, I said quietly. He unhappily got in the car and closed the door behind him, pulling the window down as soon as he got the chance. Signorina, Damon said handing me the helmet to the bike. I took it and looked back to Elena's car, where Jake had his eyes on me. Damon pulled out his bike and I couldn't help but bite my lower lip and shrug at Jake once he saw the bike. If he wasn't clenching his jaw so tight, I'm pretty sure it would have dropped to the ground in a second. Damon helped me get on the bike, and the next second we were already out on the main road that led to the boarding house. We rode behind Elena, but in the first chance he got, he quickly sped and passed Elena's car. We got to the house first. Explain to me how he knows what you are. Did he see one of you guys? I asked as Damon put me down and was taking my helmet off. He sighed, that would be my fault. I went to your father's office this afternoon to talk about some council things. As I was going out of his office, Jacob was arriving. Charlie actually introduced us. He whiffed me out immediately. It's a natural response. They smell disgusting to us, we smell nauseating to them. Damon, please don't pick on him, don't start a fight. I can take him. Promise me you won't fight with him, I begged. He rolled his eyes. I won't physically hurt him. There he went, twisting my words to get his way. I narrowed my eyes at him. Fine. I'll take what can. Elena pulled up the driveway, and Jake quickly got out of the car. I walked up to him. You okay? I asked. He rolled his eyes, and walked to the furthest corner of the porch, where he took a deep breath before turning around to us again. Apparently Damon, Stefan and Anna really did smell bad. Come on in guys, Stefan said while holding the door to the house open. We walked in and made our way into the living room, sitting down on the couch. Jake sat next to me, his hand to his nose, covering it. Stefan examined him and stood up. He walked on of the large windows and after clearing the drapes, opened it, letting the cold night breeze in. He looked compassionately at Jake and nodded. I think this made Jake relax a little. How bad could the smell be? I took a deep breath, trying to get some air in, and smell something. But I didn't smell anything, other than the classic smell of wood this house had. Damon was standing by the bar, mixing his usual bloody scotch. Jake looked at his disgusted, while Damon took a sip and pleasingly smirked as he did so. You have questions, I imagine, Stefan said as he sat down again. Jake stared at Stefan, probably deciding what question to ask first. I could only imagine the amount of questions he had. After asking the basics, the differences between them and the Cullens, the whole walking on sunshine thing, I thought he was going to be more pissed than ever. Instead he stood up and extended his hand to Stefan, who took it and shook it strongly. Thank you, he said. Stefan nodded, and then Jake sat down again. Damon scoffed. You're shaking the wrong hands, he said as he took another sip. I glanced back at him. It was a team effort, Elena said cutting in. He rolled his eyes. Don't forget whose blood she's got running through her veins, Damon said quietly. What is that supposed to mean? Jake asked, looking at me. Damon gave me his blood to save me when Victoria attacked me, I explained. He gave you his blood? Like a transfusion? Jake asked. Our blood has healing abilities, Stefan explained. So you gave her your blood for her to heal? Jake asked, confirming the information that was just given to him. I fed her my blood, Damon said with mischief. What? Jake asked, confused. She drank my blood, Damon spoke again. Jake glared at me. For God's sake, Bella. I was unconscious. I can't even believe I did that, I explained to him. It was the fastest way to get her to heal. We know Bella doesn't like blood, Stefan explained. There was no other way. You couldn't take her to a hospital? Jake asked, clearly disgusted by the idea of me drinking blood. There was no time, she was bleeding out quickly and, by the time we got her to the hospital she would have been dead already, Elena answered. Besides, what were they supposed to say at the hospital? A crazy vampire attacked her. Jeremy cut in. Charlie doesn't know, does he? Jake asked me. I shook my head. Jacob looked down to his feet. Does it have any side effects? He asked. Charlie not knowing. I asked, confused. Does the blood have any side effects? He asked, trying to clear up the question. We all looked at each other and stayed quiet. He glanced around, and confusion, anger and fear appeared on his face. Are you becoming one of them? He asked and moved closer to me, taking a whiff at my neck. You smell sweeter, Bella, are you becoming one of them? Did this asshole infect you? He asked, pointing at Damon. I'm not infected. He saved my life. No, I'm not becoming like them unless I die and his blood is still in my system and I feed on a human, I explained. What? In order to become like us, a human has to die with our blood in their system, and for the transition to be complete. He or she has to drink human blood, Stefan explained. How long until the blood is out of her system? Jake asked desperately. We don't know, Stefan answered. What do you mean you don't know? How much did you give her? She sucked me dry, Damon answered as he slumped next to me and patted my lap. What does that mean? Jake spat. It means, it will take a while, do the math, pup. Damon answered, putting his feet up on the table and taking a sip from his glass. How long? Jacob asked again. A couple of weeks, maybe more, Anna answered. She was pretty banged up. Normally, it takes 24 hours when it's a sip, or a glass, but she needed a lot of it, so we don't really know how long. Jesus, Bella, Jake said, standing up and walking towards the window. I'm alive, Jake, I'm still me. I told him. You're still you. He scoffed. I don't see you in there anymore. The Bella I know doesn't show up drunk to school. The Bella I know is honest. The Bella I know doesn't go and color her hair some crazy color just to fit in. The Bella you knew, Jake, was scared and alone. She didn't know who she was, or what she wanted to be. I'm still me, just a little braver. And my priorities are straight. My priority right now is to stay alive, and if I die, then I would like to have lived my life. He stared out the window. Elena sat next to me and grabbed my hand. I like your hair, Jeremy pointed out of nowhere. I smiled at him, he winked at me. You must know, Jacob, that the only thing we wanted at the time was to get Bella to safety and make her better. Our intention has never been to cause her any harm, Stefan said diplomatically. Let's just find the bitch who did this and take her down, Anna said. Damon, this little trip of yours, what did you find out? Jeremy asked. Damon looked around. Jake was now facing the group. She's tricky, she's a master at escaping. Quite the strategist. She's the last remaining vampire of her coven. Eddie destroyed her mate. Bingo over there, finished the other French guy. She's fueled by heartbreak and revenge. So this isn't going to be easy, Damon explained. What about the vampire guy that hurt Caroline? Where does he come in? Elena asked. He's new. Not exactly a newborn, but he's new. Stefan answered. Is she forming a new coven? I asked as my heartbeat picked up. Not exactly, Damon answered and locked his eyes with Stefan's. What is that supposed to mean? Jake asked. She probably just wants some backup. We have to start looking at things the way she does, Stefan said. What do we do now? I asked. We keep it unpredictable. Let's not fall into routines. That means, not taking the same route to school, not doing the same activities afterwards, the time you go to bed at night, where you eat. What you eat, the things you do for fun, Damon said as he looked at me. Unpredictable, I repeated. Damon nodded. What was your approach with your pack, Jacob? Stefan asked him. After thinking about it for a moment he finally spoke. We kept a patrol. Once she crossed us, we went after her. How many of you are there again? Damon asked. A few, Jake answered. And you never once caught her? Damon asked with malice. Like you said, she's a master at escaping, Jake answered, clenching his jaw, trying to compose himself. No, maybe you just stink pup, Damon said. Damon, I warned him. What? He's harmless, he's not going to do anything, are you bingo? Damon kid. Jake took deep breaths. My name is Jacob Leach. Did I make the doggy mad? Damon, stop it, I said again. I looked at Jake who had his hands and jaw clenched tightly. I noticed how he started shaking, and then I got scared. He's not going to do anything, Bella, he knows better, Damon told me confidently. The next thing I knew, Jake was shaking uncontrollably, and in a split second he went from human Jake to Jake the big brown wolf, growling and baring his teeth at Damon. Damon didn't flinch, he stood there calmly studying Jake in wolf form. Good, you're bigger than I thought. You might actually be of some use to us, he said as he walked around Jake in circles, studying him. I walked up to Jake and put my hands on his face. I looked into his brown chocolate eyes, trying to calm him down. He was irritated. I know he'd been holding in all the anger he felt. He has been fighting his natural instincts for the past 2 hours, and I guess that's not an easy thing to do. Now, let me see those teeth again, Damon ordered. Jake was pissed again, and the growling started once more. Yes, those babies are going to help us. Cold ones are hard to beat. Much more kill, but not impossible, Damon said, a spark of something I did not recognize in his eyes. He was excited. He liked this. Planning and being in control, hunting. Now, let's take a walk, Droopy, he said as he pointed outside. Jacob studied him. We're on the same side here, remember? Stefan told him, as he tried to mediate between the two. Jake walked out of the house. Damon and Stefan followed behind him. Through the open window I could see them walk to the backyard. Damon was giving instructions, and Stefan was doing so as well. Every now and again Jake would growl or bare his teeth, and Stefan tried to calm him down. Then, Jake turned around and ran to the window where I was standing. He jumped up and ran his head across my chest. I patted him, and then before I knew it he was running out the yard. Where is he going? I asked, confused, to Damon, who was just walking inside again. I sent him on a mission, he answered carelessly. What kind of a mission? I asked again. Surveillance, tracking, you know, dog duty, he answered and raised his shoulders as if saying, no big deal, and I don't care. Is he going to be all right? I asked Stefan. He nodded. I hate to say it, but the pup can take care of himself, Damon answered and picked up his already empty glass from the table. He stewed it for a while and then walked out of the living room to get a refill. I slumped on the couch next to Jeremy. That was one big dog, he said quietly. Yeah, he's big, I replied. You don't get scared easily, do you? He asked. I get scared with red-headed vampires, I answered. You're weird, Swan, Jeremy stated. Why thank you, I answered. I'd rather be weird than common. Elena sat beside me and leaned her head on my shoulder. There we were, the three humans, sitting quietly on the couch. I guess no one could understand us more than the three of us in this particular moment. We all had dated or were dating vampires. Elena had had her share of crazy persecutions these past few months, and Jeremy had dealt with more death and heartbreak than any kid his age. Isabella, Damon called me, breaking my train of thought. I sat up straight and turned my head to look at him leaning on the banister next to the stairs. What? I asked. Let's go, he said, motioning his head to the door. I turned to Elena and Jeremy and patted their legs before standing up. Bye guys, thanks for everything, I said as I accommodated my jeans. No problem, just another night in Mystic Falls, nothing odd about that. Jeremy answered carelessly. I kicked his leg playfully and then walked up the stairs where Damon was waiting. He put his arm around my shoulders and walked me outside. I stopped dead in my steps when I realized we were walking in the direction of the woods. Where are we going? I asked. I'm taking you home, he answered calmly, like it was the most normal route in the world to take in the middle of the night. With a crazy vampire with a vendetta running around. You're taking me home, through the woods? I asked in disbelief. They've seen the bike, they've seen the cars. They've never seen us walking through the woods. Keep it unpredictable, remember? I sighed. He was right. Besides, Balto just ran through here. They wouldn't take this route even if their lives depended on it. We started walking again, slowly making our way through the tall grass and tree roots that were sticking out everywhere. Damon would grab my hand to keep me steady. You know, I don't remember there being this many roots the last time we came through here, I said as I pulled my ear behind my ears as I tried to see where I was putting my feet. The last time we took this route you were drunk. Of course you don't remember, you were too busy blabbing on about how much trouble you'd be in if Charlie found you at the cemetery. Yeah, I talked a lot that night didn't I? I said, trying to be careful where I put my feet. Oh yeah, Damon said chuckling. So you've made it your purpose to help me get those things I said done? I asked. He shrugged. I've got time, and nothing better to do, he answered. I nudged his ribs. You enjoy my company, admit it, I said. He stayed quiet. Come on, admit, I said playfully. You enjoy my company, and I enjoy my company, I'm a blast to be around, he answered humorously. I shook my head. One of these days Damon Salvatore, you'll stop messing around with my words and just answer directly. One of these days I'm going to get inside that locked up head of yours. Keep on dreaming honey, keep on dreaming. We walked in silence for a few minutes, and then I finally asked him the question that was burning up inside me since he told us what he had found out about Victoria. That couldn't be it, there had to be more. Damon, that wasn't the only thing you found out about Victoria, was it? You know more, I said and stopped walking. He turned around. That's all you need to know for now. So there is more, I concluded. Yes, there's more. How much more? Enough for me to claim something after we're done with her, he answered and started walking again. What is that supposed to mean? I was confused. What was he claiming? Like a bounty? I started walking again after him, and grabbed his arm, making him come to a stop. Wait, Damon, are you talking about the Volturi? I asked, whispering their name. He was quiet. Did they want her? I asked him. He just stood there. If they want her, won't she talk? Won't she say something about the Cullens and get them into trouble? I'm not supposed to know, I'm not supposed to be alive to speak about them. I don't want them to get killed because of me. Will they come after me then? Because I know. Say something damn it, he sighed. Yes they want her. No, you won't get into trouble. The Cullens will get what they get. Now get it together and calm the fuck down. Why won't I get into trouble? Don't they kill humans that know? I asked confused. I've vouched on your behalf. They trust me. Don't make me regret it, he answered, and just like that he started walking again, and I followed him quietly. I felt my stomach clench in happiness. A warm feeling invaded me. Without saying the exact words, I knew, once again, that Damon trusted me. He trusted me so much, that he gave the Volturi his word about me. He claimed responsibility for whatever happened. If this ended badly as in, I die in the next few weeks, I was sure he'd take me in, give me his hand, and that he wouldn't leave me alone. Damon trusted me, and that in some way or another he was starting to care, and I was somehow okay with it. As I laid in bed that night waiting for sleep to come, I found myself thinking about what Damon had said about Victoria and about the task he had given Jake. Where could he be? Would he be okay? Would Jake be forced to bring reinforcements? Why did the Volturi want Victoria? Was she a friend to them? Or a foe? Questions kept popping into my head, one after another. Like every other night before this, I was having trouble sleeping. I rolled to my side, facing the window. There he was sitting quietly on his usual branch, staring through the window. I stood up from bed, opened the window and sat on the window seat. Damon didn't move his eyes from me. He sat still, analyzing my every move. I suddenly felt the urge to speak. To let my thoughts out, I needed an outlet. Outlet that until recently had been the stupid crow across from me, but since I knew who he was now, I couldn't speak. I felt embarrassed having told him all the things I did. Now that I think of it, it was funny he had never brought them up. My eyebrows came together, and I started playing with the hem of my tank top. Since day one, Damon had sat on that tree and listened to me. Never once had he left me speaking to myself. He had quietly listened, never complained. I had embraced my friendship with this stupid crow since the beginning. From the looks of it, he had embraced it as well. It was true, I said under my breath. Damon cocked his head to the side. I knew he was wondering what I was talking about. That article one read, I told you about it, remember? I told him. He didn't move. Crows aren't bad omens. I understand now the reason behind this animal you chose. You're extremely observant, and you know more than you let on. You adapt, you study, you fight to survive. I looked up at him. He had a smug expression on his tiny face. Don't be a show-off, you know what I mean. He jumped from the branch to the window and stood next to me. I've missed this, I finally said. He rolled his eyes. I chuckled instantly. He then pecked my arm with his break. He pointed inside. I can't sleep, I shrugged. He gave me a, no shit Sherlock, kind of look. Now, I rolled my eyes. He then quickly flew into my room and landed in his normal form on my bed. What is going on in that cloudy locked head of yours? He asked as he tried to accommodate the pillows behind him. You need to get new pillows, he added under his breath. I walked from the window to my bed, and sat on it, facing him. I don't know, stuff. I answered. What stuff? He asked as he leaned back on the headboard and then moved off again. Oh, you know the usual, I answered. He finally leaned back, took his shoes off in a swift movement, and putting his hands behind his head said, Victoria, Volturi, dog, backstabbing leeches. That pretty much sums it up, I nodded and scoffed. He made it sound like it was something common that had become funny at some point. Well, you shouldn't worry about any of them, he told me, as he crossed his feet. Victoria is good as dead, the Volturi won't harm you, the dog can take care of himself. And the Cullens, well they suck. He was confident, with a drop of cockiness. He believed in the words he was saying. Should I relax and just trust him? You're sure about this? I asked. Positive, he answered with his eyes closed. Are we going out tonight? I asked. He opened his eyes and smirked at me. I've created a monster, he said quietly. Took a cushion and threw it at him. He grabbed it before it hit him. Tisk tisk tisk. Seriously, are we going out? I can't sleep, I asked again. No, not tonight, he answered, placing the cushion on the back of his head. Tonight we rest. Well, you rest. I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. I was hoping we'd go out, do something fun, and return so exhausted I would crash immediately, and not wait, like now, for sleep to come. Damon, why do the Volturi want Victoria? I asked after a while. Was all he answered. Here we go. Do they want her because they're interested in her abilities? Or do they want her because they're after her? Damon, come on, please trust me. I need to know, I whispered insistently as I crawled slowly next to him. He eyed me as I approached him. Please, I begged quietly. He turned to his side, his head leaning on his left hand, his eyes locked on mine. Don't flinch. Eye contact. Please trust me, I begged. Are you trying to seduce me, Isabella? He asked quietly in a husky tone. My stomach clenched. Keep calm, don't hitch hard, please don't hitch. His eyes didn't leave mine, they were locked, cold, seductive. Dear God, they're so blue. Poker face Bella, why do you want to know? He asked, tracing a finger over my arm, barely touching my skin. The knot in my stomach clenched tighter. Strangely, I noticed my heart was beating normally, it hadn't paced up. It kept quiet and calm. I want to understand, I answered. Understand what? He asked, his hands gently putting the loose strands of hair behind my ears. Everything, I answered honestly. Before I knew it, Damon had flipped me, my back on the bed, and he was laying on top of me. His face inches from mine. Keep calm, don't let your breathing hitch. His right hand bed my face gently and turned it to the side. He grazed my face with his nose, from my cheek to my chin, and he slowly made his way to my neck. Thump, 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 thump. Damn it, heart. He raised his head immediately and looked at me with a smirk plastered on his face. He quickly regained his previous posture, leaning against the headboard, hands behind his head, legs crossed. Relaxing with his eyes closed. I couldn't move, I couldn't look at him. I was too embarrassed to say anything. What had I done? What the hell came over me just now? I'll give you a B for effort, he said calmly. Anger started to boil inside of me. Not at him, but at myself. Look at you, trying to seduce a vampire, he teased. I stood up and locked myself up in the bathroom. I looked at my reflection in the mirror. I tidied up my hair into a ponytail. I'll be better next time. And just like that I walked out of the bathroom. Damon was still in the same exact position. I crawled up in bed with my back to him. Covered myself with the blanket and then took one of the pillows Damon was using for his back. He made a tisk noise. Why are you mad? I stayed quiet, looking at the window. If you want to know. I thought you'd cave in the moment I started to run my finger on your arm. I didn't say a word. It would have worked if I was, let's say, the pup. But you forget I've been around for some time. I've practically seen it all more than twice. I turned around, then teach me. He smiled wickedly. I have turned you into a monster, he said in surprise as he looked down on me. No, you've helped me be comfortable in my own skin. You've gone badass with that red hair. I like my red hair. I know, so do I. You hadn't said anything about it, I told him. Yes I did, yesterday, at the club. No, you didn't. Yes I did, not explicitly, I told him. But you knew what I mean when I said what I said, he told me. I knew, I confessed. Then why make me say it? He asked. Sometime we girls like to hear it. Haven't you been around long? I joked. He rolled his eyes. What else do you know? Or think you know? He asked. I know you trust me, I answered. He stayed quiet. You do. You wouldn't have saved me if you didn't, or vouched on my behalf with the Volturi. Admit it, I've grown on you and you know it. I will never admit to such a thing, he said as he closed his eyes again. He's so proud and obnoxious. Remember a few weeks ago? You came to my window like the crow. Mr. Crow, he cut in, correcting and raising his finger at me. Yes, like Mr. Crow, and I told you what Elena had told me. What was that? He asked. That we're more alike than we think. You're lonely, I'm lonely. You've been dumped, so have I. You feel like an outsider, I do too. I understand what you're going through, and like it or not, I get you, Damon. No one puts up with your insufferable personality, but I see through it. I know it's a mask. I've seen you do good. I trust you, and I'm thankful for everything you've taught me in the past few weeks, so just admit it, just admit I've grown on you. You are never shutting up if I don't say it, are you? No, I'm probably not, I answered. Then yes, Isabella, you're not bad company, he answered. Don't twist my words, say it. You're decent company. No, that's not it, I told him, wanting for him to say the exact words. You've grown on me, like moss, he said finally. So you're calling me green and humid. Moss grows quickly, and even if you shake it off, it comes back again. Thank you for that lovely comparison, Damon, I said sarcastically. You are most welcome, dear, he smiled. So you trust me, I said again. Will this ever end? He asked, irritated as he looked at the ceiling. Just say it, I won't ever bring it up again. Quote, I trust you, now, don't make me regret it, he finally said. Good, now answer my questions, I demanded. He looked at me annoyed. You are aware that the less you know the safer you are, right? He asked me. Yes, but I refuse to be in the dark. I want to know, I need to know. Fine, what do you want to know? He asked. I sat up and faced him. Why do the Volturi want Victoria? I asked. She double-crossed them. They want her and they want her dead. Relief ran through me. Why did you sign up on this? Did she do something to you before? I asked. No, I've never met her. But I have heard about her. Then why are you doing this? You're Moss, and Elena cares about you too much, he shrugged. What about that thing you're going to collect? Just a paycheck, and to reiterate my loyalty to them. Why would you want to do that? Don't they know that by now? You spent what, 4 centuries on their service? I asked. Being in good terms with the Volturi always comes in handy. You never know when you're going to need their help. Making sure they know that never hurts. The more you show it, the better. Why do you want to prove yourself to them? If you have to prove yourself constantly, what does it say about them? Do they even care what happens to you? Are you just an asset? A game piece they move when you come in handy? Why do you want the Cullens to be forgiven for letting a human live when this human was aware of our existence? He asked in return. Here we go, back and forth. Why would you vouch for me then? If I'm a human that knows about your existence. I'm not Elena, so the reason isn't love. Go to sleep, Isabella, he cut me off. I let out an exasperated sigh. One of these days, Salvatore, you are going to answer my questions, I told him. The best answer to a question is another question. Yeah, I heard you the first time. Rule number 2, I cut him off this time and turned around, covering myself up again. Even though I couldn't see him, because I was giving him my back, I knew he was smirking. Don't ask me how, I just felt it. Good night, Moss. Good night, Crow. Mr. Crow. Yay. Bout that you have to earn that name now, I said as I fixed my pillow. I heard him chuckle. I closed my eyes, and like every other night I tried to listen to my heartbeat. I had no idea how the hell I had controlled it all the time Damon was on top of me, up until the point he started grazing his nose against my neck. A few weeks ago I wouldn't even have dared crawl up to him, or any other guy, as a matter of fact. Like the way I did with Damon a few minutes ago. I had no idea what had come over me in the past weeks. Jake was right, I was acting different. But for some reason I was okay with that. Was I becoming more confident? I think so. No, I know so. Little Bella Swan wouldn't have done any of the things she's done recently a few months back. She wouldn't have dared. Great, I'm referring to myself in third person. Maybe, if I put myself up for it, I can do anything. I don't want to sound like an inspirational greeting card, but if I believe it, want it and need it hard enough, then who's to say I can't do it? Okay, stop thinking. Go to sleep. I must have laid here saying that to myself for about an hour before I decided to turn around and face Damon. He had a book in his hand. Strangely, I hadn't heard him get one out, or heard him flipping pages. I couldn't make out the title of the book in the darkness, but it was very thick and he was almost halfway through it. Can't sleep? He asked. Nope. He said as he put the book down and looked at me. You want the usual? He asked. Yes please, I answered, and he nodded in agreement. He rearranged the pillows so that he was now laying down. He extended his left arm and I scooted over next to him, slowly placing my head on top of his chest. I closed my eyes and stayed quiet for a while, trying to find the sound of his heartbeat, and then, when I found it, I relaxed. You changed your shampoo, he stated quietly. This comment surprised me. I wasn't expecting him to notice. That warm feeling that I got earlier we were walking through the woods ran through me again, and my heart skipped a beat. What was Damon Salvatore doing to me? He didn't say anything, though I know he heard it, the little skip my heart just did. He just ignored it, and picked up the book again. And then I quickly drifted to sleep. I woke up the next day with blazing sunlight coming from my open window. As usual, Damon had left before I woken up. I hadn't even noticed. I must have still been tired from the night before. I had woken up in a good mood. Bright sunlight meant no sparkly vampires on the loose, which meant I could go out and do something fun today. I decided to get an early start on this bright Saturday morning and jumped into the shower. It was warm out. I grabbed a black tank top, and decided to wear a pair of shorts I had not worn since I left Phoenix. I put on a black thin headband and let my hair down. When I was ready I went downstairs. As I approached the bottom of the stairs I heard men arguing in the kitchen. Yes, I recognized the voices. Damon, Jake and Charlie, they were all speaking over one another. Not listening to a word the other was saying. From what I could tell, Charlie was talking to himself while Jake insisted he was right and that he would do what it would take. Damon on the other hand was telling Jake he would not take that possibility and that it wasn't necessary. What's going on? I asked as I came into the kitchen. Not to my surprise, they didn't listen to me. Or two of them did, but they decided to ignore me. Hey, I yelled. The three of them shut up and looked up at me. What the hell is going on here? I asked loudly, hands on my hips. Bella, I really think you should leave with Jake immediately. This town is not safe. I'd rather you be with him and Billy and the rest of the boys. Charlie told me, nodding in the process, as if telling me, you know what I'm talking about. I know the answer for that one. No. Next, I said, turning to Jake and Damon who were clearly at each other's throats. Jake, what's going on? I asked him. I agree with Charlie. He's right, Bells, it's not safe here, he told me. I opened my eyes at him, and looked at Charlie. I'm not going back to Forks, I stated. There, it's settled. The girl is stubborn, she's not going anywhere. There's no point for this argument. You have both heard her, Damon said and walked over next to me. Bella, be reasonable, Jake told me. This could only mean one thing. Jake had seen something last night. He was very worried. I told you yesterday, Jake, and I told you before, Charlie, I'm not going back, end of discussion. Now, I'm preparing breakfast. I guess you're all hungry, right? I looked at all of them. Charlie nodded, Jake shrugged, and Damon shook his head. I'm not hungry, but I can help, he told me. Jake, a word please, Charlie told Jake, signaling to the study. He glared at Damon, who stood next to me with an obnoxious look on his face, and then walked behind Charlie into the study. As soon as they were out of hearing distance I turned to Damon. What the hell is going on? The pup got his balls in a bunch, Damon said while opening the fridge. Did he see something last night? He was looking for something and then stopped to chuckle. What? I asked. Is it normal for you to receive visits from naked shapeshifters in the middle of the night? He asked. What? I asked, confused by this question. Bingo here jumps into your room at 3 in the morning with no clothes on. He went crazy jealous when he saw me in your bed, he explained as he took the milk out of the fridge. I didn't hear anything, I told him, not remembering any disturbance to my sleep. You were knocked out cold, he told me while pouring it into a mug. So he's more pissed about tea. hat than what he found out on that little mission you put him on. Oh, no, he's worried about what he saw. I think it means more trouble than we expected, but nothing we can't handle. There are more of them, aren't they? I asked with concern. He put the mug in the microwave and turned to face me. Yes, there are more. Nothing to worry about. Is he bringing the pack in? I asked as I followed him with my gaze across the kitchen. He grabbed a few eggs. We'll have to talk that out with the others, he said as he cracked them and put them in a pan. I walked over to him and grabbing his arm turned him around to face me. I'm not asking the others, I'm asking you, the one with experience. Is it necessary to call in the others? He looked into my eyes gently. No, it's not necessary. Now, help me getting some oranges please. He answered. I let his arm go and went to look for the oranges. I placed them on the counter. Once he finished the eggs, he turned around. He grabbed an orange and threw it to the trash can. I raised an eyebrow at him. One bad orange ruins the juice, he explained, not paying attention to my look. He chopped them through the middle while I looked for the juicer. When I found it and was putting it on the counter, he had already squeezed them quickly with his hand and the juice was ready. You're handy, I said. I realized I had forgotten what it was like to be around a vampire. What, Eddie didn't help you? That's rude, he said while he wiped his hands with a cloth. Yeah, he wasn't too fond of food, I answered, and he nodded, understanding what I meant. You see, we're much better company than cold ones. Cold ones are no fun, he stated, winking at me. Yeah, I've noticed, I answered with a smile. I got the plates and he served them. He was right, I was enjoying this kind of vampire much more than the other. Starting with those crafty rings they wore. Not being able to walk in the sunlight was a definite downside. Jake and Charlie walked into the kitchen quietly and sat down on the table. Well, I'm going to head out now. You enjoy your breakfast, Damon said. I'll talk with you later, Chief. Thank you for coming over so quickly and early on a Saturday morning. I'm sorry if I interrupted your sleep, Charlie said as he stood up and shook his hand. I'm quite sure you didn't, Charlie, Jake cut in. You're right, you didn't, Chief. I was awake already, Damon answered with a smile plastered across his face. Well, I hope so, Charlie said. Walk me out, Isabella, he asked. Sure, I answered. He placed his hand on my back and guided me out of the kitchen. I heard Jake growl in the background. Stop giving him reasons to fight you, I told him when we reached the door. I'm not doing anything, he said innocently. I chuckled. Why? Oh, you know perfectly well what you're doing. He shrugged. We were out on the porch, he was standing in front of me. Listen, I'm not going to be around for a while, so Bingo is on guard duty, he told me. I was surprised. He was leaving again. Disappointment washed over me. Oh, I managed to say. My heart suddenly started beating a little faster. I recognized this feeling. I was scared. I was starting to panic. He frowned and put his eyebrows together. Don't worry, I will come back soon. I know I'm that irresistible and that you can't live without me, he answered cockily, rolling his eyes. A chuckle escaped me, and I pushed him back. You're so full of yourself. Admit it, life's a bore without me, he said while walking backwards and going down the front steps. Yeah, you keep telling yourself that, I told him. He smiled and walked to his car. I stood by the door and watched him pull out of the driveway. As I was going inside the house again, I received a text. BTW, nice shorts. I turned around quickly, shaking my head. He smirked while he put his sunglasses on, and then he drove away. I went back inside smiling at the fact that Damon would never change. He was pompous, cocky, and was well aware that he could get away with almost anything. I walked into the kitchen to receive a death glare from Jake. What? I asked. Your breakfast is cold, he answered. I'll heat it up in the microwave, I said, shrugging. Jake didn't like Damon, at all. Charlie had already finished, and was washing his dishes. Bells, I'm gonna go into the station today, I need to check some things out. Jake, you keep an eye on her, all right? Quote. Jake nodded. I won't take her out of my sight, he said. Good, I'm heading out then, Charlie told us and walked towards me, placed a kiss on my forehead and left. Once we heard the car start, I took my breakfast and made my way upstairs quickly. Jake followed me close behind. I reached my room and tried closing it with my foot. I was unsuccessful. Jake held it open. I placed my plate on the desk and sat on the chair. What the fuck, Bella? He asked loudly. I looked out the window and took a bite, ignoring him. Bella, he yelled, trying to get my attention. I noticed Stefan looking out Alina's window. I gave him an it's okay signal. He nodded but stayed looking out. He was worried about me. Alina's head popped out and I assumed she asked him what was going on. And Stefan started filling her in. What, Jake? I asked calmly and innocently. What was the leech doing in your bed? Is he feeding on you? He asked disgusted. What? No, he would never, I answered, not surprised by his accusations. I looked out the window. Stefan was clearly filling Elena in on what was happening. She looked surprised. Great, now I'd have to explain why Damon was in my bed. Are you sure? You were pretty knocked out. You look pale, he said, grabbing my face. I look pale, because apart from it being my natural color, I was pretty hungover yesterday, and I was knocked out because I had partied all night until early morning yesterday. No, Damon wouldn't drink from me, not unless I let him. Do you like him? He asked. He's a good guy once you get to know him, I answered. I'm not asking that, I'm asking if you're falling for him, Bella, he said quietly. What? No, he's completely full of himself, he's an ass. He might be tall, dark and handsome, but I'm not falling for him, I answered. Throwing a nervous chuckle here and there. It doesn't look that way to me by the way you were cuddling with him. Since the incident, I've been having trouble sleeping. The blood makes it difficult to fall asleep. He taught me a way to control that blood flow so that I fall asleep faster. By cuddling. You're only fooling yourself, Bella. You don't understand, I said under my breath. Oh, I understand perfectly. I see the way you talk with him, how you smile whenever he's being a sarcastic asshole, how you take his word, how it worries you when he's going away. Like a few minutes ago. How you've changed yourself to be who he wants you to be. Who I want to be, I cut in. I'm done being told what to do, Jake, I'm done being the victim. I'm done living life the way others want me to. He's taught me that, you know. For the first time in years, I feel comfortable in my own skin, Jake, and yes, I owe that to him, not because he made me. Because I told him what I wanted and was too afraid to do, so he's pushed me into becoming who I want, I told him. I don't like it, Bells, he told me. You don't have to. I do, I whispered. He kneeled down, a little calmer now, and looked up to me. Know this, Bella, when the time comes, and you realize what is really going on, and God forbid, the stupid motherfucker repeats the fucking circle you have already walked before, I will be here again. I won't ever leave. I'll always have your back. Why are you so worried, Jake? Nothing is happening, nothing is going to happen. He's a bloodsucker, Bella. They might not be feeding off of you, but one way or another they suck the life out of you. You've been there before, you know it. Jake, they're different, I told him calmly. No, Bella, they're not, he frowned. I looked into his chocolate eyes. He looked exhausted. They were drained and barely glistening. You're tired, I pointed out. Nah, I just need a few hours of sleep to recharge my batteries. You can lay down if you want to, I pointed to the bed. He wrinkled his nose in disgust. No offense, but I'd rather sleep on the couch downstairs. I chuckled. Right, the smell. I'll sleep later. I'm on patrol right now, he told me. No, sleep. I'm running down the street to Alina's. Stefan is there, probably Anna too. Besides, it's sunny out, I said, pointing out the window. He leaned his head to the side and looked out the window. Yes, you're right. You know what that means, I told him. He nodded and then chuckled. He's making it sunny, you know, I said as I looked out the window. Who? Damon. He's making it sunny out. He looked at me perplexed. Yes, they can do that too, I said, and finished my breakfast. I brushed my teeth and went downstairs to wash my dishes. Okay, you crash while I head over Alina's. When you're charged up, you're very much welcome to join us. Aren't you going to call to let them know you're coming over? Oh, they know that already, I said, wiping my hands on the towel. He shook his head. I'll walk you. It's across the street, Jake. You heard Charlie, I'm not taking my eyes off you until I know you're safe. I rolled my eyes, and we walked out of the house. As soon as we stepped on the porch, Elena opened the door. Stefan was leaning on the frame behind her. Hey, Elena greeted me, and gave me a hug. Good morning. Hey Steph, I said, smiling. Good morning, Bella. Jacob, he welcomed us and extended his hand to him. Jake shook it. Come on in, Elena told me happily. They'll be safe. You can go rest, Stefan told Jacob. If you need me, Jake started saying. We'll come and get you, Stefan finished his sentence. Jake nodded, said goodbye and went back to our house. I turned around and Elena grabbed my hand. We have to talk. Stefan, go, shoo, she said, shooing him away with her free hand. He smiled warmly and kissed her on the cheek. He winked at me and disappeared. I opened my eyes widely at her. Is Anna here? I asked. I'm here, she yelled from the kitchen. I relaxed in Elena and I went up the stairs, locking ourselves in her room. As soon as Elena closed the door, she turned around and faced me. You are in trouble, she stated seriously. And just like that, my stomach went into a knot. You are in trouble, deep trouble, Elena stated sternly as she closed the door behind her and walked towards me. My stomach went into a knot, and my heart skipped a beat. What are you talking about? I asked, a little clueless to her accusation. Well, I think I knew what she was referring to, but decided to play dumb. I was fully aware that Stefan had probably filled her in on the little fight I had just had with Jake. Like you don't know what I'm talking about, she answered, shaking her head. A small smirk plastered on her face. What, the small argument I had with Jake a few minutes ago? I asked. She nodded. I shook my head and sat on her bed. He's being jealous, that's all. I answered as I traced the figures on Elena's bed cover. She raised an eyebrow. I know Jake likes me, he's made it pretty clear actually, I scoffed. Elena sat next to me. He told you? Yes, and he proved his point when he kissed me a few weeks ago when we went home to the funeral. But I've never liked Jake that way. He's my best friend, and he was there when I needed it the most. He put me back together after Edward left. So, Jacob was jealous because, Elena started saying, as if she wanted me to complete her sentence. Because Elena, you know already what happened, please don't make me say it out loud. It's embarrassing, I said, covering my face. So it's true then, you were cuddling with Damon? She asked, curiosity in her eyes. We were not cuddling, I stated. Elena raised an eyebrow. Not in that way, I told her. Why was Damon in your bed to begin with? She asked curiously. I sighed. Ever since the incident from your birthday, I've been having trouble sleeping. Damon just taught me a way to fall asleep, I explained. By cuddling? No, not cuddling. I just have to concentrate on one thing, I answered. What? His extremely chiseled abs? Elena asked playfully. No, not that. I opened my eyes widely at her. Then what? She asked, chuckling. I started tracing the pattern on Elena's blanket that was on the bed. His heartbeat, I answered, but it ended sounding more like a question. I looked up at her. Her eyebrows shot up, and she was frowning, but not in disapproval, more like surprise. So Damon showed you how to calm down and get some sleep by listening to his heart? She asked. Yes, I answered. And it's working? She asked. Yes, I answered, again, the outcome sounding more like a question. Huh, she said as she turned her head to the side. It doesn't mean anything, I told her again. Oh no it doesn't, she shook her head no, and then smirked. I rolled my eyes. We'll talk more about this later, or some other time. Right now we need to get going. She told me, taking me by the hand and making me stand up from her bed. Get going where? I asked, confused. She sighed and looked up to the ceiling. I kind of signed us up. For the decorating committee for the carnival. I scoffed. The decorating committee? Yeah, I thought we could worry about something shallow and mundane for a little while, instead of crazy vampires and jealous werewolves. I didn't know how much help I was going to be, but Elena was right. If worrying about ribbons and signs for a few hours was going to get my mind away from Victoria, I was down with it. Okay, let's go, I said, agreeing with the plan. Elena shot her head up. Really? You're not mad? Nope, you're right, let's do something normal for once. This is actually something I've never done before, I answered. As we were walking out of Elena's room, my phone started buzzing. When I took it out of my back pocket, I noticed I had received a text. Change of plans. Bingo's out, Anna's in. The pup is coming with me. Saint Stefan is coming too. Tell Elena. As I finished reading Damon's text, Anna appeared in Elena's room. There was something weird about this text, so I texted him back. What is going on? My cell buzzed immediately. Nothing to be worried about. I texted again. When are you guys coming back? Buzz, buzz, buzz. In time for cotton candy, Ferris wheels, and games. Relief ran through me. They'd be here by tonight. I texted back. Good. Buzz, 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 semicolon. I smiled. In my head I could picture his obnoxious face. Earlier today, when he had told me that he was going to be gone for a while, I had thought that it was going to be like last week, when he disappeared for days. In that instant I remember I had felt, what could I call that feeling? I don't know disappointment, even though I knew that there was nothing going on between us, and let's face it, there probably was never going to be. I did enjoy Damon's company. Call me a masochist, but I did enjoy his rudeness and cockiness. I looked up. Elena was asking Anna what was going on, to which Anna answered, motioning her head to the window. We walked over to it and noticed Stefan and Damon going into my house. What are they up to? Elena asked. They are following a lead, Anna answered. Is it dangerous? Elena asked, preoccupied. They are two 500-year-old vampires and a wolf. They can take care of themselves, Anna told us. Holding the door open, I couldn't help but feel curious about this lead they were following. But I was also worried. Most of all, I was worried about Jake getting hot-headed and causing trouble. And Damon enjoying every second of it. Jake Pav. Great, just fucking great. Being woken up by the reeking smell of leeches was just the way to wake up when I was finally getting to shut my eyes for a few hours. Wake up, pup, we have to go, the pretentious one said by smacking my face. I got up quickly and pushed him against the wall. Don't touch me, leech, I growled. The stinking ass broke up in laughter. Anger boiled inside me. Jacob, let him go, Stefan told me calmly. I looked into Damon's eyes and smacked his head against the wall before letting him go. I knew it, the bastard had flipped me over, smashing my head on the stinking wall. You're fast, but not faster than me, and definitely not stronger. I'll break you in a second. So don't touch me. I'd be wiser the next time you tried to pull one of these stupid moves, pup. Sadly, we're on the same team now, and we have one goal only. Kill the redhead. Keep Bella alive. You better not get on my bad side, because next time I will hurt you. Got it? He breathed into my ear. I tried to relax, keep from shaking and shifting into my wolf form. Clenching my jaw tightly, I nodded, and he released me. That's a good boy, Damon said, patting my head. I shoved his hand away quickly. Enough, Stefan told us, we have matters to attend. What's going on? I asked. We're going hunting, Damon answered. I smirked. We were going vampire hunting, the cold kind. I'm down for that. Damon rolled his eyes. Put a fucking shirt on, we need to leave. I grabbed the first shirt I found and walked out of the house with them. We got into a nice classic Camaro that was parked outside. By the looks of it, belonged to Mr. Ass over here, bastard. It was a beauty. We got into the old classic, and headed out of the driveway. I looked over to Alina's house. Who's taking care of the girls? I asked. Anna, Stefan answered. She looks tiny, are you sure she can take care of them? I asked. She might be small, but don't let her size fool you. Stefan answered. I hated bloodsuckers, any kind of them. But I had to say this, between Damon and Stefan I could see myself talking to, without getting out of control. Damon, on the other hand, I would kill in an instant if he ever even thought about crossing me. How many did you see last night? Stefan asked. At least 10 of them, I answered. They didn't flinch. Stefan looked out the window and Damon kept on driving without a care in the world. I'm calling reinforcements, I told them. You are not doing shit, Damon said in an even tone. Like hell I'm not, I answered. They thought the three of us could handle 10 freaking cooldowns and walk out without a scratch. You will not call in reinforcements. The last thing we need are untrained, revenge-seeking, immature, shape-shifting puppies running around making things more complicated than they are, Damon answered coldly. Shapeshifters. We're werewolves, I told him. The bloodsucker chuckled. Just because you shift into a wolf doesn't make you a werewolf. What is that supposed to mean? I asked. This know-it-all fucker was starting to irritate me. Well, pup, werewolves can only shift on a full moon. They can't control it. You, on the other hand, can change at will. Day, night, it doesn't make a difference, he answered cockily. What? So, it was true then? The whole full moon, bite, etc., etc. Do the myths apply? I asked, confused. They both nodded. A werewolf bite can kill you guys. They were quiet. What did it mean, a shapeshifter? Could I change into anything I wanted? What do you mean by shapeshifter? I asked. You change your shape. End of discussion, Damon stated. I was starting to open my mouth to reply, wanting more information about this shape-shifting thing, but Stefan shot me a look, which I knew meant to drop the subject. Damon was not going to tell me more. I was fighting against a wall. A wall who was probably just as stubborn as me. We drove out of town, and then took the unpaved road I had sniffed out last night while I was out patrolling. The trail of that sweet sickening reek was strong. We were getting near. Damon parked the car a few miles away from the freeway. We got out. He took a bag out of the trunk. What the fuck? I yelled. About a dozen blood bags were in the duffel bag. Bait, it's bait, Stefan answered. Aren't you like a bloodaholic or something? I asked him. I can control myself, but the newborns won't have the will or self-restraint to fight the bloodlust, he explained. And you? I raised an eyebrow at Damon. He rolled his eyes. You'll see, he answered. He took what I thought was a grenade out of the bag and handed it to Stefan. That won't work, I told him. This is not a regular grenade, Stefan explained. Damon walked over to me. Let's get a few things straight. Don't speak, don't breathe, don't go popping into dog mode unless I give you the signal. We know what works with these newborns and you better learn fast. We've been around, we know what to do. We're not here to kill, we're here to collect. I didn't change my face. I stood there looking at him into his eyes without blinking. Standing tall. What's the approach then? I asked. We need information, we're taking one of her closest collaborators, Stefan answered. We take her lackey, her bitch, Damon added. And then, I asked. And then we make him talk. Damon answered and turned around, running into the woods. Stefan shrugged and ran behind Damon. I followed. Damn it, these motherfuckers were even faster than the sparkly ones. We reached a point on which we could easily spot the group of coldones, but they couldn't see us. It was downwind, so our smells could not be detected by them. We waited for a while, listening to any sign of the redhead. There was growling, and fighting, and what sounded like rocks smashing into each other. After a while of this rambling it went quiet and the redhead came out of the cabin with some guy following her. She insisted on having him make the others behave, and then she left. I glanced back at Damon and Stefan. Was this it? Did I shift now? And then the motherfucking ass turned into a fucking crow and flew away. What the fuck? I looked at Stefan, he shrugged. As if it was normal. I was hating this kind of vampire more and more as I got to know them. Where had Damon flown off to now? After a few minutes he came back, and landed back in the spot he was in before he turned into a freaking bird. He turned back to his vampire self. I refused to give this importance. The fuck? Kerr would not get the satisfaction of seeing me in awe. Which I was in, but would never admit. Damon nods to the both of us, Red was gone for now. He then took one of those disgusting blood bags and ripped it open. Spilling it on the ground. Just like that, the bloodsucker that was talking with Red turned around, and runs our way. Stefan and Damon both stepped out of hiding. Damon motioned me to stay put. The bloodsucker was young, or at least he appeared to be, he could easily be my age, or looked like it. You want this? Damon asked the kid, waving the half-empty blood bag. He took a step forward. Tisk, 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 Damon said, frowning his forehead. The kid started growling, his nostrils all flared up. The guy really wanted that blood. Stefan signaled me to come out. I walked behind the kid, standing tall. He stepped away immediately. Smell that? Stinks, I know, Damon said. I glared at him. This smells better, he added, spilling some more blood on the floor. The bloodsucker started growling again. If I didn't know better I would say he was practically drooling. Do you want it? Come and get it, Damon told him. The guy wasn't sure, he was apprehensive, but the bloodlust got him and he lounged forward. Just as he did, Stefan and Damon took out the grenades and threw them at him. He squealed in pain, and whatever was inside those grenades was eating his cold hard skin away. Stefan and Damon put on a pair of gloves, grabbed the leech by his arms and with a very swift movement broke them away. Damon then grabbed a cloth, dipped it in some liquid he had in some jar he took out of the duffel bag and shoved it into the bloodsucker's mouth. He kept growling. Whatever that shit was I really wanted to get my hands on. Grab him, Damon told me as he shoved the kid to the ground. I walked over and picked him up. Don't you let him sink his teeth in you, Stefan told me while he collected the arms. We walked back to the car and while I held his legs, Damon had his head locked between his arms. The guy couldn't move. Stefan drove us back to their house. We went inside and then downstairs, to what I can only imagine a dungeon looks like. There was a tub filled with that water they had sprayed on the kid. Jacob, hold him over the tub, Damon told me, as he took out the cloth from the kid's mouth. Okay kid, what's your name? Damon asked. The guy didn't answer, his jaw was clenched. Fear was written all over his face. Let's try this again, who are you? Damon asked once more. He didn't answer. Drop him, he told me, backing away from the tub. So I did. The kid winced in pain, he screamed. And cursed, while his skin started to burn. What the fuck is this shit? I asked amazed by the reaction the bloodsucker had to it. Wouldn't you like to know? Take him out, make sure you grab him by his hair. He told me. I took him out, grabbing his head tightly. I'd like to point out that I wasn't following Damon's orders, I was actually enjoying this. Now, I'm going to ask you again, who are you? Damon asked the kid calmly. Riley. My name is Riley, he screamed in desperation. Damon smirked. Good. Now Riley, how old are you? Damon asked. He didn't answer. It stings, doesn't it? Would you like another demonstration? He asked him, smiling widely. The kid clenched his jaw tightly, reluctant to answer. Drop him, Damon told me, changing his face to a serious one. Just as I was about to do as he told me, the kid talked. New. I'm new, Riley screamed. How new? Damon asked him. Versus very new, almost a year. He answered. For a newborn he controls himself quite well. Stefan, who was standing across the dungeon-looking room, said. It explains why Red trusts him, Damon said as he inspected the kid's face. Do you know who we are? You're the SS Salvators, he stuttered. Do you know what we are? Damon continued with his interrogation. You're vampires too, but you're different, not like us, he answered, clearly confused. He was repeating whatever was told to him. He didn't really understand. Damon smirked. He was thinking the same thing I was. How many of them are you? He asked Riley. He didn't answer. He looked away. How many are you? Damon asked again. And again he was quiet. Damon's eyes looked up to me. He didn't have to tell me what to do. I dropped him. I really want the recipe for this thing, I told them. I heard Stefan chuckle in the corner. After the kid squealed for a while, I took him out again. Now, you were saying? Damon asked with a hand to his ear. He was one cocky bastard. 15. We were 15, but 3 started fighting and finished each other off. Now we're 12, he answered quickly. Damon looked at Stefan, and sighed. What's the plan, Riley? Stefan asked as he walked over. He was reluctant to answer. Answer him, Damon ordered. I've said too much, Riley answered, attempting to shake his head. Come drop him, Damon told me, and I dumped him into the tub. He screamed. I took him out and grabbed him by the head. You better start talking, leech, or I'm going to let you in there till you rot, and your stone-cold skin won't regenerate anymore, I told him. This whole questionin' thing and not talking was starting to get on my nerves. She's going to kill me if I tell you, he said. Damon scoffed. No, Riley, we are, and then he gave me the signal. Finally, I felt the rip-roo end through me, and in a blink I was facing and growling at a very scared Riley in 4 legs. Bella Pav, have you ever had a feeling that's like an unwelcome guest? It invades your mind, and no matter how hard you deny, misdirect or avoid it, you just can't make it go away. You tell yourself you can control it, that it really is just a silly feeling, that your mind is trying to play tricks on you, the truth is it's never that easy to control. No matter how hard you try, that feeling is there, and it refuses to go away. I think we're done here, Elena said, coming down from the ladder. She stood next to me, while we both looked up at the sign she had just hung. It looks good, I nodded absent-mindedly. Elena sighed. I know this is not your thing, I'm trying to get your mind off things, so I'm here, talk to me. I turned to her. I know, and I thank you. I've tried to distract myself from everything that's going on, but I just have this feeling, Elena, like something's wrong, like something is going to happen. I keep telling myself that it's okay, that I don't have to worry because everything is under control. But I just feel like it isn't. Elena smiled and put her arm around my shoulder. Pressure on your chest. Like someone was sitting on top of it? She asked. I nodded. Yeah, been there, done that. I'd like to say that it gets better, but that's not always the case. There's only one thing we can do about it. She told me. What? I asked. We can fight like hell against it, and live our lives, crazy and paranormal as they are, she answered, smiling. I chuckled. You're right. She laughed and then said. Let's get out of here and go home to get cleaned up. You don't want Damon finding you all sweaty and dirty, although I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have a problem with that. I gave her a shove. Elena. Come on. I'm kidding. She laughed. We found Jeremy and Anna, and walked to the car. We got in and drove home. As I sat there, looking outside the window, I nodded. The sun was already beginning to set. Soon it would be dark out, dark enough for Victoria to come out. Would Damon, Stefan and Jake be here by the time it was dark out? I sure hoped so. Elena parked her car and we agreed that I came over after I had showered and changed. Anna would be alert, she was staying outside, looking out after all of us. I got inside my house and went directly upstairs. I chose what I was going to wear and jumped quickly into the shower. I let the warm water fall on my face. It relaxed me a bit, but I couldn't help feeling anxious and a little out of control. My heart was pounding and I couldn't make it ease down. I tried taking deep breaths but it didn't help. I got out of the shower and wiped the mirror, making me reflection visible. I looked tired. I think I had never looked so tired before. I got out of the bathroom and put on the casual outfit I had picked out. I didn't feel like dressing up tonight. I put on some light makeup and let my hair down. My heart kept pounding like crazy. I walked up and down my room. I opened the window to let some air in. Where were they? Why weren't they back yet? It was already dark out. I kept pacing, taking deep breaths. But air was just not going into my lungs. It felt as if my heart was going to leap right out of my chest. I needed to calm down. But even though I tried, I was not getting anywhere. That was when I grabbed my phone and dialed. Every ring made my heart pound faster. It rang and it rang, but I didn't get an answer. I tried dialing again. Again, no answer. I started pacing again. I needed to talk. I needed someone to calm me down. I needed to speak with him. And then the phone rang. This better be important. I can't breathe, I said in between short breaths. Are you hurt? He asked. No. Have you been running? No. Are you alone? Yes. Where's Anna? At Alina's. I can't breathe. I heard something like the sound of rocks clashing in the background. Heartbeat. Fast. How fast? Very. Listen to my voice. Hold on to it. Okay. Okay. It's going to be okay. Now, go downstairs. I did as he told me, and as my feet touched the last step of the stairs he spoke again. Go to the kitchen. Open the freezer. I opened it. Do you have peas? Uh-huh. Okay. Grab a cloth, and wrap it around the bag, then put the bag to your face. I took the bag and did as he told me. The cold against my hot flushed cheeks felt good. It relaxed me. My breathing started to go back to normal. Better. Yes. Good. Now, I have to go. Keep doing that. What? No please yes. Started saying while my breathing hitched again. He sighed. Okay, I'm not hanging up. Just calm down. I nodded, as if he could see me. We both stayed quiet for a few seconds. How are you feeling? He asked. Better, I answered. My breathing had returned to normal. What did you do today? He asked. Carnival decorations, I answered. I heard him snicker. What? I asked. I didn't picture you as a decorating committee type. I'm not, I answered. Then why did you do it? Distraction, I shrugged. Did it work? Evidently, it did not. I chuckled. There was a loud noise in the background. Bella, I need you to open the front door, and walk to Alina's, he ordered. Okay, I answered, and did as he told me. Once I reached Alina's front door I knocked. Alaric opened. Bella, Alaric greeted me. I gave him a small smile. I'm going to hang up now, you're not alone. I nodded. I know, thank you Damon. Sure, and then he hung up. I put the phone in my back pocket and went inside. They're upstairs, Alaric told me as he closed the door behind me. Thanks, I told him and made my way to Alina's room. Hey, I said as I opened the door. Elena was straightening her hair in the bathroom. Hey, come on in, she said. The door to Jeremy's room was open. Jeremy was on his computer while Anna laid in bed. Hey guys, I told them. Anna looked up and grinned. Hey Swan, Jeremy told me. Anna's phone started ringing and she answered. Hello, she said standing up. Her face changed, her brows close together. JPOV. The leech didn't have a chance. He was going to die either way. Whether he told us what we needed or not. His death sentence was given the moment we had set eyes on him. And I had enjoyed every single second of it. After torturing the tool, and getting the information we needed out of him. Damon proceeded to rip his head in a very fast movement. It was clear he had done this before, many times. He didn't flinch, his expression was always sober, and sometimes He fucker even joked about what he was doing. It was all a game to him. He liked it. I hate to admit it, but he was good at it. While we were ripping Riley apart, Damon's phone rang. He didn't answer. It rang a second time. And he ignored the call again. Then he left the room and returned the call outside. It was Bella. We could overhear their conversation. She was scared, having a panic attack of some sort. Why had he called him? Why hadn't she called me? What was it with this leech and Bella? How was it that she'd been here for 5 minutes and she had already developed this kind of trust and bond with another bloodsucker? Okay, the guy had saved her. I got it, but why this clinginess? It made me furious. I had promised her I wouldn't say anything else, but it didn't mean I approved. It's the blood, Stefan told me. I looked up at him. What was he talking about? Bella feels protected by Damon because of the blood. She has his blood in her system, she feels connected to him. The circumstances in which she received his blood also help. He saved her life, so she's grateful, and feels that he will protect her if something were to happen again. Emotions are heightened when humans have our blood in their system. He explained. I don't like it, I told him. Yeah, it's only natural, he told me, grabbing Riley's legs and throwing them into the fireplace. I took a match and lit up the fire. The flames consumed his body instantly. What's in the water? I asked Stefan, pointing to the tub, with the liquid that burned their skin. Vervain, he answered. What is it? I asked. An herb. Where can I find it? I asked. He chuckled and turned to look at the flames. He wasn't going to give me more. Damon walked into the room again. Who's up for some newborn hunting? He asked as he walked in. What? Stefan asked. You heard the plan she has, let's get in the way, finish off the army she's creating, Damon told him. No, Damon, we don't rile her up, this will only make it worse, Stefan told him. I say we kill all the fuckers, I told them. Good, the pup agreed, 2 against 1, we win, Damon smirked and walked out of the room and up the stairs to the main hall. We followed him. He took out his phone. Anna. We're going newborn hunting. Stay close to the girls. We might lure the psychotic redhead out of hiding, and ruin her plan on the way. We'll call you when we're done. Keep an eye out. This was going to be fun. I wished the pack was here. They'd see either way when I shifted, they'd enjoy it as well. Bella Pov. Snap. Now you move to the left, I shift my head to the right, Elena told me. Snap. Strike a pose, superstar, I told her. Snap. Peace sign. Snap. Hug Elena. Snap. Flip our hair. Snap. 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 We got out of the booth laughing. We waited for the pictures to print. Jeremy and Anna were waiting for us outside. You look ridiculous, Jeremy told us as he grabbed the pictures from our hands. You're just jealous you're not in them, Elena told him. Let's take some of us together then, I suggested. Oh no, Jeremy said and backed away. Elena and I glanced at each other, and quickly lounged for him, pulling him to the booth. Anna, aren't you coming in? I asked. No, you guys take the pictures, I'll wait outside, she answered as she glanced nervously from side to side. Clearly, Damon had her on a mission of some sort. I went into the booth with Jeremy and Elena. We took our pictures. Jeremy teased us the entire time. I had to admit, for a minute I had stopped thinking about Victoria. Since my talk with Damon, I had calmed down significantly. I didn't understand it, but when we talked it felt as if I could tell him my most private concerns and he could make them go away. The week he was gone had been a hard one. Even with Stefan around most of the time. It wasn't the same. Walking through this carnival with Elena and Jeremy was fun. We'd try out different games like every other person that was here. As if we weren't, all thinking that scary vampires were roaming around. I say Elena and Jeremy, because Anna had been quiet since the moment she had received that phone call back at Elena's. It was as if she was on full alert, watching and listening to everything that was happening around us. It was when we went to get something to eat that things had gotten weird. We were joking about some stupid game we had just played. When we turned around to get Anna into our conversation, we noticed she was gone. 1 minute she was there, and the next, she had just disappeared. Jeremy immediately left us standing there, he went looking for her. We called after him, but he was fast. We were having a hard time keeping up with him. Jeremy, come back, Elena yelled, we have to stick together. Elena, wait, I yelled at her. It wasn't easy running through a crowd that was going in the opposite direction you were running at. I tried to catch up to them, but I couldn't see them anymore. I tried avoiding the crowd, and I found myself walking behind some tents. I had no idea how the hell I had gotten there. But it was easier to run here than in the middle of the congestion of people. I had spotted who I thought was Bonnie talking with someone who looked a lot like Caroline. As I was about to run in their direction, I tripped. Nice one, Bella. After not tripping in days, you had to choose tonight to start acting like an awkward teenager again. I stood up and as I brushed the dirt from my pants, I looked down at what had caused me to trip. At first I thought it was a log, but then I realized it wasn't a log, but some sort of cement-looking arm. I took a step closer. It was covered by the tent's cloth. I pulled it back slowly. My heart started beating erratically. It was Anna. She looked cold, dried up, veins popping all over. A stake ran through her chest. I screamed with all the strength I could find in my lungs. Then a pair of hands grabbed me from behind and covered my mouth. I was turned around. Oh, that I was no longer facing Anna's body laying on the ground. Shush Bella, it's okay. My heart was racing, I was still screaming. Bella, look at me, he told me. I looked up, and found the blue eyes I was so desperately wanting to find. It's okay Bella, you're okay, he told me, while grabbing my face. Damon, Anna is she? I couldn't find the words to come out of my mouth. He nodded. Oh my god, Elena and Jeremy are still out there. We have to go and find them. I told him as I tried to escape the strong hold he had on me. Stefan is already with them, we ran past them when we got here, he told me. I was shaking uncontrollably. I don't think I'd seen a dead person before. Well, a really dead person, as in gone forever, never opening their eyes again, dead person. He rubbed his hands through my arms, trying to get me warm so I would stop shaking, but it wasn't working. That was when he hugged me tightly. I started crying, and dug my head into his chest. Why was this happening? This was it, wasn't it? The feeling I had earlier today. This had to be it. He kept his hold on me strongly. Bella, I need to get you out of here, he told me. I nodded and wiped the tears away. We're going into the crowd, okay? It's better if we're surrounded by people, he continued and grabbed my hand, guiding me back into the crowded carnival. There was security all over the place. And I immediately thought of Charlie. Where's Charlie Damon? I asked him. He's with the pup, he answered reassuringly, and I calmed down. We walked through the crowd. Damon held my hand and guided me through it. We didn't walk out the entrance of the carnival. Instead, we made our way out through the woods behind the park. Where are we going? I asked him. We're meeting the others, he told me. How are we getting there? I asked. We're walking, he answered. Keeping it unpredictable? I asked. More or less. She has a twisted mind, that one, he answered. What is that supposed to mean? I stopped walking and let go of his hand. It means we better move. He grabbed my hand again and walked even faster. I was having trouble keeping up with his fast pace. Damon, can you slow down? Isabella, can you move it? I'm sorry I don't have super vampire speed, and my slow human legs can't move as fast as yours, I snapped at him. His temper had changed in an instant. Well, I can fix that, he answered, and in a blur swept me off my feet and carried me on his shoulder. I shut my eyes. I knew what he was doing. It had been so long since I last traveled this way. I felt the breeze hitting my face. My hair going crazy all over. My heart started pumping quickly. Adrenaline was flowing through my veins, and I opened my eyes. Flashes of things running past us. Okay, I glimpsed at his ass, I confess. It was a nice ass. And then he came to a halt. A sudden one, and he kept still, very still. I could hear my heartbeat. She was here. I didn't even dare move, or speak. Damon put me down, facing him. He put his finger to his mouth, telling me to stay quiet. Tears started streaming down my face. He wiped them away, and then winked. It's going to be all right. That's what the wink means. Well, who have we here? He said, looking into my eyes. Are you finally tired of playing games, Victoria? He asked and turned around, blocking me from her. This has nothing to do with you. Hand me the human, she told him. He chuckled. Do you really think I'm handing her to you? You better, she told him. No, you better listen. You don't talk back to me, he spat. There are tons of people looking for you, and a very juicy reward set on your pretty red head, and I intend to claim it, he said. She laughed. Then he started laughing too. You have no idea who you're messing with, do you? He said in between chuckles. A weak vampire, who I'll finish in a second, she answered confidently, showing him a stake. He was quiet, but even standing from behind him, I could tell he was smirking. He then pulled up the sleeve of his shirt and showed her a bracelet I had never noticed he wore. It also had one of those old crests, like the one in his ring, like the one the Cullens wore. The smile that was plastered across her face wiped away instantly. She clenched her jaw tightly, and her eyes became menacing. That's right, sweetheart, you'll finish me quickly, Damon told her in between chuckles. I spotted sarcasm in his voice. She has nothing to do with this, why are you protecting her? He shrugged. That's really none of your business, and you're not in a position to be asking questions. She's a pathetic human. Where's your code? She asked. Where's yours? He asked, turning his head to the side. She's the reason my mate is dead, she said, pointing at me. My heart started pounding. No, your mate is dead because he was stupid enough to go after the human of a very gifted coven. Don't talk about James that way. I'll talk about the fool any way I want to, he spat. He was getting scary. I wasn't a vampire, but I was sure that if I were, I'd never dare speak back to Damon. His expression was one of power, supremacy. She knew this, but apparently her desire to avenge James won her over. Now, we can end this the easy way, you coming forward and kneeling in front of me and we do it quickly. Or you can make it difficult and I'll make you suffer the way your little lackey Riley did. Your choice, he told her. Who was Riley? When had he tortured him? If you pick the second one I promise to throw vervain in there, and trust me, I have lots of it. He added smiling. How about I chose neither? And give you a choice, she told him. Come on, if you let me play with her I'll leave her to you to finish, I just want her to suffer, she said, taking a step closer. Touch her and you're dead, he stated, and I don't negotiate, he told her. No, but you do share don't you? She asked. Well, more like pointed out. No, Damon spat. Really, I have a source who says otherwise, she told him. I believe you're mistaken, he told her. Really, aren't you sharing her with the mind reader? Just like you shared Catherine. She taunted him, she had hit a nerve. For sure, how did she know about her? Damon's face transformed, veins popped out, his eyes went from sky blue to pitch black in an instant, and his fangs were sticking out. He hissed. He lounged for her, but she was quicker than he thought. She had known how to get to him and distract him. Before I knew it, she was grabbing me from behind. My head in her hands. I was breathing quickly. I looked at Damon in panic. He was furious, I could tell. I was hoping he'd give me some sort of sign, telling me that it was okay, that he had a plan. But I got nothing. There's nothing special about this child, why are you men so interested in her? She asked and took a step backward. Hand her over Victoria, he demanded. Do you know how much I've wanted to do this? She asked him. Harm one hair on her head and I promise to rip your head off, he told her. Prove it, she told him. I kept my eyes on Damon, he never took his off of mine. He was telling me he was here, he wasn't going anywhere. Lesson 1. Eye contact. Lesson 2. Never say anything, let actions speak for themselves. Tears run down my face, but with my head held high. Have you ever had a feeling that's like an unwelcome guest? It invades your mind and no matter how hard you deny, misdirect or avoid it you just can't make it go away. Death, it's the high cost of living. We know this, and yet we spend our days in denial. But inevitably we'll be forced to face the fact that we are not immortal and never were. Elena Pav. Stefan, we have to go back. Why aren't they here yet? They should be here by now. I was worried sick. We'd been back at Stefan's house for more than half an hour. Bella, Anna and Damon had not been back yet. He took me into his arms, and hugged me tightly. I know, but I can't risk going out there and leaving you alone. If something did happen, Damon knows how to take care of it, he told me. Something is not right, Jeremy said, and stood up from the couch. He started pacing in the library. Steph took out his phone and dialed Damon's number. He had no answer. He dialed again. Again, no answer. Steph, let's go. Let's go find them. What if they need help? I asked. No, we stay here. He told me. We had bumped into Stefan and Damon while we were looking for Bella and Anna at the carnival. Stefan stayed with us, while Damon went looking for Bella. What were you up to today? Did you do anything that could have upset her? I asked, letting go of Stefan's embrace. He looked down. She was building an army of newborn vampires. We got one of them, we made him talk. After he told us her plan, we went for the others, he told me quietly. So, you annihilated her army? Jeremy asked. He nodded. You practically declared war on her. I said bewildered. We needed to weaken her. The way she was going, we'd be done Elena. We wouldn't have had a chance. Is she coming for us then? I asked. She might be upset, yes. But she isn't coming after us. She wants to hurt Bella. And get revenge on her mate's death. Ultimately, she wants to give Edward an eternity of misery, he explained. But Edward isn't here. Where is he? If he loves Bella so much, and his sister can see the future. Why isn't he here? I asked him furiously. We don't know. What eternity of misery? He doesn't really care, does he? Jeremy asked. We don't know. What do you know then? I asked him. I know she's your friend, and that you care about her, and that you've never related to someone the way you have related to her, and because of that, we'll do everything within our power to make sure she's safe. My heart clenched. She might not have the Cullens here to protect her, but she has us, and as long as we are here, we will fight for her. I love you, I told him and gave him a very tight hug. He kissed my forehead and held me. Where were they? I hoped everything was fine. Then, Stefan's phone rang, we all jumped. My heart started racing. Jacob, he answered. I was disappointed. I was hoping it was Damon. No, they're not back yet. No, we don't know what's going on, someone needs to stay with him. I'll call as soon as we know something. Okay, Stefan then hung up. He's worried too, I asked. Yes, he wanted an update. Is he still with Charlie? I asked. Yes love, he answered. Jeremy stood in front of the window, resting his head against the glass. He was really worried about Anna. I had a feeling Anna wasn't coming back, that we had lost her. I really hope Bella is okay, I told Stefan. He just nodded. We sat down on the couch and waited patiently. I rested my head on Stefan's shoulder. We must have sat there for more than an hour when Jeremy lifted his head from the window and ran to the front door. We stood up quickly and ran after him. My heart stopped. In the distance we could see a man carrying a girl in his arms. Was it Bella? Was it Anna? The man was clearly Damon, there was no mistaking it. As he came closer, we realized that the girl in his arms was Bella. She was limp, her neck twisted in an impossible way. I couldn't look, I buried my head in Stefan's chest, and let a sob come out. I heard Damon's steps as he came closer to us. Let me help you. Stefan offered, but Damon walked past him and headed upstairs, with Bella in his arms. We followed after him. He had taken her to his room, and laid her on his bed. He was dirty, his clothes were ripped and his hair was messed up in every direction. His jaw was clenched tightly together. He was upset. I don't think I had ever seen him like this. He walked over to the minibar he had set up in his room, and before he poured himself a drink he hit the wall, leaving a very large hole on the wall. I sat down next to Bella's body and took the loose strands of hair that had fallen on her face and tucked them behind her ears. She's waking up right? I asked in between sniffs. They didn't answer. I looked up at them. She still has your blood in her system, right? I don't know, it's over Elena. She's gone, Damon snapped at me. No, she can't be gone. Stefan, she can still have it in her right. I looked at him with desperation. I don't know Elena, anything is possible, he answered. I stood up and went into the bathroom. I grabbed a towel and moistened it with a bit of water. I went back into the room and climbed back into Damon's bed. I ran the cloth through her face, wiping away the dirt that was smothered across her cheeks. She has to wake up, I said to myself over and over again as I cleaned her up. Where's Anna? Jeremy asked Damon, who was pouring himself a drink. Damon just closed his eyes and shook his head no while closing the bottle. Jeremy took in a deep breath and then asked, and Victoria? Where is she? Pretty sure she's in hell right about now. Or getting there, he muttered as he took a sip out of the glass. Jeremy left the room. I wanted to go after him, but I knew he needed some time alone. You took care of it? Stefan asked. Damon nodded. Stefan took his phone out of his pocket and dialed a number. It's done. You need to get here. Yes, you can leave him alone. You realize the mud is going to go wolf on our asses the minute he sees Bella. Damon told Stefan. We don't have another choice, we have to tell him, Stefan answered. Oh Bella, you have to wake up again. Please wake up, I really need you to wake up. I kept repeating this inside my head, over and over as I cleaned her up. I needed her to still have some of Damon's blood in her system. I couldn't possibly lose the one friend that actually got the way I felt. The one person who could understand me. Damon and Stefan were whispering in the corner. Stefan was trying to comfort Damon in some way, but Damon would just shove Stefan's hand away from his shoulder. He was acting. I knew it. What had happened out there? How could have Damon let this happen? She must have tricked him, I'm sure. Bella, we heard someone shout from downstairs. It was Jacob. He was already here. I glanced desperately to Stefan, who walked next to me in a second. Damon chugged down the whole glass of the blood cocktail. Jacob came into the room, and swung the door open. He looked at Damon, smile plastered on his face. It was clear he was glad Victoria was gone. How did it happen? He asked excitedly. Damon remained sober, and then looked in my direction. Jacob followed his eyes, and shock ran through his face the minute he saw Bella. What did you do? He asked Damon in fury. Damon just stared at him expressionless. Is she? He asked, walking towards us. Then pulling Bella's body into an embrace. We don't know, we were hoping you could tell us, Stefan told him. She doesn't have a pulse, Jacob answered. What does she smell to you, beyond Victoria's scent? Damon asked him. Jacob frowned, and leaned into Bella's hair, taking in her scent. She smells sweet, but not redhead sweet, it's different, he answered confused. Damon and Stefan exchanged glances. Is she in transition then? I asked them. Transition? You mean she's becoming like you? Jacob spat. It means she'll wake up, and when she does, she can choose if she completes her transformation, Stefan answered. And if she doesn't? Jacob asked. She dies, Damon answered. Jacob turned back to Bella, and stared at her, shaking his head no. He buried his head in her hair, and started whispering things in her ear. I saw as a tear made its way down his cheek. It must be difficult for him. The girl he loves, his best friend, turning into a vampire, his natural enemy. If Bella woke up, and chose to become a vampire, would he still love her? Would he still care? Would he reject her? Could Bella handle that? The loss of another friend? I wouldn't leave her. I wouldn't care. I would actually even feed her my own blood to complete the transformation. I'd do that. I would. When will she wake up? I asked. A few hours, give or take, Steph answered. What about Charlie? Jacob asked. What about him? Damon asked back. He has to know, Jacob answered. What? I asked. The mud is right. Bella would want that, Damon answered. Would he accept it? Bella cannot handle another rejection. Not from her own father, I told them. I know, Damon answered quietly. So, are you telling him everything? I asked. Damon looked at Jacob. Jacob nodded. Yes, we are, Damon said. Charlie would take it better if you both went and spoke to him, Steph told them. Let's go, Damon told Jacob. Jacob laid Bella back on the bed carefully and stood up. Take care of her, he told us. We both nodded, and they walked out of the room. Jake Pav. It felt as if someone had punched a hole in my chest. It felt as if the world had been draft of all happiness. It felt like wanting to rip his head off and dropping him into the tub filled with the mystery herb and let him rot in there. I kept my fists by my side, and my jaw clenched. The leech did not speak a word. We walked Bella's house in silence through the woods. What happened? I finally asked, breaking the silence. She ambushed us, Damon answered. Were there more? I asked. No, just her. I thought you were almighty and powerful, I spat. He stopped walking and grabbing me by my shirt, pushed me into a tree. I never intended for this to happen. I made the bitch pay for what she did, I give you my word on that, he said and released me. I fought back the urge to lounge after him, and stared back at him. I nodded. I'll take it then, I told him. We walked to Bella's house, and when we reached it we knocked on the door. Waiting patiently for Charlie to open up. After a few seconds he came out. He took a look at us, and his expression changed immediately into a somber one. Jake, Damon, come on in. He told us while holding the door open. We walked into the living room and sat down. What's going on? Have we made some sort of progress? He asked as he sat down on the couch in front of us. Yes, the vampire that was causing all the trouble is gone. She's dead, Damon answered. Charlie relaxed, and smiled at me. You took care of it? He asked me. I shook my head. He did, I answered, shaking my head in Damon's direction. He opened his eyes in amazement. You did? He asked Damon, who just nodded. How did you do that? I thought she was like the Cullens, Charlie asked confused. She was, Damon answered. Charlie sat back. I thought it was impossible. Yeah, not for me, Damon told him seriously. Are you like Jake then? Charlie asked. Poor guy was confused. Just tell him, I urged the leech. He rolled his eyes at me. What's going on? You're making this confusing, Charlie asked. I'm a vampire, Damon told him leaning forward and shrugging. Charlie was not expecting this. He flinched back, and stared at Damon. He then broke out laughing, pointing a finger at Damon. That's a nice one, kid. Don't call me kid. I'm more than 5 centuries old, Damon stated, never taking his eyes off of Charlie. Never changing his blank expression. Charlie continued chuckling, until he noticed we weren't laughing. He looked at me in bewilderment. I nodded. It's true, he is. I've seen you walk out on the sun, Charlie said with a frown. Damon raised his hand. This ring, it protects me. Charlie stood up and walked around the room and then faced us. Bella, she's been hanging around you, all this time. Damon nodded. Victoria was after Bella, Charlie, I told him. His head snapped back at me. What? Why? I sighed. Boy, this was going to be one hell of a long night, explaining this to Charlie. I glanced over to Damon, who just stood up and went into the kitchen, got a few beers and sat back down. Drink up, we have a long story to tell, Damon said as he opened a can and pushed it over to Charlie. Charlie sat down. You remember Edward? Damon started saying. Of course I do, I never liked the guy, Charlie cut in. I chuckled. Then Damon proceeded to tell the story of how Edward killed Victoria's mate. I cut in and reminded him of the incident in Phoenix when Bella had fallen from some stairs. Then, Damon explained how vampires always looked for revenge, and how obsessed Victoria had become with it. I told him about our missions back in La Push with the pack. Damon then told him about Alina's birthday, and what had happened that day. Charlie had sat back on his chair, ran his hands through his hair, stood up and walked around the living room about a dozen times since we had started telling him the whole story. So, the night of the storm, Bella, my Bella, was laying in some alley dying. But she didn't because you gave her some of your blood? Charlie asked us. Damon nodded. Charlie walked around the living room in silence. Damon followed him with his gaze. I was about to continue the story, when Damon told me to stay quiet. Charlie stopped pacing, and placed his hands on top of the chimney. Why are you telling me this now? You could have kept it from me like you've been doing since we got here. Where's my daughter? What happened to her? He asked, giving us his back. We were both quiet. Charlie leaned his head down, and then turned around. Where's my daughter? He asked again. She's in my house, with Stefan and Elena, Damon answered. Is she all right? She's sleeping, Damon answered. What happened? She has my blood in her system, Damon told him. What happened? He asked again. Victoria snapped her neck, Damon answered. Charlie's complexion changed. He started breathing heavily. She's going to wake up Charlie, I told him. How is that possible? He asked. She has my blood in her system, Damon told him again. Charlie stared at Damon. Is she turning into? Damon nodded. She's transitioning, yes. But she's won't change, unless she feeds on a human. Charlie moved his head to the side and closed his eyes. And if she doesn't? He asked. She dies, Damon answered. He stayed quiet. What will happen if she turns? Charlie asked him. She'll have to learn how to control her thirst, Damon explained. So she'll go on a killing spree? Charlie deduced. No, not necessarily. If she has the right guidance. It's more than likely that she won't. She doesn't need to kill to live, Charlie. She could live on blood bags, or animals, like my brother. Charlie was quiet again. Ultimately, it's her decision, Damon told him. I don't want her to die. She's too young. I've never seen her as happy as she has been in these last few weeks. She's smiling, and eating, and talking, and joking again. No, she can't. So you want her to live forever? Damon asked. Would she be alone? I asked. Damon turned to look at me. No, you would guide her then. Teach her how to live without taking human lives. I asked him. Yes. Do I have your word on that, Damon? Charlie asked him. Yes, sir, you would. As long as my brother and I are around, you most certainly count on that. I give you my word, he answered. He was committing to taking care of Bella. He had up until now. Could I really trust this guy? If he backed out of this, I could always keep shifting, I didn't have to stop. I could be immortal too. Then I would be there for Bella. Charlie extended his hand. Damon took it and shook it. Take me to my daughter, Charlie told him, and we walked out of the house together. Bella Pav. Ha, Vey, you ever woken up and had that feeling like something just isn't right? Like you slept all night, but you still aren't rested. Like there's a weight, a heaviness in your heart you can't quite name. Have you ever woken up and just felt lost? I blinked a few times. The light that was coming into the room bothered my eyes. I put my right arm across my eyes, hoping to cover from it. My head was pounding. It felt as if I had partied all night again. How had I gotten home last night? Was I even home? I tried to remember where I was, but I kept on coming up with nothing. I tried to peek through my arm to see the room I was in. But it hurt too much, so I quickly covered my eyes again. I heard a door open, followed by footsteps, and then the sound of closing curtains. I tried opening my eyes again, and to my relief, it was dark and my eyes were fine. I was not in my room. I had been here before, once. This was Damon's room. I turned to my left, where I found Damon sitting on a chair by the bedside. He was leaning forward, elbows resting on his thighs. He gave me a weak smile. I felt my stomach go into a knot. Tell me we didn't party last night, I said as I tried to stand up. Not exactly, he answered. My head is pounding, I told him. The light hurts your eyes, your gums are sore and you're probably hungry, but you don't really know what it is you're craving, he said quietly, looking at me. He was right. My gums hurt, and I was hungry. Unexplainably so. How do you know that? I gasped. Did we try drugs last night? Do I have the munchies? He chuckled, and shook his head no. Not exactly. Do you remember anything from last night? He asked me. I remember talking with you on the phone, and peas. You were having a panic attack, yes, he told me. You calmed me down and told me to go to Alina's. I told him, and he nodded. Then I continued, we left for the carnival and I remember flashes, probably pictures. I tried concentrating. Things started getting fuzzy. I felt this pressure on my chest. Like something had gone wrong. I was running, but I was alone and then I fell and I was scared. You were there. Why was I scared, Damon? I asked confused. Try remembering, go on. Why were you by yourself? He asked. I think I lost something, no someone. I was looking for someone, Anna. And then I remembered. I gasped. Flashes of images ran quickly through my head. Anna laying on the floor, dead. Damon carrying me through the woods. Victoria, we ran into her, I told him. He nodded. She taunted you, I told him, and she grabbed me. He sat still, never taking his eyes off of me. Eye contact, never say anything, I whispered. His expression was mellow and sweet. My heart, it wasn't pounding, like I suspected it to be, I knew what was happening. I let a tear fall from my eye as realization hit me. She killed me, didn't she? I told him. He nodded. I still have your blood in me then, I said with a trembling voice, what now? I asked him. Now you choose, do you want to turn or don't you? He asked. I don't want to die, I told him. Well, it's too late for that, you kind of already are, he told me. I don't feel dead. I mean, I still feel alive. I looked at him. He stood up from the chair and sat next to me on the bed, our arms barely touching. I was suddenly very aware of this. What should I do? I asked him. He stayed quiet. I looked over at him. Well, when I turned, initially, I had taken the blood voluntarily. No one forced me into drinking her blood. I did it because I wanted to. I wanted an eternity with her. Completing the transformation was something completely different, he told me quietly. What do you mean? I asked him. He was quiet for a few seconds and then he finally spoke. Stefan had already turned. He's your little brother, you did it for him, I said, concluding from his sentence. He stayed quiet and looked at the floor. Damon would always have Stefan's back. Even if they didn't meet eye to eye. They had each other for eternity. I was alone in this. Before, when I wanted to change, I thought I would have this brand new family, who cared about me, and the guy the first loved by my side. Now I was alone. It was just me, and I wondered, what exactly did eternity mean? The thought alone couldn't be processed in my head. What happened if I decided to turn? What about my parents, and my friends, and Jake? Would Jake ever speak to me again? Is it lonely? I asked him quietly. Yes, he answered. I licked my lips, and looked down. He turned to me, but it doesn't have to be, he said. Before, when we went paragliding, you said that if this ever happened, you would show me the ropes, is that offer still standing? I asked. Yes, he answered. And after that, I asked. He looked at me, into my eyes with those blue eyes of his. I felt like Jell-O. He smirked and didn't answer. I looked around the room. What happened after that? After he had shown me the ropes? Would he abandon me? Would I have to face this world alone? Forever? How long do I have to decide? I asked him. A day, he answered. I swallowed. And if I don't, will it hurt? Dying. He nodded. In the next 24 hours, I would die. If I chose to live the vampire way, I died. If I chose not to, I'd die too. Only, in the latter, I would never wake up again. I had two choices standing in front of me. I had to pick one. Choices, they are life's constant. The choice to be brave and push forward, to turn back and retreat. The choice to stand still and watch the world pass you by. Sometimes we tell ourselves that there is no choice, when in fact the exact opposite is true. There is always a choice. Life, death, to live, to die, to continue, to stop, to move forward or to stay where you are. Choices, all choices, but ultimately only one was running through my head. Death, it's the high cost of living. We know this, and yet we spend our days in denial. But inevitably we'll be forced to face the fact that we are not immortal and never were. Which begs the question, how do you live when you think you're going to die? Would I have to say goodbye to Charlie and Renee and run away and never see them again? Would I be allowed to tell them the truth? Could I, in the next 24 hours, say goodbye to the two people I love the most in this world? What do I tell Charlie? I asked, staring at my feet. Charlie knows, so you just tell him what you choose to do, he answered. What? I looked around in surprise. He nodded. What did you tell him? I asked, while pulling a strand of hair behind my ear. Everything, I asked. He nodded. Everything, I asked again, he shrugged. And how did he react? I tried picturing him, but I couldn't. Quietly, he answered. And he knows that you and Stefan. Yep. Is he mad? I asked. No, he's a worried father, who doesn't want to lose his 18-year-old daughter. I stood up from the bed and started pacing around. So, Charlie knows I'm dead? I asked in disbelief. He's downstairs, and wants to speak with you. When you're ready, he told me. I looked at him. What do? I asked him. I can't choose for you. This is a decision you'll have to make on your own. What you're saying is that I don't have to say goodbye to him. That I won't have to run away and never see him again. I don't have to give up this life. I asked. This life, your old life, yes, you'll have to give that up, because Isabella, if you choose this new life, things will never be the same. To answer that other question, no. You won't have to say goodbye to Charlie, not yet anyway. I kept pacing around his room. What if I kill someone? I asked him, stopping dead in my steps. He shrugged. I'll teach you how to hide the body. He answered seriously. I don't want to kill anyone, I said quietly, shaking my head. No. Not now, you don't, he told me. Not ever, I told him. He looked to the floor and slowly stood up. He raised his head and started walking towards me, his eyes locked on mine. He was standing in front of me. His face, expressionless. I swallowed. If you choose to do this, Isabella, you must know this. And right now is the time to stop being naive. Killing is a vampire's nature, and if you become one, it will be all you think about. That hunger that you can't quite describe, and that you're feeling right now will be multiplied by 1,000 times, and I'll give you a peek, he told me, and in a flash walked to the other side of the room, where he had a minibar and a small fridge. He opened it and got a blood bag out. At first I thought I was going to throw up, this being my normal reaction to blood up until a few hours ago. But right now, I couldn't stop looking at it. I felt my mouth water. And my stomach clench. Damon walked to me in a flash again. He showed me the bag. Need. That's what my body was telling me. You need this, Bella. No. I turned around, my eyes shut tightly. Take it away, I told him. You feel that urge that's running through you. That desire. That's nothing, he whispered in my ear. A chill ran through me and every hair on the back of my neck stood up. Was I really willing to do this? Was this something I really wanted? Take it away, I told him again. He backed away and I heard the small fridge close. Shivers started running through me, and I started shaking. I felt myself gasp for air. That's when I realized that I was crying, yet again. Every emotion I felt was heightened. I felt his hand on my shoulder. He gave me a light squeeze. I turned around to face him. I don't know what to do, I said in between sobs. His hand was still on my shoulder, and before I could gasp for air again he pulled me close into a tight embrace. Yes you do. What do you want? What does Isabella Swan want? He spoke into my ear. I shook my head. You know, deep inside you know what to do, he told me. He held me tightly, occasionally running his hand through my hair. And as we stood there, together, I kept thinking over and over that this was the hardest decision I had ever been faced with. He let go of me once I had calmed down, and put his hands on my shoulders. Once you get out of this room, everyone is going to try to get you to do something. To pick a side, to make a choice. But keep this in mind, your parents' opinions and your friends' opinions. Yeah, they are always going to matter, they just don't matter as much as your own. And just like that, he made me believe that for the first time ever, I was in control. I nodded. I want to see Charlie. I told him as I dried my tears with my hands. I'll go get him, he told me. He walked past me, and before he could open the door I grabbed his hand. Wait, I told him. He raised an eyebrow. We need a safe word, I told him. He raised his eyebrow even more. He didn't really have to speak. I knew that eyebrow meant, what? If I can't control myself and end up trying to jump Charlie and bite him or something. I told him, while I fidgeted. What's the word? He asked. I thought of the first word that popped into my head, chocolate. Chocolate, he asked. I nodded. Okay, he answered, and then, turning around, left the room. I went into the bathroom and washed my face. I looked into the mirror. I was so pale. The skin under my eyes was looking purple. My lips were chapped. I looked dead. Bells, I heard Charlie say quietly. I turned around. He stood next to the door. Concern and apprehension written all over his face. He didn't move. He just stood there. I looked down. Are you okay? He asked. I nodded, even though I wasn't. I looked up again. He took a few steps forward. His eyes were sad. I'm okay, Dad, really. Bells, you're your dead sweetheart. You can't be okay with that, can you? He was confused. I walked over to the bed and sat down. He sat down next to me. I started playing with the rim of my t-shirt. I felt my eyes tear up again. I tried fighting the tears. But I couldn't, and I let them fall. Charlie hugged me instantly. It's all right, sweetheart. I'm here, he told me. I don't know what to do, Dad. I cried on his shoulder. He rubbed my back. I knew he didn't know what to say. He was just as choked up as I was. This was definitely an unknown territory for both of us. Don't die, he whispered. I let go of him, and looked into his eyes. What? I asked, confused. Don't die, he told me. What are you saying, Dad? You want me to become like? I don't want you to die, Bells. I want you to stay. You're too young, you have so much ahead of you. I'll be here, I'll support you. Granted, I don't understand much about this world, but I know that you've got a few people behind you, who will guide you through the process. They gave me their word. He was begging me to turn. Charlie didn't want me to die. I hugged him tightly. I love you, Dad, I told him. I love you too, kid. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. His voice broke. Oh, Dad, there was nothing you could do, I told him. And as I hugged him tightly, I caught a scent I had never noticed before. It surprised me, not because it was bad but because it was actually very good. It invaded me. I lifted up my head and started looking for the source. That's when I noticed Charlie's neck. He had a nice neck. I had never noticed that before. I could see the outline of his artery, pumping steadily. Before I knew it, I had let go of Charlie and walked to the other side of the room. Bells, he asked, concerned. My gums hurt, and my mouth watered. I touched my mouth with my hands. My gums were throbbing. I closed my eyes tightly. Suddenly I was very scared of myself. Of what I could do. What if I hurt Charlie? I'd never forgive myself for that. Bells, he asked again. I turned around. I'm okay. You know what, Dad? I think I'm craving some chocolate, I said, emphasizing on that last word. My safe word. Damon said you'd be hungry. I'll go get some, he said, standing up. Before he could reach the door, Damon came in, hot cocoa in hand. Did someone say chocolate? He asked, handing me the mug. I nodded. I'm going to fix you some breakfast, okay, kid? Charlie told me. I nodded and he left the room. I thought I was going to bite his neck, I told Damon. You still have control, it's early in the day, he answered. So it will only get worse, I concluded. He raised both his eyebrows and shrugged. Weiss meant yes. Drink that, he ordered. I took a sip, and instantly wrinkled my nose. The cocoa burned my throat, not because it was too hot, but because it had something else in it. This was a strong cocoa. I spiced it up a bit. It'll help take a bit of the edge off, he told me. I took another sip, and the nervousness I was feeling calmed down a little. I started looking around me. The room was feeling smaller and smaller. Anxiety was kicking in. You need air, Damon stated. I nodded. Yes, I do. I feel like I'm starting to develop some sort of claustrophobia. I confessed. Drink that up, you're going to need it, he told me. I did as he said and drank up the spiced chocolate. Where do you want to go? He asked. I don't know. I feel like driving really fast, I answered, a little surprised. He smirked and opened the door. As I was walking out, I realized I was missing something. I have no shoes, I told him. He looked at my feet. No, you don't. Wait, he told me and disappeared in the hallway. After a second, he appeared again, sneakers in hand. I took them. I guessed they were Alina's, so I didn't give him any trouble. We walked downstairs. The house was quiet, and all the curtains were closed. It was very dark. Where's everybody? I asked. We told them to give you some space, he answered. My stomach clenched. We, as in him and Stefan. They'd been through this before. They knew how I felt. The last thing I needed right now was everyone pulling me into the direction they wanted, when I didn't even know what I wanted. We walked into the kitchen, which I must admit I had never seen, and then before opening the door to the garage he grabbed my hand and stopped me. "You're going to need these," he told me, taking out of his pocket a pair of Ray-Ban wafers and putting them on me. "Right the light," I said as I pushed the glasses back. He raised his eyebrows and nodded. I looked back into the kitchen. "Can I eat something before we go? I'm starving," I told him. He chuckled. "You know food isn't what you're craving right now." "I know, I just need something to make it go away," I answered. He walked to a counter and grabbed a bottle of wine. "We're set, let's go," he said as he took my hand and guided me into the garage. Even though I was wearing sunglasses, my eyes still hurt from the light. We went over to the bike. I put on my helmet, and with Damon's help climbed on. He then sat behind me. I was riding this time. We pulled out of the garage, and I stepped on that pedal with all the strength I had. Everything was blurring past me. I felt free, and I wondered if running at vampire speed would feel like this. Would it be this liberating? Running towards no place in particular, just running. The anxiety I had been feeling before had calmed down, the thoughts in my head were starting to make sense, they weren't all scrambled now, I was listening to each one clearly. The question was, what should I do? I drove and drove, my head blank, only that question was repeating itself over and over again. What should I do? I had this big choice in my hands, the biggest choice of my life. And I had no idea what to do with it. I was so hungry. I pulled over the side of the road, and attempted to climb off the bike. Damon, who had been quiet and still for the whole ride, didn't move. He wasn't helping me down. I finally managed to pull my leg over the bike and slid down, touching the ground. I took my helmet off and dropped it on the dirt. "I need to voice my thoughts," I told him. He stared at me. "Go ahead." Quote, I'm confused," I attempted to say, but I couldn't say it. I started pacing around the bike. "What's confusing?" he asked. "Everything," I answered, pulling at the rim of my t-shirt. I rearranged the sunglasses and ran both my hands through my hair. I bit my lips and paced some more. "Can you turn into the crow?" I'd feel better talking to the crow, I confessed, stopping in front of him. He chuckled. "We are the same person, you know. Just go with me on this, please," I begged. I needed to be heard and not be spoken back to. He rolled his eyes, and in a blink Mr. Crow was sitting on top of the bike. I exhaled. "Okay, here's the thing. I don't want to die, but I'm not sure I want to live forever either. Sure, I guess there are a ton of things I see and look forward to if I choose to complete the transformation, like speed. I like speed, I'd like to run as fast as a cheetah. I'd love to hear things from across the room, and yes, the strength would come in handy. And I wouldn't be so weak anymore. With those keen and sharp senses, I'm pretty sure I'd never trip again, and that would be a relief. Yes, I'd like that," I said as I paced around the bike again. Mr. Crow Damon followed me with his gaze. "But," I said, raising my finger up in the air, "that desire I felt just now when Charlie hugged me. I don't want that. I don't. I'm scared I'll hurt him, or Elena, or Jeremy, or my mom. What if, in one of those crazy urges, I kill them? I'd never forgive myself." I sat on a rock that was next to the bike. "Jake, he's going to hate me, duh." Mon turned his little crow head to the right. I could see him rolling his eyes around. "They'd hunt me down the pack. They'd rip me to pieces just like they did Laurent. I'll never see my truck again. I'll never be able to go back to the reservation or to Forks. Which honestly, I'm not complaining about. I would never set foot on that rainy sunless town ever again. What about the sun? I don't have one. Your magic rings. Will I burn in the sun? Will this stupid bite mark glow like a disco ball? If it does, will I have to wear long sleeves for eternity? Will I have to hide by day and live by night? Is this the last time I ever stand in the sunlight? Will I be damned to darkness forever? Forever is a long time. What happens when everyone I know dies? Then what?" I kicked the ground beneath my feet and ran my hand through my hair. I didn't even look up at him. But I knew he was looking at me. Then, after taking a long deep breath, I finally asked the question that was bothering me the most. "What if you and Stefan get bored of me and decide I'm some stupid boring little girl that you don't want to be around with anymore? What if you leave me? What if I end up alone again?" He flew down from the bike and landed next to my feet. He looked at me intently and then poked me really hard with his beak. "Hey, that hurt," I told him. If he was in his vampire form, I swear he'd be raising his eyebrows and glaring at me. He looked at me, his head leaning to the side. "I'm done. I've said what I needed to say, That's the end of my rant, I told him. He nodded, and flew back to the bike, and again. In a blink he was back to his normal self. He took out the bottle of wine he had taken from the kitchen and popped it open. He took a sip and then handed the bottle to me. I did the same. It felt good. That rush of wine through my throat. Can you say something? I demanded. He eyed me. You learn to control it. What? I asked. The urge, the bloodlust. If you feed properly, you can learn to control it. So humans? I asked. They come in blood bags too. Not as delicious, but it works just the same, he answered, noticing my disgust. I nodded and looked at the ground. He was quiet for a while. People die, parents die. Ask Elena, she knows. It's the circle of life. Some people just live a little longer than others, he answered, obviously referring to vampires at the end. It did make sense. And you won't burn in the sun, I already made sure of that, he answered, taking the bottle from me and drinking from it. I was confused. What do you mean? I asked. He pointed to the necklace that was hanging on my neck. Of course, he had given me this necklace a few days ago. Why? Did you know this was going to happen? I asked, confused. I cover my bases. I wasn't going to be around, he answered. There it went again, my hungry stomach going into a knot, clenching so hard that if my heart was beating right about now it would be going 1,000 miles an hour. I grabbed the pendant and looked at it. I hadn't really looked at it before. I just wore it because Damon said it would protect me. I never realized he meant it would protect me from the sun. I stared at it. It was simple and discreet, but at the same time so elegant. Damon knew me well. If I was going to be stuck for all eternity with a piece of jewelry, I didn't want it to be too flashy or tacky. Damon had left and returned with this pendant and gave it to me. It held more meaning than anything I had ever been given before. I looked up to him again. Is that it? Is that all you have to say? I asked. He was quiet. I looked into his eyes, begging him to say something else. You'll never be alone, he answered after a while. I looked up at him, a tear ran down my face, and took another sip from the bottle. Yes, my stomach was clenching again. Is that a promise? I asked. He rolled his eyes. I smiled. It's a promise, isn't it? Are you ready to go? He asked. Don't change the subject, I told him as I stood up from the rock. Helmet, he said as he handed it to me. I grabbed it and looked into his eyes. It's a promise, I stated. I was sure of this. He didn't have to say it out loud. I knew what that look meant. I knew what the necklace meant too. I was suddenly feeling better. Lighter. That weight I'd been feeling all day had somehow minimized. I put on the helmet. Before climbing up again on the bike, I turned around to face him. Hey Damon. Where's Jake? With Charlie. Relief ran through me. He hadn't left yet. Can I speak with him? I asked. He shrugged. You do whatever you need to do, Isabella. I sighed and nodded. I got on the bike, and headed back to the road again. The wind hitting my skin was soothing. Driving to figure out what my head wanted to sort out had been helpful. We headed into town again, and I stopped when I reached my house. The yellow house that Charlie had gotten because he felt I needed to brighten my life. I climbed off the bike and handed Damon the helmet. I walked up the front steps, and before I could touch the doorknob, Charlie opened the door. Bells, he greeted me. Hi Dad, I told him. This was so awkward. How are you feeling? He asked. Better, I told him. He nodded. I noticed his eyes were sad, confused, scared. Dad, is Jake here? I asked. He nodded, and stepped to the side of the door. He's inside. Is he mad? I asked. He's upset, Charlie answered. I didn't want to lose Jake. I really didn't. My hands were in my pockets. I stared at the porch's boards. They really needed to be painted. I had forgotten to tell that to Charlie a few weeks ago when I noticed them. Bella, I lifted my head. It was Jake. Hey Jake, I gave him a weak smile. He looked serious. I'm going to go into the kitchen, Charlie said awkwardly. Beer? He asked Damon, who nodded and walked in after Charlie. Jake and I were left on the porch. We were both quiet. Have you decided yet? He asked, breaking the silence. No, I answered. What do you want to do? He asked. I'm not completely sure, I answered honestly. He walked down the stairs and sat. I did the same. Do you want to be like them? He asked. I don't know Jake, will I lose you if I do? I asked. He stayed quiet. Would you hate me? Would we become mortal enemies? I asked him. He didn't answer. He just kept staring ahead. Would you kill me? I asked. I'd never kill you, he spat. But you would be disgusted, I answered back. Leeches are repulsive, he answered coldly. So you'd be repulsed by me? You've already decided, haven't you? He accused. I'm weighing out my options. A. I turn and live as a non-living living thing, or B. I die, forever, and you bury me 6 feet underground. He cringed. I just need to know one thing, will you, Jacob Black, still be my friend if I turn? Will you be feeding on humans? He asked. No, from blood bags or the animal diet, I can consider both. I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't know. He looked away, he was disgusted. Hey, I yelled at him, grabbing him by his arm, do you think I like the idea? Me, the girl who faints at the sight of blood. You think I haven't thought about it? I mean, what if I turn out to be the only vampire who doesn't like blood? What if I turn out to be the only allergic to blood vampire there has ever existed? He chuckled. I sighed, and rested my head on his shoulder. You're my best friend, Jake. I want you to know that. And I thank you, for sewing my very broken heart back together. I really appreciate that, and I wanted you to know it. He put his arm around me. What are you doing, Bella? He asked. I'm just saying the things I should have said a long time ago. Are you saying goodbye? He asked quietly. I don't know. It seems like a goodbye, he stated. If I chose not to turn, then I have little time to say these things, and if I decide to do it, then I have to say it anyways because you'll hate me. So yes, either way, I feel like I have to say goodbye to you. Bella, no, Jake, hear me out. I've been unfair, I've led you on, and I know how you feel. This is me, telling you to move on. To stop being so bitter. To live your life. I want you to know that I will be forever thankful and in your debt. You saved my life, and you were my sunshine in a time where I could only see rain. You take care of Charlie, you hear me? You keep an eye on him. Take him and Billy fishing. You tell the pack I cared about them, and that I'm grateful for the time they put into hunting down Victoria. Bella, stop. No, Jacob Black, you hear me out. I'll never hate you, Bella. I can't, and I've tried, believe me, I've tried. I was so mad the minute I found out you were hanging out with leeches again. I got even more pissed the moment you defended them. But I couldn't hate you. I can't hate you, human or vampire, I can't hate you. So what you're saying is, you do what you need to do, he answered, his head down, looking at his bare feet. I won't be able to go back to La Push, I whispered. You'll have to prove you can measure up to the treaty. That is not my treaty. I'm not one of them. I won't be like them. Then we'll make a new one with these guys. I'll talk with Sam. I sighed. Another weight had been lifted. I hugged Jake tightly, he hugged me back. Elena has been pacing around her room since you pulled in, he whispered. I looked across the street. She was walking back and forth. I could see her through her open window. Maybe I should speak with her too, I said quietly. She was pretty messed up when I got to the Salvatores. She has lost a lot of people, I answered. Go, I'll wait inside, he said, standing up. I nodded, and stood up as well. He went back into the house, and I crossed the street. I reached Alina's house and Stefan came out. He greeted me with a warm smile, and walked over to me. Hey Steph. Hey Bells. I eyed him up and down. How are your eyes? He asked. They itch a bit, I confessed. He put his hand in his pocket and took out some drops. He grabbed my arm gently and walked me to the shade. May I? He asked, signaling to my sunglasses. Is it going to hurt? I asked. A bit, but you'll feel much better afterwards. I nodded, it was okay. I closed my eyes and he took the sunglasses off. Open up. I winced, and opened my eyes. They burned. It was horrible. I tried to stay still, but it was proving to be a very difficult task. Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God. He pulled the shades down and I closed my eyes tightly. He was right. After they had accustomed back tea. Oh, the darkness the sunglasses provided, they felt much better. How are you holding up? He asked. I'm okay, I guess, considering the circumstances. If you choose to go this way, know that we'll be there for you, okay? Thank you, I answered. Alina's inside, he said, pointing to the house. Is it all right if I go right ahead? He told me. I walked into Alina's house, and went directly upstairs. As I walked towards her room, I noticed Jeremy's room was locked. Anna. Jeremy had lost Anna last night. I had completely forgotten about that. Poor guy, like Elena, he too had lost people he cared about. I knocked on Alina's door, she opened it immediately, and as soon as she saw me she embraced me in the tightest hug I had received all day. I was so scared. When Damon brought you, you were so limp. I thought you were gone. And then all the waiting for you to wake up. Oh Bella, it was horrible. She told me. I'm okay for now, I answered. She let go instantly. What do you mean for now? Are you not? I haven't decided yet. Disappointment. Disappointment was the expression she was wearing. The happiness and relief she was feeling a few seconds ago had vanished. Why? She asked. I'm weighing out things, I answered. She walked to her bed and sat down. I wanted to thank you, I told her. You made this place feel like home. For the first time in my life I felt like someone actually understood what I had been going through. You took me in and opened up to me and made me look at myself in a completely different way. So I thank you. She had tears in her eyes. And quickly cleaned them up with her hand. Don't talk like that, she told me. Like what? Like you were saying goodbye, she answered. I looked down. Look Bella, I know you're confused. It's a lot to take in. The new lifestyle, learning how to live your life, your urges, trying to understand and grasp the concept of eternity, death. I get it. I've thought about it too. But if you think about it, death eventually comes. It's only natural. Everyone dies sooner or later. Like parents. Yes, it will hurt. It does hurt, but doesn't hurt forever. You learn to remember the good times. The positive things those people you care about taught you, and that way, they're always with you, the things they taught you live on through you. Whatever you decide, I want you to know that I admire you Bella. I do. You are more courageous than anyone I know. I smiled at her. Courageous. Me. Wow. Thank you, I told her and walked next to her. I hugged her. Thank you, I said again, and I let go of her. I walked out of her room, went downstairs, and opened the door to her house. I walked over to my house and as soon as I opened the door went directly into my room. I locked the door, pulled down the curtains and jumped into my bed. I covered my head with the covers. My joints were starting to hurt. I had to make a decision soon. Choices. Before, I had always been pissed that decisions were being made for me, that I never had a voice to say what I wanted. Now that I had the chance to decide. Now I wanted someone else to make the decision for me. Should I become a vampire? Should I just die? Would just dying be seen like suicide? Was I, by deciding I didn't want to turn, committing suicide? I am so hungry. I pulled the covers off, and opened my nightstand. I knew I had chocolate in there somewhere. I found a bag of M&Ms and opened it immediately. I put in a handful in my mouth. Crunch, crunch, let's see, crunch, crunch. I had to confess I had never felt like I belonged anywhere. Crunch, crunch. The supernatural had in the past 2 years followed me in some way or another, and I never tried to get away from it. Cue sparkly vampires, exit sparkly vampires, enter werewolves. Enter new different breed of vampires and apparently witches too. I took another handful of chocolate into my mouth. Crunch, crunch. Was this what Bonnie saw the day we were introduced? The day she gave me the warning? Crunch, crunch. I don't want to die really die. Crunch, crunch. Stefan said they'd take care of me. Damon gave me the necklace that has the same blue stone their rings have. Charlie wants me to become like them. Jake says we'll still be friends. Elena likes the idea as well. More chocolate. Crunch, crunch. Focus. What does Bella want? I want something tea actually satisfies this stupid hunger I'm feeling. Crunch, crunch. More chocolate damn I'm out. I'm still hungry. That wine helped a bit. I need to drink some alcohol. Beer. There's beer downstairs. I climbed out of bed and went directly downstairs to the kitchen. Damon, Jake, Stefan and Charlie were all sitting in the kitchen table. Bells, do, Charlie started to say, but I held my hand in the air, asking him to wait. I opened the fridge, took a beer bottle and handed it to Damon. He popped it open with his hand, I then chugged it down completely. They were all quiet. Alcohol helps the urges, Damon whispered. I wiped my mouth with my hand and then cleaned my hand on my shorts. I know what I want to do, I told them. They all stared at me. I took another bottle out and handed it to Damon again. He opened it. I chugged it down. So how does it go? Do I have to drink from a person or does a blood bag work just the same? I asked as I put the beer down on the table. They were all quiet. Jake looked like he was going to be sick. Charlie was surprised and at the same time relieved. Stefan I think didn't really approve of the choice but supported it anyways and Damon I couldn't read. He was expressionless. We should go back to the boarding house, Stefan said. Okay but person or bag? I asked. Person, Damon answered standing up. I swallowed. Who am I drinking from? I asked. Me, Charlie said as he stood up as well. What? No, what if I can't stop? I whispered. We'll be there, Stefan answered, walking to me, and putting his arm around my shoulders. He was walking me out of the kitchen. I glanced over at Damon. He was walking behind us with Charlie. Jake was still sitting down. He wasn't coming with us, and I was okay with that. I knew what it would do to him. Stefan and Charlie got into the cruiser. I stood in the middle of the yard trying to decide who I was leaving with. I looked over to Damon, who just waved the helmet at me, and I knew instantly who I was driving with. I put on the helmet and climbed on the bike. This time, he was driving. Charlie and Stefan pulled out. I was having trouble breathing again. This was it. I was doing it. I was nervous. Had I made the right choice? Damon turned his head around and looked at me. He took my arms and wrapped them around his waist. I rested my head on his back as I held on tightly to him, and he started driving down the block. Thump, thump, that sound was my whole world right now. May. Day 16. The urges are strong. I tried Stefan's diet. I lasted 3 days before king into Damon's stash of blood bags in the basement. Yes, Bella loves blood now. Ironic. I couldn't stand the sight of it a few weeks ago, now I go crazy over it. Haven't seen Elena or Charlie in more than 2 weeks. Not after Charlie fed me his blood and I completed the transformation. Charlie told the school I was visiting my mom in Florida. I've been handing in assignments via email. So, for the moment, I'm living with Damon and Stefan until I can control the thirst. I've got my own room. It's practically bigger than my house's second floor, and the bathtub in my bathroom, no words. I can go out in the sun, which is great. And I don't sparkle. Except for my scar, it does sparkle a bit, nothing noticeable to the human eye. But I can only hang around the house's perimeter. I'm not allowed to go out by myself. You know, just in case I go psycho. No, I haven't killed anyone. I'm disperse. I get distracted easily. Sounds, smells, dust particles, this is a completely different world. I never knew the world around me could have so much detail. It really is breathtaking. Did you know that rocks have different smells? Rocks, I'm serious. And there's this color, I don't know its name, but I had never seen that color before. I have no words to describe it, but it's beautiful. I'm so hungry. All the time. I drink. All the time. Blood, wine, blood, scotch, blood, beer, blood. Blood, blood, blood. I asked Stefan if there was some sort of Bloodholic Anonymous support group or something for newborns. I think it would be neat. I know I would go. Damon has gone out of town to steal some blood from hospitals a few times in the past few days. He's been teaching me to control my urges. I can run fast. Did I say that already? I'm hungry. I get irritable easily as well. Jake finally came around a week ago. I can be around him, even though he stinks. I'm not attracted to his blood. Thank God for that. I'm having trouble with my strength. I've broken more than a few glasses and doorknobs. I'm hungry. I'm going back into the basement. Day 25. Stefan encouraged me to start writing in this stupid little notebook. Keep a journal, it will help, he said. Help my ass. Yes, I'm bitter. I've been locked up for a month in this stupid big house. Hello, my name is Bella and I have a problem. I'm freaking hungry. June. I convinced Damon to let me try going to school. I am supposedly graduating in a few weeks. While Damon is encouraging, and he shows that he trusts me, Stefan keeps trying to baby me. He's so careful with everything. Sometime I feel that he treats me like I'm some sort ticking bomb that's going to explode at any minute. After days of begging, they put me to the test. Charlie came by the house. I hadn't seen him in a while. I was very excited. Damon kept whispering me over and over not to crush his bones when I hugged him. I might have hugged him a little too strong, but I didn't break him. My face kept in place, it didn't vamp out. I kept my composure. I passed the test. I went to school, Stefan tagging along closely by my side, keeping an eye on me. Bonnie doesn't really like me now. She has this annoying attitude. I get it though, it's like Jake and the pack. History has taught them to hate us. July. Graduation went well. Charlie was so happy. Renee flew in from Florida. I hadn't realized how much I missed her until I saw her. She met everyone. Of course, she was completely charmed by Damon's good looks. Damon got me my own Ducati as a graduation present. This present, even though it was expensive, I did not complain of. Not when I wanted it more than anything else. Damon and I go riding together from time to time. We race each other. He always wins. Clearly I'm not going to college this year. I don't even know what the hell I want to do with my life. I didn't know a year ago. I most certainly don't know now. And now I have an eternity to make up my mind and change it as many times as I want. Elena is going to school. Stefan is going with her. They're moving to Hanover by the end of the summer. She's going to Dartmouth. Moved by Elena's persistence, Stefan is actually going to try to give his long-lost career choice a chance. He's always wanted to be a doctor. And now he's going to see how it goes. Here's hoping that he doesn't go crazy over blood. Damon and I, on the other hand, are going to Italy. I'd say I was happy that we were going overseas, but I'm not. Not really. I'm actually nervous, petrified, to be honest. Damon has business to attend. Claim his reward for Victoria's head. He says I need to go too. As my maker, he needs to introduce me to the Volturi. Since he pledged for me, they might want to see with their own eyes I am in fact a vampire. My maker. It sounds weird, doesn't it? Like he was my father. That's just not right. He is taking care of me, teaching me tons of things. I tried getting him to teach me how to turn into an animal. He laughed to my face. Ass. Then I tried to convince him to teach me how to change the weather. Again, he laughed to my face. Double ass. He says it takes time. As I get older, these abilities tend to show themselves. He says I should be proud. I've shown more control over my thirst than anyone he has ever met. He says it's partially because I'm so focused on not hurting anyone. That and my stubbornness. All in all, he's been good. Very patient. Even though he sometimes lets that insufferable personality out. I'm hungry but not starving. I've learned how to control it. If I feed a few times a day, I can manage it. August. We leave in a few days. Yesterday Damon gave me a credit card. I refused to receive it. He threatened with taking the Ducati away. So I took the credit card without thinking. I'm not using it. I need a job. I cannot have him paying for everything. Elena says she thinks he feels responsible for me dying, and that now he's trying everything he can to make that up to me. I don't really know what it is, but what I do know is that I can't depend on him and Stefan for eternity. I'm no gold digger. I'm standing in my room, my real room in Charlie's yellow house, deciding what to pack. I have no idea what to wear on this trip, and not to mention what to take. I didn't want to feel like a complete idiot when I met the Volturi dressed in jeans and a simple tank top. In my head I had pictured the scene 100 times. They always ended up laughing at me. My complete wardrobe was lying on my bed and bedroom floor. A very small and old suitcase lay in the middle of the mess. I heard Charlie coming up the stairs and then knock on my door. Come in, Dad, I told him. Wow, that's quite the mess you got there, he said, amazed as he saw my bed. I looked back at him. I know, right? His hands rested on his sides. Bells, I got you something, he told me and reached for his back pocket. He took out a plastic card. Oh no, not him too. I know Damon's been taking care of you, but it's still my responsibility to support you, in any way I can. So, I went to the bank today. Dad, no really, you don't have to do that, I shook my head. Take it, it's what I'm supposed to be doing, you're my daughter. Please, just take it, he said as he waved the card in the air. Waiting for me to take it. Charlie still needed me to be his little girl. If I could help him see that I still was by taking it, then that I would have to do, and so I took it. Thanks, Dad, I said and walked over to him and hugged him gently. He nodded. So are you excited? He asked. Not so much excited as nervous. I answered. They'll like you, I know that, he responded in encouragement. I sure hope so, I sighed. I heard footsteps on the porch. We have a visitor, I told Charlie, who just looked a little perplexed, and then the doorbell rang and he understood. I'm still not used to that. He chuckled. I shrugged and he left to open the door. I heard Elena greet Charlie warmly, and Charlie telling her I was upstairs trying to pack up, but that it seemed I needed a little help. I adored Charlie. When we moved here, he threw everything in his closet into a big black garbage bag and then threw that bag into the U-Haul. Elena came upstairs. Oh my God, did your closet explode? She asked, amused. I covered my face. It happened so quickly, I answered. She laughed. I swear I don't know what to take. Everything looks so old and worn out, I told her. Then just pack essentials, and buy new clothes over there, she suggested. I could do that. You know, you're right, I told her. Let's divide the pile then, what to take and what to leave, she said as she walked over to my bed. She grabbed a gray hoodie. This is definitely staying, she said and threw it to the other side of the room. I sighed. We were going to be here for a while. 2 hours later I arrived at the boarding house, small old suitcase in hand. Damon was sitting in the library reading a book. I walked over and sat next to him, resting my head on the couch. "Pack up?" he asked. I nodded. "How much did you pack?" he asked. "The essentials," I answered. He looked at me over his book. "Essentials?" "Yes." He smirked and took the glass of spiced blood he was drinking from the side table. "Do you want a drink?" he asked. "Sure." I shrugged. He got up and left his book on the couch. He walked over to the bar and fixed my drink, then walked back to the couch, drink in hand. "Thank you," I answered as he handed it to me. I drank it all in a blink. "Someone's nervous," he said. I'm a little worried," I confessed. "Why are you worried?" he asked. "Well, first there's the flight. 12 hours of all that recycled air and 100 humans in there I think will drive me insane." He nodded. "Yes, I see how that could be uncomfortable. And then there's the whole meeting with the Volturi. Meeting them is like meeting the Queen of England. I'm scared what if I say the wrong thing or their rules?" I asked. "Rules? Yes, like kneeling and wall. King 6 steps behind and never speaking without being spoken to," I explained. He laughed. "Relax, you're not going in there alone. And you're not going in there with just any loser, you're going in there with me. And that's enough so that rules don't really apply to you," he answered. "So, if this was like that show, the Tudors, and the Volturi were the royal family, you'd be Charles Brandon?" I asked, trying to understand. He rolled his eyes. "You're going by a television reference." "Really?" He laughed. I shrugged. He turned around facing me. "Okay, first of all, never mention the Tudors, and never compare me to Charles Brandon." Quote, "Charles Brandon is hot," I told him. He rolled his eyes. "No, he wasn't. He was a pig, just like the king." "Whatever, you get my point, don't you? Just relax, it's going to be fine," he told me. And handed me his drink. "Drink that, and get some sleep. I moved the flight for tomorrow morning." "What?" He cracked one of those. "Yes, I did. Now what are you going to do about it?" Smiles. The next morning, after fighting with Damon, who wanted me to change suitcases because mine was completely ancient, I finally agreed, changed suitcases and headed out to the airport. I said my goodbyes to Charlie, Elena and Stefan, and we both boarded the plane to Rome. I was anxious and jumpy. "Maybe you should have shot me with vervain, like I suggested last night. I'd be out for the whole flight for sure," I whispered as I buckled my seatbelt. "Bella, relax," he ordered. I sat still on my seat. "Are we in first class?" I asked, confused. He raised an eyebrow. "Damon never flew in coach." "What a stupid question." I closed the window, then opened it again. I pulled down the table. Damon closed it. "Stop it," he told me. "I don't think I'm ready to fly," I told him. "You are ready. Now stop it. Stop acting like a child," he said, irritated. He called one of the flight attendants and ordered some scotch. The girl brought it and he handed it over to me. "Drink up," he ordered. I did as I was told. It worked. I calmed down a bit. "Better?" he asked. I nodded. "Good. Now, I was ready for something like this to happen, so, here's an iPod, I'll keep the scotch coming, just stay quiet in your seat. And try to relax." I nodded again. I couldn't help but feel a little foolish. But I really couldn't control it. 3 hours into the flight I was going crazy. 4 hours in, I had walked up and down the corridor like a trapped caged tiger. 5 hours in, Damon showed me how to play cards. 6 hours in, I had finished watching a movie. On the 7th hour I was ready to jump out of the plane and run the rest of the way to Italy. Hours 8 and 9, I spent heavily drinking. By the time the plane landed I was ready to possibly kill someone. Damon rented a car, a convertible, and drove like a madman through the lovely streets of Rome. He parked a block away from a hospital and ordered me to stay inside. I took in the scenery as I waited. Gorgeous architecture, but not as stunning as the men that were walking right past the car. 5 minutes later Damon came out of the hospital with a small cooler in hand. My mouth watered instantly. He got in the car and pulled up the retractable hardtop. And windows. He handed me the cooler. "Drink up, you're driving me insane," he muttered as he started driving. If I were in some other mood, I'd probably snap back at him. But I was so thirsty I would let that comment pass. I ripped open the blood bag and drank. "You want some?" I asked in between sips. He leaned forward and grabbed a bag as well. The anxiety and unease I had been feeling for the past 9 hours had washed away completely. I hadn't gone so long without tasting a sip of blood. "Where are we going now?" I asked him. "Volterra," he answered. "How long till we get there?" I asked. "Normally it takes 3 hours," he answered. But we're taking an hour and a half. I completed. He nodded. I laid back on the very comfortable seat and enjoyed my bag of happiness. We arrived in Volterra precisely an hour and a half later. Well, not exactly Volterra. We were staying in a villa that was just 5 minutes away from the town. Damon said it would help me maintain my serenity. As soon as we got there I called Charlie and told him everything had been fine, we arrived safely. I had woken him up, and he was a little loopy, but I made sure he knew I was okay. Damon showed me my room for our stay. It was lovely, I had no words for it. I couldn't actually believe I was really in Italy. He asked me to get some rest, we had a big day ahead of us. I took a shower and slept for a while. I woke up, and the sun wasn't up yet. I walked to the kitchen and looked for breakfast. I found the stash of blood bags, and opened one. Damon walked downstairs soon afterwards. "Morning," he greeted. "Hi," I said in return. He pushed a glass in my direction and shared with him my breakfast. "You okay?" he asked. "Yes," I answered, "I'm sorry about yesterday. I didn't know it would be so overwhelming." He shrugged. He was expecting it. "My first trip, I was on a boat, for 2 months, I know how it feels." "Couldn't you just swim there, wherever you were going?" He chuckled. "I could have," he answered. "Are there things I should know about today?" I asked. "Yes, a few." I sat on a stool. "Okay, fire away." "We're meeting with Arrow, Keys and Marcus. They will ask questions, to which you must answer sincerely. Don't fear, I'll be right there behind you. Arrow will probably ask to touch your hand." "Why?" I asked. It sounded creepy. "Arrow has a very special ability. He can see a person's thoughts just by touching them. So he's like Edward," I concluded. "Not quite. Arrow can see every thought a person has ever had," he explained. "Oh, a little intrusive. So let him," he told me. "We'll probably be asked to stay for dinner, we will do so if they ask." Dinner? Did he mean feed from a human? He nodded. "I'll be there," he insisted. I nodded. "What am I going to wear?" I asked. He chuckled. "I had an outfit picked out for the occasion," he answered. I sighed in relief. "Thank you, I've been cracking my head over this for days." "Did why? Oh, you think I was going to let you walk in there in jeans and a hoodie?" He smirked. I covered my face. "Go change, we leave in an hour," he said. I finished my glass of breakfast and ran upstairs. When I got to my room, the outfit Damon had picked out was laying on my bed. How the hell was I going to pull that one off? It was a black dress, bare-backed, strong cleavage, which I didn't really know how the hell I was going to fill it in. It was beautiful, that's for sure, and tight. Yes, it was tight. I tried it on, and it fit perfectly. Damon had taste, I had to admit it. He knew I was picky, but he knew how to pick out stuff for me. I finished getting ready, he knocked on my door and I let him in. He eyed me up and down, grabbed my hand and gave me a twirl. "Are you still worried about your outfit?" he asked cockily. "No," I answered, "thank you." "You're welcome. Now, we should be heading out," he said, and with a hand on my back, pushed me gently out the door. We drove into the city, it was barely sunny out. We reached an old building and parked the car outside. The doors were opened for us instantly. Damon extended his arm to me. I wrapped my arm around his and followed him inside. We walked into an elevator that, to my surprise, went down, not up. I glanced over at Damon, he kept his eyes straight ahead, his gaze had changed. He looked so serious and concentrated. He caught me staring at him and winked at me. He knew I was nervous. The elevator doors opened and we walked into a very elaborate and elegant lobby. We walked to a desk where a human girl sat. "Signor Salvatore, siamo stati vi aspetta," the girl said as soon as she saw Damon. "Gianna mia cara, possiamo entrare?" he asked. I had no idea what they were saying. Number 1 on my list was to learn how to speak Italian if we were going to stay here for a while. "Sì, è possibile. Ero piacerebbe parlare con te privatamente prima," she replied. Damon nodded and guided me through the first doors on the right. "What did she say?" I asked in a whisper. "They're expecting us, but they want to speak to me first," he answered. We walked the long hallway until we reached a small waiting room. "You sit and wait here, I'll go inside," he explained. I nodded and sat on the first couch I saw. He then took a look around. There were others here, cold ones. All with deep dark red eyes, all of them looked at him nervously. They knew who he was. He then looked at me again, and before going inside the big mahogany doors, he gave me a kiss on the forehead. He walked towards the door. His walk was different, so much more secure and imposing than I had ever seen him walk before. His head held high, he looked so arrogant and powerful. The doors opened and he walked in. I sat up straight. I felt all their eyes on me. I felt this weird vibe coming from them. I couldn't point exactly what it was. All I knew was that it was making me uncomfortable. Damon had warned me on the way here to stay still, and not to fidget. It was odd that even as I vampire I still fidgeted, and it might raise attention I didn't need at the moment. So I did as he told me and focused my attention on the wall in front of me. It was white, and so, I tried clearing my head. White. A few minutes later, a very tall, very muscular man came out of the doors and looked at me. Isabella, he called me with his deep voice, his face blank, emotionless. And then he stepped to the side of the doors. This means follow me, right? I wouldn't disagree, this guy was scary. I stood up and walked towards the doors and we went inside, the doors closed behind us. He walked by my side, guiding me through the long corridors with high ceilings. Whenever sunlight came through one of the windows above, his skin would glow. It had been long since I last saw that shimmer. If I thought the effect looked beautiful before, now it seemed even more dazzling. We reached another set of doors. It had guards on each side, who, following a signal the big guy gave them, opened the doors for us. The big guy motioned me to go in first, and so I did as I was told. We entered a large round room, made of marble. I recognized it immediately. This was the room in the portrait. Waiting in the middle of the room was Damon, who extended his hand to me. I walked to him and grabbed it. Arrow, keys, Marcus, this is Isabella, he introduced me. I felt uncomfortable. I didn't know what to do. Should I smile? Should I kneel? Bow, give a reverence. I just gave a weak smile and bowed my head forward a little. Damon eyed me. Isabella dear, come closer, the guy in the middle, who I supposed was Arrow, told me. Be brave, Bella. I took a few steps forward. I stood in front of him. He stood up from the chair and started walking around me. It felt like I was being inspected from every angle. She is exquisite, he told Damon. Frisia was it. I didn't dare look back. My smell, that's what he was asking about. Yes, Arrow, Damon answered. We have heard a significant amount of chatter about you, he told me as he stopped walking around me and faced me. What had he heard? What had Damon told him? Not to worry, child, all has been good, he said. Well, I sure hoped so. How was your flight? He asked me kindly. Long, I answered. Did he want long answers? Point form. Oh dear God, I was so nervous. He smirked. Urges? He asked. Controllable, I answered, shrugging. He murmured as he continued examining me. I glanced at the other two guys sitting in front of me. Statues. They looked bored. They too stared at me. You are following our natural diet, but not directly from the source, he stated as he looked into my eyes. I nodded. Why not from humans? He asked. I don't want to hurt anyone, I answered. Then why not try the animal diet? You have been around others who do so, he pointed out. I did try. I lasted 3 days. It's better you don't. It would be foolish of you to choose to be weak, not when you are rumored to have so much potential. What the hell was he talking about? What potential? Isabella, would you mind if I take a closer look at you? He asked. This was what Damon was telling me earlier. He wanted to take a look into my head. Did I actually want this? No, I didn't want anyone getting to see my most private thoughts, the moments I valued, the ones I feared and the ones I wanted to forget. I knew I had to show him. If I didn't, he would think I was hiding something. I was standing in front of the king, after all. I nodded and he extended his hands. I extended mine as well, and he grabbed them gently. I am invisible, he cannot see me. 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 I repeated rapidly in my head over and over again. I am invisible, he cannot see me. 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 He let out a laugh. My pathetic scared thoughts had amused him. Marvelous, he exclaimed and clapped. Damon, she's extraordinary, he exclaimed as he touched my face. I cannot see a single thought. Never in all my years had this happened before. He wasn't mad, he was actually quite impressed. So, he couldn't get into my head either. What was wrong with me? You possess a strong mind, stubborn, he told me. Damon chuckled. Old friend, it seems you have met your match, he told Damon. My stomach clenched. He's used to getting his way, you make sure you give him a hard time, Arrow whispered and winked. I found it funny and creepy at the same time. Damon was actually close to them. Now, tell me dear, was Victoria's coven completely destroyed? I looked into his eyes, I didn't want him to think I was lying since he couldn't look into my head. Yes, they were 3, that I know of, Victoria, her mate James, and Laurent. They were all destroyed, I answered. Good, he answered. It was about time we took care of the reckless lot. The blonde guy added. Yes well, our dear friend here has made sure of that, always one of our own, Arrow said looking at Damon. Your services won't go unnoticed. The other guy with the long hair told him. I glanced over at Damon. He looked satisfied. Now, how long have you planned your stay here? Arrow asked Damon. I'd like to travel a bit with Isabella, it is after all, her first time overseas. And she is young, Damon answered. Yes, everything is much more exciting when one is young, Arrow said absent-mindedly. Well dear, he told me, grabbing my hands again, don't be a stranger now. We'd love to have you as our guest when you return from your travels. He smiled at me and then, still holding my hand, walked over to Damon. Old friend, we'll see you soon. He said and letting go of me hugged Damon, who hugged him back. Now, go and Damon, he said looking into Damon's eyes. Damon nodded. What was he agreeing on? What was this silent conversation? Damon then inclined his head forward and taking me by my hand, guided me out of the room. What was that? I asked when we were back outside the building. We have work to do, he answered. I stopped dead in my steps. What did he mean? What work? What kind of work? Was I one of them now? The end. Thanks for watching.